preface years ago, it was my good fortune to have the opportunity to examine and read a collection of curious books on sex matters. As I read, I made notations of many facts that I wished to remember, and I also annexed references to the sources from which one had acquired the knowledge. Many of these memoranda, if they were short, were literal copies. Longer ones were abridged, others were merely paraphrased. All of them were written partly with word and phrase signs, such as stenographers used to make the work as little as possible. Then, at my leisure, I made clean copy of this material, arranging it according to subject matter, with numbered references to the book in which I had the original material. This latter book was destroyed during the cyclone of 1896, together with many other of my books, by becoming water-soaked and illegible by water coming into a bookcase from damage to the roof immediately over it. I could not now say which of the facts stated were literal quotations, or from what authors, and which were passages original with me, or freely paraphrased by me. I have attempted to sex A1 STD sex worship mankind in its childhood imagined all things to be alive and to have sex like mankind itself. The facts of sex became known from experience. Sex was the great mystery asterisk of the ancients, and also the readiest explanation of reproduction and of life, or even of existence of any kind, and so all things, animate and inanimate, were supposed to be sexual and to produce either their own kind or any other kind of being by processes analogous to those by which human offspring was produced. Even the soil and stones were supposed to produce human beings, and the ancient Greeks called men who sprang from their soil Otto stones. Our Negroes, who still cultivate many features of voodoo worship, consider lodestones to be powerful love charms or fetishes, and know how to distinguish between male and female lodestones. And primitive men extended such ideas to the supernatural beings with whom their imagination peopled the heavens above them, and the world around them and under them, and to many phenomena of nature, as sun, moon and planets, as well as to the gods and goddesses, the demons, and the powers of the infernal regions, all of which were supposed to be sexual. All religions are based on sex. Some, like the ancient Egyptian, Greek, and Eomen, or the modern Brahmanic worship of Siva, very coarsely so, according to modern civilized thought. Others, like the Christian religion, more obscurely so. Hence it will prove interesting to ascertain, if possible, what sex is or is supposed to be, and what it was supposed to be. We will first give a dictionary definition as a sample of what such definitions usually are. Sex from Latin secis, indecal, from seco, hui, cetum, care, 1, va to cut surgically, to cut off or out, to amputate, to divide, cleave, separate. Secis indecal. Fa sex, male or email. Sexus thus hem. 4. Asterisk sex. 1. The distinction between male and female, the physical difference between male and female, that property or character by which an animal is male or female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. This is a great mystery. F. V. 31-32. Sex and sex worship. 6 sexual distinctions are derived from the presence and development of characteristic generative organs of the male and female respectively. 2. Womankind, by way of emphasis generally preceded by the definite article though, a tact which surpassed the tact of her sex, as much as the tact of her sex surpasses the tact of ours. Macaulay, Hist of Engel, ch. Roman 11. 3. One of the 2 divisions of animals founded on the distinction between male and female. Originally, in Latin, either the word secus or sexus was used, while secus was more common in the avorks of the earlier writers. The word sexus became more and more common in later times, after the beginning of our era, until it finally replaced the word secus altogether. An explanation of the derivation of the word secus sexus from the verb seco must probably be sought in the older religions with which the Romans were acquainted. Heaven and earth, the deities Uranus and G were supposed to have been at first permanently united, either in an unending sexual embrace or as an hermaphrodite deity. The same idea was found in many mythologies, in most of which the 2 principles Uranus, male, and G, female were supposed to have been separated later on by cutting apart, hence siko, to amputate, tospare. The heaven here mentioned must not be confounded with the heaven of the Christian religion, which is an idea that the ancients did not know. The heaven of the ancients was simply the upper atmosphere, the region of the clouds, or above the clouds, which seemed to them to encompass the earth on all sides, the earth being beneath. Lucretius said, "Lastly, you may say, perhaps, the showers of rain perish, when Father Etha has poured them down into the lap of Mother Earth. But it is not so, for hence the smiling fruits arise, and the branches become verdant on the trees." This posture of the male above and the female below is usual during sexual congress among animals, and in the Brahmanic writings it is taught that men and women should cohabit in the for sex and sex worship. Same posture as to do so in any other posture or at any time except at night is sin. Heaven and earth, then, were endowed with human parts and human passions. They beget the gods in Greek, Vedic, Hindu, Chinese, Polynesian, and New Zealand mythologies, although designated, of course, by different names in the different languages. In these religions they were at first united, but later on separated. The sky was also a god, personal and sexual, among the Samoids, the North American Indians, Amerinds, and the Zulus, though not hermaphrodite by union with earth. Uranus-Elam, sky was supposed to be male and to be covering G earth, Terra in one unending sexual embrace. G was female. In Polynesian, New Zealand, Chinese, Vedic, and Greek myths, heaven, sky, and G earth, nature constituted a hermaphrodite being. Their union was perpetual. Only later on were they considered as a pair, separated from each other, and each one unisexual. The Maoris, natives of New Zealand, told the story as follows. The god Rangi Sky was a male person who was inseparably united in a continuous union with his wife Papa, and thus they begat the gods and all other things. The couple were afterwards torn apart or separated by their children, the other gods. It does not appear distinctly that there was any idea of analogy to vaginismus in any of these mythologies to explain the perpetual or prolonged union. The condition of vaginismus, as frequently seen in the copulation of dogs, for instance, and as occasionally, although rarely, occurring during coition of humans, may have been known, and may perhaps be implied in the above story of Rangi and Papa, who were torn apart. But in most of the stories of this kind, the separation of a hermaphrodite being into its two separate natures is distinctly stated. Of course, sex was distinctly apparent in the higher animals and mankind, but the ideas as to the sexual process were vague and wholly unscientific. In fact, the earliest references in the oldest mythologies did not always assume two complementary principles or agencies, sometimes spoken of as antagonistic principles, but seem to have taught that the creator was of hermaphrodite nature, in imitation of these ancient theories that the creator was androgynous or hermaphrodite, and no doubt derived from the same folklore. Some philosophers held the same view in regard to Yahweh Jehovah or Elohim, the God or the demiurge of the Old Testament. We read in the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis, "So God created man in his own image, male and female created he them in his own image, male and female created he them." And this is emphasized by repetition in the more explicit statement in verses 1 and 2, chap. v. of Genesis. "In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he them, and God blessed them, and called their name Adam." The Talmud Hebrew tradition says that Adam was created androgynous. His head reached the clouds. God caused a sleep to fall on him, and God took something away from all his members, siko, to cut off. The same idea, and these parts he fashioned into ordinary men and women and scattered them throughout the world. After Lilith, Adam's first wife, a mother of demons and giants, deserted Adam, God separated Adam into his two sexual parts. He took one of Adam's ribs and made Eve from it. Philo, a Jewish philosopher contemporaneous with Jesus, said that Adam was a double, androgynous or hermaphrodite being in the likeness of God. Philo said that God separated Adam into his two sexual component parts, one male, the other female, Eve, taken from his side. The longing for reunion which love inspired in the divided halves of the originally dual being is the source of the sexual pleasure, which is the beginning of all transgressions. The Targum of Jonathan relates that Eve was made from the 13th rib of Adam's right side. Even modern theologists have held that Adam had one more rib than his descendants. Plato, a Greek philosopher, explained the amatory instincts and inclinations of men and women by the assertion that human beings were at first androgynous. Zeus separated them into unisexual halves and they seek to become reunited. The Hindus explain the creation of the different animals in this way. Punisha was alone in the world, and very lonesome. He therefore divided himself into two beings, man and wife. The wife regarded union with him to be incestuous, on account of their former close relationship, and fled from his amorous advances and embraces, and to elude him changed herself to Vari. Whose forms, but Purusha assumed the same shapes as his wife, and in these forms succeeded in his pursuit, and begat with her the various animals of the shapes that his wife had assumed. In the writings of Plesiad, the Old Greek Bible, occurs the story of how Cronus, the Latin god Saturn, separated heaven and earth with a sickle, by cutting off the sexual organs of his father Uranus. In one of the compartments of the hewn cave temples of Elephanta, near Bombay, there are a great many figures of ancient workmanship, representing Siva with his Sakti or wife, Parvati, as one being of an hermaphrodite nature. One of these figures is about 16 feet high, having both male and female parts, or being half male, half female. The androgynous form of Siva and Parvati, before separation, was called Viraj. The idea that originally gods and men were hermaphrodite, and had to be separated into unisexual beings, accounts for the word sex, derived from sekis, and this in turn from the word siko, to amputate, to cut apart. Modern religions most people have developed either through the imagination of one or a few dreamers and poets, or through the cumulative efforts of many, some theory of the formation of the world, and of the gods that govern this world. The explanations in regard to the formation of the world are spoken of as cosmogonies, while the beliefs in regard to supernatural or non-human beings, gods, goddesses, demons, devils, etc., are called mythologies, or if a religious worship of any kind is inculcated in connection therewith, they are called religions. There is a difference, however, between mythology and religion. Only those gods or goddesses or other supernatural beings who are actually worshipped have a religious significance. All those about whom the fables are told, but who are not worshipped or propitiated with sacrifices, belong merely to mythology. A religion is the form or embodiment which the devotion of a religious mind assumes towards God. It consists of certain rites or ceremonials practiced in the worship of God. Cicero defined religion to be reverence for the gods, the fear of God connected with a careful pondering of divine things, piety, religion. A true religion is the religion adhered to by the individual believer, while all other religions are usually regarded and referred to as false religions, or to use a familiar saying, orthodoxy is my doxy, heterodoxy or unorthodoxy is the other fellow's doxy. This, at least, has always been the mental attitude of religious persons. The source or origin of religions must be sought in the records of earlier times when they were first proclaimed. What primitive men believed from the time of the appearance of the Olalla's speechless ancestor to the time when the dawn of authentic history occurred, we do not know. There is an impenetrable curtain drawn over the untold ages, variously estimated by scientists from a few tens of thousands of years to 1,000,000 years or more, during which time man existed but was unable to leave us any records of his existence except such as we may trace in the stone implements, kitchen middens, dolmens, or fossils, etc. that we may find. We have no reason to assume that primitive man had any religion, or that he bothered his mind with speculations about abstruse mental problems. It seems more reasonable to believe that the sentiment of religion is a comparatively late acquirement on the part of mankind, possibly not older than 10,000 or 25,000 years, a mere trifle in comparison with the ages during which he probably existed. It is not our object here to attempt the description of the evolution of religions. Did they develop one from another? It seems to a certain extent this was the case, but we want only to study the religions with regard to sex to find the bearing religion has to sex, or vice versa, that sex has to religion. A part of our inquiry is to see what is meant by sex worship. We are struck by one peculiarity at a very early stage of our research. Most Aryan nations speak of their supreme god as father, thus at once proclaiming sex as an important feature of religion. The leading religions of the world are based in great part at least on ancient sacred writings, the authors of which were supposed to have been the gods of the respective religions themselves, or the gods are supposed to have inspired certain writers, or to have dictated to them the contents of their writings. These writings are called the Word of God by the adherents of the several religions. The books, or collections of books, are also called Bibles. From the Greek word Biblon, or its plural biblia, meaning books. Thus, the writings of Hesiod and Homer constitute the Bible of the ancient Greeks, the Vedas are the Bible of the Hindus, the writings of Moses and the prophets are the Bible of the Jews, and the latter, together with the modern writings of some Greeks and Jews called the New Testament, form the Bible of the Christians. It is probable that the evolution of the human race from its pre-human ancestors took place somewhere in Asia. But it is not necessary here to make any dogmatic assertions of any kind regarding this subject, because there are scientists who believe that the human race may have originated in America, and others who believe that it originated, when the time was ripe for this evolution, in several centers at once, from where they overspread the earth. Whatever we may individually believe regarding this, scientists probably all agree that the first traces of inscriptions or written records occurred in the region about the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea, in Asia Minor, in Assyria, Babylon or Egypt, or even in India. The majority of writers, I think, agree that this was the region of the first home of early mankind. The Rig Vedas are the Hindu sacred writings which are probably the oldest literary compositions in the world. They are supposed to have been composed between 5000 and 2000 BC. They were transmitted orally until they were reduced to averaging about 600 BC, although some authorities say they were not written earlier than about 1000 AD. The Vedas teach a belief in one supreme God, under the name of Brahma. His attributes are represented by the three personified powers of creation, preservation and destruction, which under the respective names of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, form the Trimurti, or Hindu Trinity, represented as one human bod 7 with 3 heads, or with 1 head, but with 3 faces. Fig. 1. At Elephanta, an island near Bombay, is a temple grotto carved into a solid cliff. It contains many figures of Hindu deities, but many of those, especially those with phallic or yonic attributes, were defaced or mutilated by the fanatical zeal of 9 early Portuguese missionaries, or the even more fanatical Mohammedans. In the center of this temple is a bust of the Hindu Trimurti, 6 feet high. In more recent times Indra, the god of the sky Fig. 2, is also much worshipped in India, as well as Agni, the god of fire. Modern Brahmanism is nature worship, and the Rig Vedas contain directions for sacrificial ceremonies and hymns of praise. When they were reduced to writing, several variant versions which had arisen through unavoidable inaccuracies in oral transmissions were united into one collection, without critical editing, and some writings, evidently not part of the original collection. Fig. 1. The Trimurti. Though Hindu Fig. 2. Indra, the god of the sky. I Trinity. Brahma, creator. Vishnu, precursor Hindu god corresponding to the Iric Ver, and Shiva, destroyer. God Zeus. War included. In Hindu mythology the gods are represented with 4, 6 or more arms, which is simply a conventional symbolical mode of indicating their superior power, similar to the 100 banders of the early Greeks. The evolution of the Jewish and Christian Bible was similar to that of the Rig Vedas. It is a collection of 66 pamphlets, written in several different languages, by about 40 different authors. Its composition took about 1600 years, from the first to the last book. Instead of being a book written by God in heaven, it is a literary collection containing history, law, biography, hymns, oratory, proverbs, visions, dreams, epigrams, and even erotic love stories. And one of these, Esther, seems to be a Persian production. The authors of some of the books are unknown, but some of the books bear unmistakable internal evidence of having been compiled from still older sources, now lost. Some of the stories in the Bible, such as that of the flood, of the sun standing still to accommodate a human hero, of changing humans to pillars of stone or salt for their curiosity, have been found in Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions and Brahmanic writings in practically the same form as they are in the Bible, while the Assyrian inscriptions are probably a full 1,000 years older than the books of the Bible containing these same stories. The older parts of the Bible were transmitted orally for many centuries before they were reduced to writing, and when the earliest writing occurred, it was imperfect and primitive. Only consonants were in use. The words were not separated by spaces, nor was there a division into sentences or verses. For instance, if we were to write the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis in the manner in which the ancient Bible was written, it would look something like this. SGDCRTDNNHSNNGNTHNGFGDCRTDHHMMLNTFMLCRTDHTHM. So God created man in his own image, in his own image created he him, male and female created he them. The cantors or reciters in the Jewish synagogues to facilitate reading of the scriptures invented signs for breathing, now called vowel points, but these were not part of the text in the ancient scrolls. In fact, they were not introduced until 600 AD, and in this form the writings were transmitted for further centuries. Bibliolatry is a superstitious worship of the Bible, based on a claim that every word in the book is a direct revelation from God. Yet the Bible contains 3 different accounts of the creation of the world. It contains theology or speculations on the nature of God, eschatology, or speculations on a future life, religion, or rules and rites for the proper worship of God, etc. Many of these subjects were also discussed by the philosophers. Among the Greeks, Chaldeans, Hindus and other nations of those early days, and some of these so-called pagan views resembled very closely the biblical views. The Bible consists of 2 parts, the Old Testament or the Bible of the ancient Jews, and the New Testament, the sacred writings of the Christians. The Bible of the Christians contains both testaments. The first part teaches that there is one God, Jehovah. The second part teaches views which led to a belief in a Trinity. The Old Testament does not teach that Jehovah was a God of the universe, but that he was a tribal God, the God of Israel, or the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The other tribes had their own gods. Ruth said to Naomi, "Whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God." Ruth I 16. The Jews, when they went out of Egypt, were a crude and uncivilized nation of ex-slaves, and during their sojourn in Egypt they naturally adopted some of the ideas of their masters. During their travels in the wilderness they reverted to these beliefs and erected an appease bowl, a golden calf. The Hebrews were probably too ignorant to have understood abstruse speculations on monotheism, so Moses simply established a theocracy, or an absolute monarchy with a god as the ruler, for which god he himself was the mouthpiece. He pretended to be on intimate speaking terms with this God, and he transmitted the commands of this God to the people. He made the people believe that they were the chosen people of God, and this belief still prevails. There are certain passages in the Bible which seem to imply that there may have been other gods besides Yahweh, the God of Israel, as for instance when this Jewish God wished to create man, he is represented as talking to some other supernatural beings, possibly other gods, as in Gen. I 26, and God said, "Let us make men in our image, after our likeness." Gen. Romans 3:22. And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us." Or Gen. Romans 3:5. And God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods. The books of the Old Testament were transmitted orally, as just explained, for about 1,000 years or more. Then they were reduced to writings, but the letters simply served as mnemonic signs for the recitation in the synagogues, which was practically from memory. The books of the New Testament were written when writing was a quite common accomplishment, and they are therefore in a more perfect state of preservation. Christianity is based on the Jewish Bible, of which it claims to be the fulfillment and the object of its prophecies. Christianity asserts that the New Testament contains the fulfillment of the Old Testament and that the 2 Bibles therefore really constitute one completed work. As recent researches have shown that the Old Testament is largely derived from the same sources as the Assyrian, Babylonian, Chaldean and Egyptian religions, it should not surprise us to find traces of these religions and of their symbolism in Christianity, as will appear farther on in this book. The ancients themselves seem to have been well aware of the similarity of their myths or theories to those of other neighboring people, and this led to accusations of plagiarism or copying one from another. Lucian, a Greek writer, quoted the story of the flood in the writings of Moses in support of a charge of plagiarism against the Jewish writers, and likewise Celsus says that the authors of the books of Moses had simply paraphrased the Greek story of Deucalion and Peha, and we now, after the lapse of so many centuries, are in a position to judge fairly in regard to these criminations and recriminations of plagiarism, because we now have the proof that both Jewish and Greek writers got their material from the folklore common to all Asia Minor, and especially to Assyrian, Babylonian and Chaldean writings. Much of what is now currently believed by Christians, the churches as well as the masses, consists of elements derived from folklore, the speculative or dogmatic writings of the Church Fathers, and from poetical works such as Virgil, Milton's Paradise Lost, Dante's Divine Comedy, etc., or of beliefs and practices derived from other, so-called pagan, religions, especially from the teachings of Zoroaster, from Manichaeism and Gnosticism, and from Buddhism. The various councils of the Church have modified and amplified the earlier teachings. Thus, the Council of Nice, in the year 325 AD, affirmed the divinity of Jesus, and the Council of Constantinople in 381 AD declared the divinity of the Holy Ghost. Thus completing the Trinity, which is believed in by most sects of the Christian faith, practically by all but the Unitarians. Protestants who believe in the theory of the Trinity seem to forget that this doctrine rests on the same kind of human authority as that which more recently declared the Immaculate Conception of Mary and the infallibility of the Pope to be articles of faith. The Quran contains the teachings of Mohammed, who commenced his career as prophet about the year 610 after Christ. His teachings show the influence of the Jewish and early Christian views with which he had come into contact. But Mohammed claimed that Allah God had sent his angel Gabriel to dictate to him the contents of the Quran. Mohammedan believers call the Quran the Word of God. Mohammed could not read or write, but some of his followers wrote down his sayings on any available material at hand at the time: leather, palm leaves, stones, and even on the shoulder blades of the bleached skeletons of sheep. These sayings were afterwards gathered, without any great effort at editing or arranging, either chronologically or according to sense. Like the Old Testament, the Quran was originally written in consonants only. The Quran contains a peculiar mixture of more or less unrelated materials such as moral, religious, civil and political teachings, magical formulas, promises of future rewards for true believers, and threats of future punishments for unbelievers. The Mohammedan paradise is peopled with Houris or celestial nymphs, sexual pleasure with whom will form the chief happiness of pious believers hereafter. The three books, the Rig Vedas, the Bible, and the Quran, are the bases of the Brahmanic, Jewish, Christian, and Mohammedan religions respectively. These are the main religions of the world. They are really religions, that is, they teach rites and ceremonials to be practiced in the worship of God. They are systems of doctrine and worship imagined by their adherents to be of divine origin. They promise a life of happiness hereafter to the faithful believers and a life of eternal punishment to the unbelievers. They have many features in common which they appear to have borrowed from each other, or probably drew from a common source, a sort of folklore which had been built up by oral transmission in southern and southwestern Asia and northeastern Africa during the untold ages which had passed from the time of the dawn of thinking among primitive men to the first traces of authentic or recorded history. These religions are the leading faiths of the world, and their adherents are numbered as follows: Christians, 564,510,000 Hindus, 210,540,000 Mohammedans, 221,825,000 Jews, 13,052,846. The Christians are divided in turn into Yeoman Catholics, 272,860,000 Greek Catholics, 120 million Protestants, 171,650,000. But it does not follow that all who are included in such a classification are true believers. Other beliefs, not all beliefs in regard to supernatural beings, nor all mythological accounts of the creation of the world, or the creation of man, can properly be called religions. A religion inculcates a worship of a god or gods, and without such worship, whether by ceremonials, prayers, hymns of praise, sacrifices, or in any other manner, a belief is not a religion. There are in Asia a number of important beliefs which are usually considered to be religions, although they are not really such. We will consider a few of these under the names of Confucianism, Taoism, Shintoism, and Buddhism. The illustration fig. 3 represents the Japanese mode of life. It is represented in very many variants, usually in the forms of small sculptures, more rarely as paintings or as papier-mâché figures. The group signifies, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. In Japan, the prevailing beliefs are Shintoism and Buddhism, or perhaps more frequently a mixture of the two. Shintoism, called the Path of the Gods, is so nearly like Taoism that it seems probable that it was derived from the latter. Before the introduction of Buddhism into Japan, Shintoism was the only faith. Shintoism inculcates no worship of God and has no moral. Sex A1 STD Sex Worship 15 Code of Behavior, because, as one of the writers of Japan observed, for every Japanese knows how to properly conduct himself by simply obeying the behests of the Mikado. Madori, who lived from 1130 to 1181, said that the will of Fig, free, the Japanese mode of life. Fig. 4. Buddha preaching, discovered at Sarnath, India, in 1904. The Mikado is the certain guide to a knowledge of good and evil. Shintoism teaches that the Mikado is the direct descendant of the sun goddess, therefore representative of this deity. Shintoism also includes elements of hero worship, especially of the ancestors of the Mikado. In addition, the Japanese believe that the powers of nature are spiritual agencies constituting, as it were, a group of inferior deities. Taoism is founded on the teachings of Lao Tzu, who lived about 500 BC. He was begotten in a supernatural manner, and his mother carried him in her womb for 82 years, which time he devoted to introspective meditations and to the elaboration of his theory of life. Some Chinese historians vary the story by ascribing different lengths of time to this miraculous pregnancy, so that an uncertainty prevails regarding this matter, varying from 61 to 82 years. To us, for the purpose of our study, it makes little difference which period is assumed as the correct one. Taoism, or the teachings of Lao Tzu, also called the Chinese way of life, is not really a religion, for it teaches no ritual for the worship of a god, nor even that there is any god. The word Tao means a way, and Taoism teaches the way to life essentially, to practice virtue and to follow the teachings of the Golden Rule. In addition, the Chinese, as well as the Japanese, worship the manes or shades ghosts of their ancestors. Shang Fu Tze, called Confucius in Western countries, lived about the same time as Lao Tze, the two having been personally acquainted with each other according to some historians. Both taught practically the same tenets. Neither taught anything about a god, or a future life, but Confucius formulated a version of the golden rule or rule of life which varies from the version formulated by Jesus in being in a rather negative form. What you would not have others do to you, do not unto them. He does not inculcate any active efforts at doing good to others, as is taught, for instance, in the golden rule is formulated by Jesus, do unto others as you would that they should do unto you. Confucianism cannot properly be called a religion, because it does not teach a belief in God, or demand any worship of God. Taoism, Shintoism, and Confucianism teach a way to live which conduces to happiness, but none of these similar beliefs teach a worship of God, or hold out hopes of future rewards or fear of future punishments. Gautama, a Hindu prince, lived about 450 BC. He renounced wife and wealth, became an ascetic, devoted himself to religious meditations, and became a great teacher or Buddha. The word Sex and Sex Worship 17 Buddha is not the name of the founder of Buddhism, but is a title, teacher. In this \v see a parallel to the story of Jesus called Jesus Christ. The word Christ is not a name but a title. It means Messiah or anointed. Buddha was the greatest agnostic in the world's history, but after his death his teachings were ignored, and he himself became an object of worship to his followers, in this regard being paralleled by the history of Jesus, who was also deified after his death and is now worshipped as a god by the Christians. After the death of Gautama, many myths were told of him. Among the Hindus he is considered as an incarnation or an avatar of Vishnu. Buddhism teaches that misery is inseparable from existence, and that final bliss consists in nirvana, a ceasing to exist, or the final extinction of the soul. To reach this bliss there are 4 paths. 1. An awakening of the heart, i.e. a realization that misery and existence always go together, that unhappiness necessarily is a prominent part of man's life. 2. Getting rid of impure desires and revengeful feelings. Foremost among impure desires is the love of man for woman, The promptings of sex. It is curious that from a very early age those who were the religious teachers of the people, and who profess to have inside information on the subject, have contended that celibacy is the better, nobler and higher condition in this life. There were even some among the early Christians who claimed that those who became married forfeited the chance of going to heaven. So also, the ascetics among the Hindus and Buddhists had the same idea. In fact, it is a characteristic of fanatical minds in all religions. Gautama abandoned his young wife, and Jesus said, "Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my sake and the gospel's, but he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses, and brethren, and sisters, and mothers, and children, and lands, with persecutions, and in the world to come, eternal life." 3. Getting rid of ignorance, doubt, heresy, unkindliness and vexation, and 4. Universal charity. In a surprisingly short period, by the end of the 5th century BC, Buddhism had overspread the major part of Asia, and soon even spread to Europe, where it manifested itself as Gnosticism. 18 sects and sex worship which prevailed widely in the first 4 centuries of the Christian era, and was in fact a powerful rival of the early Christian religion. Gnosticism caused the decay and destruction of the beautiful and cheerful religions of the Greeks and Romans. There are many different sects of Buddhism, just as there are among the Christians, and the rivalry and even hatred among these sects for each other is often in inverse ratio to the actual differences of faith. The Chinese and Japanese Buddhists retained the worship of their ancestors and heroes, which was probably their original faith, adding thereto the teachings of Gautama. A view in the Temple of the 500 Gods in Canton, China, is shown. Fig. 5. The Fig. 5. Temple of the 500 Golden Gods at Canton, China. Images are portraits, or supposed portraits, of a long line of illustrious dead, the departed heroes, teachers, and ancestors who are worshipped by the Buddhists of China. The figures are carved in wood and heavily gilded, wherefore they are sometimes called the 500 Golden Gods. This aggregation of gods is presided over by Buddha, who is seen seated at the end of the hall. Lamaism, or Tibetan Buddhism, shows a remarkable similarity to the ritual and ceremonial of the Catholic Church, although not to its religious teachings. Buddhism originated a celibate priesthood, the tonsure or shaven crown of the heads of the priests. The priestly liud comprises popes, bishops, abbots, celibate orders of monks and nuns, cloisters, the Mass with its gorgeous vest. Mass and its impressive ceremonial. The Buddhists have and use bells, rosaries, images, incense, holy water, religious processions, feast and fast days, the confessional, and they believe in purgatory and the worship of the Virgin. They practice endless repetitions of prayers which are counted on strings of beads like the rosaries of the Catholics. As the Buddhists were by many centuries the earlier practicers of these ceremonials, rites, and beliefs, it looks reasonable to believe that the Christians obtained these things from the Buddhists, although perhaps partly at least by the survival of ceremonials of the priests in the temples of Jupiter and the gods of the Roman people. The repetition of the name of a deity or saint, or of a prayer, a certain number of times, is a very meritorious action. The Buddhists have cylinders with prayers inscribed on them, so-called prayer wheels, which a devotee turns and gets the credit for all the prayers thereon, while saving him the trouble of actually saying them. Or the cylinders are turned by rate or power, and the devotee pays the priests connected with the temple a certain fee for a specified time, and gets credit for all the prayers told off in this manner, while he himself may go about other business. Buddhism is no longer popular in India where it originated, although there are still many Buddhists in that country. It is a custom among the Hindu Buddhists to train parrots to repeat the name of the deity Krishna Radha, for which the owner of the parrot gets the credit. The story of Buddha is almost literally reproduced in the Catholic stories of Saints Barlaam and Josaphat, which are merely Christianized versions of the story of Buddha, Lakya, and Muni. Taoism, Shintoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism agree in ignoring the question of the existence of a deity, and they also agree in teaching to lead a life of purity, also in offering no reward and threatening no punishment in a life hereafter. Buddhism teaches that virtue accelerates and vice retards nirvana, or final extinction. The adherents of these faiths are as follows: Buddhism, 138,031,000; Confucianism, 300,830,000; Shintoism, Taoism, 25 million. 20 sects and sex worship. Probably none of those 3 religions and 3 ways of life are followed in their original forms by their nominal adherents. The 2 leading religions were handed down by oral transmission simultaneously for 1,000 years or more in southern and southwestern Asia, thus forming a folklore common to a certain extent to the whole territory, from which folklore the writers of the Rigvedas and the Bible drew the materials when these books were finally reduced to writing. They were no doubt altered by contact with each other, and moreover the religions became encrusted with various and similar superstitions of common origin until they acquired many features, beliefs, rituals and symbolisms in common, some of which we will consider. In addition to these faiths there are others of less importance. For instance, animism, which is a belief in a sort of world soul which inhabits all things. It is a sort of fetishism common in parts of Asia and most of Africa, and is estimated to have 158,270,000 believers. Then there is shamanism, a belief in magic of which the priests are sorcerers, as among the northern Asiatic people as well as among the North American Indians. This, and some scattered unclassified faiths, have about 15,280,000 followers. How old is mankind? This subject is not very easy to answer, nor can the numbers of years be fixed with any degree of accuracy. We must be content with the roughest kind of estimates merely. To explain the subject thoroughly would really require an explanation of the mode of world formation, as taught in geology, but we cannot burden this book with details. Suffice it to say that the geological ages succeeded one another in this order. First and lowest, the primitive rocks, in which there are no traces of fossils. The age when they were formed is called the Eozoic age or age without life. These rocks were the scoriae, or slag, or scum, which floated on the surfaces of the molten materials after the earth had cooled sufficiently to commence to form a solid crust, until this surface was cool enough to allow the condensed steam from the atmosphere or nebula to remain, and to allow life to occur. Many hundreds of millions of years may have passed. These Eozoic rocks are found extensively on this continent in Canada. Also, an island of them existed in Missouri, near Pilot Knob Graniteville. Most of the succeeding layers of rock were caused by sedimentation, although some of them were of volcanic origin, and some were sedimentary rocks melted and changed, with all traces of fossils ed by volcanic heat. The lowest sedimentary rocks are called Huronian. They occur in the neighborhood of Lake Huron, and they contain the earliest traces of fossils, or of life, such as the Eozotan canadans, etc. The next layer is the Cambrian, which contains early forms of fossils, of mollusks, such as oysters and clams, also fossils of lobster-like animals and of seaweeds. Above this, and therefore next succeeding it, comes the Silurian rock, containing remains of starfish, crinoids, trilobites, early forms of fishes and seaweeds. These together are usually called the Age of Mollusks. Next came an age of fishes, most of which are now extinct, although some forms, like the gar, still survive. There are also fossils of corals, marsh plants and gymnosperms. This is the Devonian period, or the Age of Fishes. During the next period there was a great development of plant life. The excess of carbon dioxide which still existed in the air, and which prevented the existence of life in the air or on the land, was absorbed, and the carbon thereof fixed and deposited in our coal beds. This period is therefore called the Carboniferous Age. Corals and fishes were plentiful, and towards the end of this period the fishes began to develop into reptile forms. Also some amphibians, frogs, occurred. These could venture out of the water and live alternately on dry land, as well as in the water. Taken together, from the Huronian and including the last, or Carboniferous, these ages formed the primary period. Following this came the secondary period. The lowest formation of this is the Triassic, with many fossils of reptile forms. Then the Jurassic, with fish-like, reptile-like and bird-like fossils and later forms of vegetation. Then the Cretaceous period, so called because chalk formations were common. Also later kinds of trees, exogenous trees, in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed chen. I-29. Together, the secondary period of life formation, marked by animals able to live on land, is called the Age of Reptiles. The Tertiary period followed. It is also called the Age of Mammals or the Mammalian Age. The reptilian forms of animals developed into mammals through the marsupials. Mammals, including man, appeared in this period, as did also the birds. Lastly came the recent period, also called the Age of Man. This last period is characterized by the fossil records of Tinan and his handiwork, such as stone implements, kitchen middens, caves in which are found the evidences of occupancy by primitive man, the homes of the troglodytes, dolmens and other burial places, menhirs, etc. Only 0.5% of the sedimentary rock formations which contain the records of the life history of the world were formed during this recent period, the Age of Man. As to amount, the Age of Man is therefore an almost negligible part of the Earth's record of evolution, yet it is the most important. We will not argue the question whether the theory of evolution is true or not. It admits of no such discussion, for all scientists agree that it is true in its main features. There may be differences of opinion as to the importance of details. More importance is now given to the influence of environment and less to the influence of sexual selection Darwinism, but no scientific writer anywhere now contends that evolution is not true. Darwinism, the theory of the influence of sexual selection, is now considered only as one factor, possibly not even the most important factor, in the unfolding of the life history of our globe. Nevertheless, the differentiation of organic beings into male and female, or the evolution of sex, was a wonderful advance over previous sexual or hermaphrodite forms because it introduced an element which contributed greatly to variation in forms of living beings. Sex antedates the appearance of man by untold eons of time. The estimates of the age of the Earth are based on many considerations. One of these is a calculation how long it must have taken for a molten mass of the size and constitution of our Earth to have cooled down by radiation of heat into space to its present temperature. Large portions of its interior are still incandescent, as is shown by the activity of volcanoes and the flows of lava. Sir William Thomson estimated that the Earth's crust can not have been solidified for more than 400 millions of years and probably not for more than 200 millions of years. The rate of erosion by rain and water, and frost in reducing mountain ranges or excavating river beds, the rapidity or rather the slowness of formation of stalactites or stalagmites in caves, etc. have all been considered. The age of life on Earth is estimated by some geologists at about 72 million of years, yet it may be much older or much younger. It is only an approximate guess, but based on the best grounds that scientists could find, and the first appearance of sex dates back to the first appearance of life on our Earth. For the first living organisms, the algae, have sex. Thag. Sex. The oldest writing known. The Hoffman Tablet in the General Theological Seminary, New York City, 5000 BC. The time when the evolution of primitive man from previous lower forms took place is variously estimated, from about 20,000 years by some scientists to 250,000 or to 2 or 3 millions of years by others. The lower estimate must be rejected, because man was too far advanced in the earliest days of authentic history for the remainder of 20,000 years to have sufficed for his physical evolution. Written history, or rather, sculptured history, goes back perhaps to 4 or 5,000 years before Christ, or in the aggregate to about 7,000 years ago. And since then no material change has occurred in the form of man as proved by the sculptures of different races in the turn. High inscriptions of Egypt. At the recorded rate of evolution, the 13,000 years would not suffice to explain the previous evolution from mammalian forms to primitive man. When mammals began to change to more or less anthropoid forms, man was one of the final outcomes of this evolution. But man did not descend from any of the present anthropoid apes, although he must have gone through similar forms that are now extinct. Man is not a twig from the mammals that produce the apes, but a collateral branch from the mammals direct, developing at the same time that the ape line was developing in a similar direction, but with a higher outcome. It is a popular misapprehension of the theory of evolution to think that mankind descended from monkeys, as was expressed by the little girl in a school essay. Men are what women marry. They smoke and chew and don't go to church. Men and women sprang from monkeys, but women sprang the farther. Another estimate of the Earth's age is based on a calculation from astronomical considerations, or calculations, as to when the glacial epoch occurred. This estimate makes the time since the end of the glacial epoch until now about 250,000 years. Evidence has been found to prove that man existed before the glacial epoch. Suppose we assume the evolution of man to have taken place about 250,000 years ago, then man dates back only about L/288th part of the world's existence, or rather, of the time which is assumed to have elapsed since the Earth had sufficiently cooled off to become a solid globe, formed out of the primordial nebular chaos and far enough advanced to permit life to originate on its surface. About the end of the 19th century, a portion of the skull of a prehistoric man was found in the ancient bed of the Thames River. From various geological indications, it was reckoned that this man was drowned and lost in the mud at the bottom of the river not less than 170,000 years ago, and the structure off skull showed that he by no means belonged to the type of the Neanderthal man or the man of Aix-les-Chapelles, or of the usual primitive ancestral Alalis type fig. 7 up, but that he was already far in advance of these types. The age of mammals is divided into several periods, as indicated in this diagram. Yes, fossils, etc. 150.0 area of man recent, or human 1,500,000 fossils of man and specimen. Of his handiwork, implements, etc. Pleistocene, or glacial 6 million Pithecanthropus fossil man of Java and stone implements Pliocene 8 million. Primates, apes, anthropoids, etc. Miocene 0.1 10 million modern mammals primitive mammals Eocene in Thiele's diagram. The estimated length of the periods is stated in years. It is claimed that stone implements have been found in Miocene formations, but let us assume only the much stronger claim that they occurred in the early or lower Pliocene times, and it will put the earliest traces of man's handiwork back to between 6 and 8 million years ago. Or suppose we go back to the earliest period in which fossils of man himself occurred, to the Pithecanthropus fig. 7b or fossil man of Java in the later or upper Pliocene times, and it puts the date of man's first appearance on Earth back to about 2 million years ago. This latter time is indicated by the upper part of the heavy line on the left, which marks the period in which positive proof of man's existence was found by the discovery of his fossil remains. In Miocene deposits in France have been found remains of a variety of ape as large as man, together with chipped flints, artificially cut bones, etc. These apes seem to have been higher than any anthropoid apes now living, yet their fossils are not human, in the generally accepted sense, unless we accept the definition human to include any being who could make chipped flint implements. This ape, the Dryopithecus, partook sufficiently of human traits to be considered as a missing link if we do not wish to consider him archaic human. At about this same time, undoubtedly human beings existed in Portugal and California, before the end of the Miocene or about the beginning of the Pliocene period. 26 Sex and sex worship below in the Eocene period is another black line, which shows the time of which we are positive that man did not exist. Between these two black portions of this line is a dotted portion which marks the geological time during which the evolution of man probably took place. In Miocene times, the evolution of the apes, anthropoids, primates, and man probably took place simultaneously. As already stated, man did not descend or ascend from any now existing types of apes, but from a collateral primitive branch. He may therefore have been in process of evolution at the same time as fig. 7a. Alalis europaeus. Painted by Gabriel Max, according to suggestions by Carl Vogt. Fig. 7b. Pithecanthropus, or the man of Java, after Osborne's men of the Old Stone Age. The other primates, sometime between the end of the Eocene and the end of the Pliocene periods. At all events, whatever the period at which he was produced, and however many or few years we ascribe to these periods, mankind has attained a great age and dates back to very hoary antiquity. There is no reason to believe that the process of evolution of man took place in any great number of individuals at the same time, nor in any uninterrupted or unbroken series of generations. All progress and advancement must have been more or less slow. Radical, accompanied by reversions of type or degenerations, because the process was not a conscious one on the part of primitive man. When our breeders of stock of any kind determine to perpetuate some certain feature, or on eliminating some other feature, they are able to get results in a comparatively short time. First, because there are so many generations of any kind of stock in so short a time, then the breeder absolutely controls conditions of mating and breeding. He selects both males and females and permits only those of the offspring to live and breed again, which have advanced along the lines he was aiming at, and he kills and sends to market those individuals which failed to satisfy his expectations. Or, in certain cases, he castrates or spays the individuals that he does not want to breed again. Thus, in even the lifetime of one man, the result aimed at may be achieved, and it may be maintained for an indefinite length of time by a little care in culling out any specimens that show a reversion in type. But even great and permanent good results may be had by a community of farmers, for instance, buying a hybrid boar or bull and then breeding from him with their ordinary female stock, without any further effort at improvement. Of vehicle in this way the offspring will not be purebred or hybrid. There will be an impress on all the hogs or all the cattle of the neighborhood, due to the hereditary impulses imparted by the one sire. In primitive man, on the other hand, no intelligent control was exerted, and the changes in the lifetime of one individual or generation were possibly hardly appreciated. When one individual showed peculiarities that tended in the direction of what we now call higher development, or more human-like traits, such traits may not even have appealed to the other individuals as being advantageous. In fact, from the standpoint of a savage anthropoid animal, if he reasoned at all, some of these features may have seemed a physical drawback rather than an advantage. Then interbreeding with the more backward individuals continued, tending in the offspring towards reversion to a more or less uniform type. Although, as in the case of the boar or bull mentioned above, advantageous traits, physical or intellectual, must have been impressed more or less distinctly on all succeeding offspring, so that distinct, even if slight advancement suited. This impress of superior individuals would leave its permanent results, notwithstanding the general mediocrity or uniformity off mass of the race. Promiscuous and uncontrolled interbreeding in animals or man necessarily retards progress, and tends to make the type uniform, but it cannot altogether undo the influence of now and then an exceptionally highly bred male or female. A sire impresses more the generation immediately following, and is usually more noticeable than the influence of a female. The latter impresses her influence, however, just as surely, but more slowly, in the succeeding generations. The advance in humankind must have been infinitely slow, and often sadly interrupted by inferior strains in the breeding ancestors. Nor is there any ground for the theory that early or primitive man formulated any abstract ideas about religion, for example, and thousands of generations may have passed, making slow progress in physical regards, before the Lalas fig. 7a had a dawning in his mind of speech, thoughts, or awe of supernatural beings. The Lalas was so named by Vogt, from a Greek word meaning speechless. Fossil skulls of man have been found with chins so shaped that it seems probable that the individual whose skull it was could not have uttered articulate speech. Time enough elapsed in this way to account for the scattering of man to every part of the inhabitable world, and not once only, but repeatedly, and to carry to all parts of the world any ideas accepted by man in the early stages of evolution. When history began, the world was populated, even many of the isolated islands of the Pacific Ocean being the homes of primitive types of men. The inhabitants of New Zealand, for instance, have a tradition that their ancestors were cast on their shores after having been lost at sea. When they were discovered by white navigators, their similarity to the Hawaiians was noticed, and the Maoris are probably Hawaiian stock. A Hawaiian brought to New Zealand can understand the language, or vice versa, and to a great extent this is true of other Polynesian islands. As an example of how the Pacific Islands became populated, we may consider the history of Pitcairn Island in the East Pacific. This is a volcanic island about 3 miles long by 2 miles wide, rising abruptly from the deep ocean, and therefore without coral atolls. It has some fertile soil, but no springs or streams, but there is usually plenty of water from rainfall, or occasional snowfall in winter. Requiring cistern supply or storage for occasional drought periods would probably have prevented this island from becoming the home of a Polynesian savage tribe. Yams and some other agricultural products grow abundantly. In the year 1789, the crew of the English ship Bounty mutinied and set their officers adrift in a small boat, and the crew put back to Tahiti. Here some of the crew left, but 9 Englishmen either persuaded or compelled 6 Tahitians and 12 Tahitian women to go with them, and they sailed until they came to an uninhabited island. Here they landed and settled down, glad to be beyond the reach of the law that condemned mutineers to death. To make sure that they would not be found, they destroyed the evidence by burning the Bounty. Of those who remained in Tahiti, some were found and executed as mutineers, the officers having been rescued and having told the story. Now the mistake that was made by the settlers on Pitcairn Island was that they did not take enough women with them for all the men, for jealousies and hatreds were engendered which resulted in so many murders that by the year 1793 only 4 Englishmen and 10 Tahitian women survived. These 4 Englishmen came to an agreement as to the possession of the 10 women, and quit killing one another. By the year 1800 all the Jainan were dead except one, John Adams, who lived in patriarchal style, taught the children reading and writing, and the Christian religion. The island was visited by a passing ship in 1808, and by another ship in 1817. By this time there was quite a colony of sober, industrious, virtuous inhabitants. In 1806, 60 married men with their wives and children 134 in all abandoned the island and located elsewhere, but in 1858 2 men and their families returned, and were soon followed by others. The island is now a prosperous settlement, proud of their English ancestors and living happily, governed by Scotch-English thrift and virtues. We cannot believe that the evolution of man took place on each separate island. In fact, we moti this was not the case, because in most of the islands Australia, for example, and certainly in all smaller islands there were no materials from which men could have been evolved. The conditions in Australia were those of the earliest marsupial periods of the age of mammals, when Australia first became known to modern Europeans. Therefore man must have come to Australia and other islands from elsewhere, and as such an evolution could not have taken place in the limited space of a small island. We must assume the islands to have been populated by the advent of man from the continents or adjacent islands. War parties starting out from the continent or from other islands may have lost their way. Storms may have driven them elsewhere. They may have perished by shipwreck or starvation, or have been driven to the shores of other islands, beyond any hope or possibility of finding their way home again. In these new islands they may have existed until the last of them died, possibly fighting off starvation as best they could, having recourse even to cannibalism or anthropophagy. Nearly all Pacific Islanders were addicted to cannibalism when first discovered, due possibly to the difficulty of securing enough food otherwise. Or these expeditions of warriors may have been from exogamous tribes who started out to capture women for wives, and the storm that beat them out of their course may have occurred after they had secured the female captives they went for. In such a case, if the island on which they landed was large enough, they founded another isolated tribe or horde which became modified by environment and the influence of the traits possessed by the females whom they made their wives. And they carried the traditions of any primitive folklore with them, so that we find similar ideas about heaven and earth and the creation of all things, practically of the same type or nature, from the regions of the Mediterranean Sea to the remotest islands of Polynesia, New Zealand, etc. as already referred to in the beginning of this book. We find characteristics of bodily structure and of religious belief common to the ancient Egyptians and to the Aztecs of Mexico and Central America. How could this have happened? It is not necessary to believe that in very early days there was overland communication from Asia to Alaska, from one continent to another. The Aleutian Islands would have sufficed for such communication, but it is doubtful whether people would or could have traveled overland so far, or whether they could have carried with them religious ideas from the west of Asia to Central America, without leaving more traces of their presence or of their faiths to the tribes on the way. Moreover, as the glacial period occurred to interfere with travel by an overland route, it is almost certain that no communication between Asia and America occurred in this way. Nor is it probable that there was a large continent or island in the Atlantic Ocean, which in prehistoric times facilitated communication between Africa and America, the subsidence of which continent is held by some authors to account for the general prevalence of the story of the flood in so many religions, both in the eastern and western continents. Of course, this all might have been true, but the probability is that it is not true, but simply a myth. It was stated in a history of the United States published in 1891 that within the last 100 years no less than 40 Japanese vessels have been blown ashore on the Pacific coast of North America. On some of these ships some of the men were still alive. Such may have occurred more or less regularly even thousands of years ago, and there may have been women among the survivors of some of these boats, so that mankind may have been brought here from the place in Asia where many suppose his original home was. Or, if we prefer to assume that the evolution of man took place on this continent also, the men from Asia may have intermarried with women of America, thus modifying the regular Amerindian type by the admixture of Asiatic strain, and these men may have perpetuated some of their Asiatic religious beliefs by engrafting them on Native American religions. The British Encyclopedia says that it is most probable that the civilization of prehistoric Peru originated in China, and gives many reasons for such a statement. In Central America, tradition said that a white man came from overseas many centuries BC. He announced to the people, who were savages at that time, a knowledge of the God of all truth and built a temple to him. When the Europeans first discovered Central America, they found there traces of some of the Egyptian and Greek mysteries. It is possible that some ancient Phoenician sailors, who are known to have navigated the ocean as far as Great Britain and even Scandinavia, may have reached Iceland, and from their America, carrying with them knowledge of the mysteries of Western Asiatic and Egyptian religions. Another Central American tradition said that at a time which corresponded with that immediately before our own era, a party filling 7 ships under the leadership of Quetzalcoatl, wearing long flowing robes and long beards, came from the east. Another tradition related that people came from a region of the frozen parts of the earth about 635 AD, who reached Mexico after wandering for 40 years, and that these latter established the Toltec Empire. The Toltecs were a tall white people. We know that Norwegians discovered Rhode Island as early as 1000 AD, and it is not unlikely that some of them by sailing along the coast finally came to Central America. At all events, it is very curious that the Central Americans knew about an Arctic or frozen part of the earth. Aristotle, Plato, and Seneca made references in their works to a land hidden far to the west in the Western Ocean. The British Encyclopedia says America had of course been known to the barbarian nations of Asia for thousands of years. The Toltecs had a tradition, and showed the ruins of a tower in proof of a tower which was built for the purpose of reaching heaven, and that when this was being built God gave to each family its own particular speech. To find here a tradition of the story of the Tower of Babel is certainly odd. Combine with this the general belief in some circles that the North American Indians are the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel, and the supposition that there had been communication between East Asiatic as well as West Asiatic people and Mexican and Central American people becomes more than merely possible. It becomes probable, and the occurrence of similar religious ideas and symbols is accounted for. No people were ever more addicted to making human sacrifices than the Aztecs. At the chief annual festival, at the winter solstice of their god of war Huitzilopochtli, a sort of communion was celebrated, at which a large cake with which the blood of a sacrificed child was mixed was divided among the people. This child represented the divinity. The Mayas, a people also living in Mexico, had a tradition of a white man, or god, who visited them and taught them to ab. 33 Abstain from bloody sacrifices, and to offer bread, flowers and perfumes. This may have been a white man, possibly a white missionary, whom fate had carried to America with one of the prehistoric arrivals of Japanese junks. The reference to perfume seems to point to the introduction of incense, so that this white god was possibly a Catholic or Buddhist missionary, long before Columbus discovered America. When the Spaniards first came to Mexico, the missionaries were astonished to find that figures of a crucifix were used in the religious ceremonies of these people. The figures were made in the plastic material which is even now used in that country, sunrig. 8. A mold to make adobe figures of the crucifixion, prehistoric Mexican, intaglio. Baked clay, or adobe. No specimens of these figures have been found so far, but in one of the temple ruins was found a stone mold in which a figure of a crucified person was cut intaglio, so that the modeled figure would be cameo-style fig. 8. Here is a copy of this mold, after a woodcut in a history of the cross. Is this a Christian crucifix? Or was it, as the Spanish missionaries thought, an invention of the devil to mock the Christian faith? Or perhaps, was it introduced by the white god of the Mayas, and was the latter a Catholic missionary cast away to these distant shores? We can only guess. It is possible, probable even, provided only that we assume time enough to have elapsed, and time was abundant. The calculation of the age of mankind shows that even if we reduce it to 1/10 the time, it would still suffice for the scattering of primitive man and primitive folklore all over the world. How many races of men? It does not interest us much, for the purpose of studying sex, to inquire whether man is of one species only, or more. During slavery times it was customary to assert that the Negro race was an inferior species, and the argument used was that whites and Negroes could not perfectly interbreed, that the mulattoes became infertile and could not reproduce their kind between themselves, although interbreeding between mulatto and either white or black took place readily. Thus, white men could procreate with mulatto women to produce quadroons and again octoroons, etc., while mulatto women with mulatto mates remained sterile. This was probably merely claimed to justify the theory that the Negro race was of a different species, and thus to justify slavery, and the statements were not based on correct premises or on facts. Man has been studied very thoroughly, but opinions have varied very materially in regard to this question. While it is of course preposterous to believe that mankind originated from a single pair, or that evolution was confined to one restricted district, yet it is possible that this evolution took place in one quarter of the world only and resulted in one species only, as is believed by the majority of writers on this subject. Virage assumed two distinct species, and in general, writers often mention superior and inferior races of mankind without, however, distinctly claiming two or more species in the proper biological sense. Jacquinot assumed 3 species: Kent, 4, Blumenbach, 5, Buffon, 6, Hunter, 7, Agassiz, 8, Pickering, 11, Beaurecent, Vincent, 15, Desmoulins, 16, Morton, 22, Crawford, 60, and Burke, 63. The biblical claim, of course, is one species only. God created man in his own image. Gen. I. 27, only a little lower than the angels. P.S. Roman 8, 5, and the variation of races occurred by differentiation among the descendants of the sons of Noah. Chapters Roman 9 and X of Genesis. Primitive man was essentially an unreasoning brute, intellectually but little above other beasts. Self-consciousness of race probably does not date back much more than 100 or 200,000 years. Some archaeologists maintain that the earliest traces of the handiwork of man, arrowheads and other stone implements, were not produced more than about 10,000 years ago, but other writers ascribe a vastly greater age. Many such finds have been assigned to preglacial times, or perhaps 250,000 years ago. For instance, this little figure fig, 9, of which 3 different views are shown, was found in the borings brought up from the bottom of an artesian well near Nampa in Idaho. The arrangement of such a well permits only the entrance of the detritus fig. 9. 3 views of the same burnt clay figure, found at Nampa, Idaho, preglacial. Of boring at the bottom, when this well had reached the depth of 320 feet, this little figure of burnt clay, shown here in about actual size, came up with the expelled mud and water. The valley, or the place where the well was dug, had been filled up by the detritus from the erosion of the mountains to a depth of 320 feet below the present surface, when the primitive man lived, who fashioned this little figure and threw it into the fire where it was burnt to brick. After he had done this, more detritus came down into the valley and covered this specimen of early American art. Volcanic eruptions took place, and a layer or stratum of lava was among the superincumbent layers. Then more detritus, etc. was added, and the surface rocks, 320 feet above the place where this little statuette had rested for so many ages, show glacial markings on their surface. They were there when the glacial epoch occurred, be this 30,000 or 250,000 years or 1,000,000 years ago. The recording of thoughts, whether by sculptures, pictures or picture writing, Ideographs, primitive symbols, or carved or written language of any kind, is of comparatively recent date. It is generally estimated to have been invented not more than about 10,000 years ago. Few writers ascribe any greater age to actual records, though to works of art involving no language much greater ages have been assigned by some authors. It is doubtful, however, how much credence can be given to dates exceeding 12,000 to 16,000 years. Pliny the Elder I sent, A.D. It is true, wrote. Epigenes, a writer of very great authority, informs us that the Babylonians have a series of observations on the stars for a period of 720,000 years inscribed on baked bricks. Berosus and Critognis, who make the period the shortest, give it as 490,000 years. From this statement, it would appear that letters have been in use from all eternity. But this statement is probably due to the early habit which exaggerated age, as for instance in stating the ages of the patriarchs in the Bible. Yet mankind made more progress intellectually in the last 2 or 3 centuries than in all the previous ages, even 100 years ago, but few of the modern inventions were known. The utilization of natural forces, steam, electricity, etc. for the production of power dates back but little over 100 years. Steam engines, telegraphs, electric lights, telephones, etc. are but of yesterday. With the exception of a few processes accidentally or empirically discovered, but not intelligently understood, the utilization of chemical force was practically unknown 100 years ago. The wonderful industrial utilization of chemistry is very modern. Photography, the X-ray, the telephone, the phonograph, etc. are so recent that some of the readers of these pages remember when they were not. In physiology, the function of the sex cells, the mystery of the sex elements in the processes of begetting and conceiving, was not fully understood 40 years ago, probably is not yet correctly understood. I graduated as a physician from Bellevue. Medical College in the same year that Darwin published his work on the descent of man. The conflict between science and religion which ensued was fought out and the truth of the theory of evolution was established within the period of my professional career. And with this victory of human thought many superstitions faded away. Religious tolerance is a thing of so modern introduction that it has not yet been established fully everywhere. But little more than 100 years ago the Inquisition in Spain and its colonies still imprisoned and tortured and burnt at the stake people who differed in their religious convictions from the established church, and persecutions and killings for religion's sake are still of daily occurrence in Russian and Turkish Europe and in Asia. The doctrine of the equality before the law of all citizens got its first impetus in the War of the Revolution of the American colonies against England, and the French Revolution, towards the end of the 18th century. But the recognition of the equality of woman and man has not yet been accomplished, except in some states of our Union, although gratifying progress has been made. The biblical handicaps, of Asiatic origin, still rest as a curse on the female sex, and only within the last few years have some of the Protestant churches commenced to give woman some recognition in the management of church affairs. The admission of women to the higher educational institutions of learning, coeducation, is of quite recent date. When I went to the public schools, in my younger days, puritanical notions still prevailed to the extent that coeducation in the schools, except in the primary classes, was not tolerated. Girls did not go to school with boys, nor women to colleges or universities with men. Now, more girls graduate from high school than boys, and women are freely admitted to our colleges and universities. Practically all professions are open to women, and the philanthropies and charities are largely under their control. 9/10 of the teachers in our schools are women, and less than 1/10 of our criminals are women. The Inquisition was not finally abolished in Spain until the year 1814. Mankind is but just on the threshold of its intellectual accomplishments. Geologists say that present conditions in sustaining human life will probably be maintained for at least 3 millions of years more. We are but infants in the evolution of thought. A great awakening of human conscience is taking place, and superstitions and prejudices are rapidly disappearing. The world has just been engaged in the most gigantic conflict of all time, fighting to save the liberties of all the people from the autocratic power of an ambitious ruler. Democracy has been victorious, and the world will be a better place to live in when peace has been fully restored. What will the future bring? No one can tell all the benefits that will accrue to mankind, but 2 conditions are clearly foreshadowed: the equality of man and woman, and freedom of thought and conscience. To take our parts intelligently in the further development of mankind, men and women must dare to know. Saparad. Horace. Nature of sex. Until comparatively recently it was thought improper to devote any study to the sexual characteristics of human beings. Pruriency went so far as to set the phenomena of sex outside the scope of legitimate investigation, and men who gave thought and study to the subject were looked on askance and with suspicion, and their work was often submitted to ignorant and prejudiced moral censors, who, by their unfair actions, added to the obloquy under which this subject rested. The problem of the origin of sex has been so much shirked, and naturalists have beaten so much about the bush in seeking to solve it, because, in ordinary life, for various reasons, mainly false, it is customary to mark off the reproductive and sexual functions as facts per se. Modesty defeats itself in pruriency, and good taste runs to the extreme of putting a premium on ignorance. What is sex? There are still many mysteries to be solved before this question can be fully answered, even now, with the riddles of sex and heredity, the subject of study of hundreds of learned men and investigators. The inmost secrets of life, sex and heredity are but imperfectly understood. Yet it will prove interesting to trace the history of sex, both in the geological records and in the written records of mankind. The Bible implies that sex is the most godlike attribute of humanity. A class in catechism, in a Sunday school, had been drilled for a public examination. Unfortunately, the absence of one boy interfered with the regular sequence of the answers as prearranged. Said the teacher to the first boy, "Who made you?" And the boy answered, "My daddy." The horrified teacher corrected, No, God made you." "Please, teacher," said the pupil, "the boy whom God made is absent. He's sick." Now this boy gave the answer that has been given by mankind for thousands of years, so much so, that ancestor worship, or parent worship, is the basis of many, if not most, religions. Mankind has always attributed creation, Genesis, to its parents, and in early times the father was given full credit for this act. Hence all sacred writings or Bibles devoted much attention to the sexual relationships of humankind. We read in Genesis ch. IV. 27, "So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them." The most godlike attribute of man appeared to the writer of Genesis generally supposed to have been Moses. To have been the power of creation or procreation. Man is like God in this, that he has the power of creating human beings. The Lord is represented as having taken extra precautions that man should not become immortal. There were in the Garden of Eden 2 trees, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life, and man was forbidden to eat of the fruits of either gen. Romans 2:9. If we may believe Adam gen. Romans 3:12, he was solicited by his wife to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam did what in our days we would call hiding behind his wife's skirts, only in his case we cannot say so, because Eve wore no petticoats. But the eating of this fruit had the curious effect gen. Romans 3:7, that the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. In an early edition of the English Bible the word aprons was translated breeches. This edition of the Bible is known among bibliophiles as the Breeches Bible. And the Lord said apparently to his companions, the other gods, "Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever gen." Romans 3:22, he drove him out of the garden, and he placed cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life gen. Romans 3:24. The result was that as Adam and Eve were prevented from eating of the fruit of the tree of life, eventually they had to die. We read in the 5th chapter of Genesis, 1-5 verses. This is the book of generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and he called their name Adam. ******, and Adam begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth, ******, and he begat sons and daughters, *****, and he died. Note the similarity of the expression in his own likeness, as referring to creation by God as well as by Adam. Note also the sequence of all nature. He begat *****, and Fa died. That is the everlasting monotonous round of life. The world will turn when we are earth, as though we had not come nor gone. There was no lack before our birth, when we are gone there will be none. Omar Khayyam. We have already learned that the Hindu trimurti consists of Brahma, the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Siva the destroyer. Siva is now the main deity in India, and his function of destroying is supposed to include or necessitate the function of creating. He is therefore worshipped in the form of a phallus, the image of the male sexual organs, or the male trinity of penis and 2 testicles. But creation implies death, and death implies replacement, or recreation, procreation, reproduction. Death has been the goal as well as the dread of man since death existed, which was always since life began. There is no life without death, and no death without life. Death, so called, is a thing which makes men weep, and yet a third of life is passed in sleep. Byron in Don Juan. Asterisk. All that tread the globe are hut. A handful too. The tribes that slumber in its bosom. Bryant, Thanatopsis. Some men make womanish complaint that it is a great misfortune totally before our time. I would ask, what time? Is it that of nature? But she, indeed, has lent us life as we do a sum of money, only no certain day is fixed for payment. What reason then to complain if she demands it at pleasure, since it was on this condition that you received it? Cicero. Death is the inevitable fate of all. We die, but others take our places. Life ceases not on earth. For to obey the first command in the Bible, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, is the most imperative instinct and impulse in every living being. Reproduction is as imperative an obligation on the race as death is an imperative destiny for the individual, and so the race continues while the individuals come and go. The psalmist truly says, "What man is he that lieth, and shall not see death? Shall he deliver his soul from the hand of the grave?" Selah. P.S. Ixthix, 48. Death among primitive men has probably always been considered as the result of violence, either at the hands of human or animal enemies, or as the action of hurtful demons or death angels. As the poet Longfellow wrote, "There is a reaper whose name is Death, and with his sickle keen he reaps the bearded grain at a breath, and the flowers that grow 7 between." The Bible ascribes death to a death angel. Rev. Romans 6:8, "And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death*, and power was given to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death*. Fig. 10. Again, Roman 2 Samuel, ch. Roman 24:15-16 So the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel*, and when the angel stretched out his hand upon Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord repented him of the evil, and said to the angel that destroyed the people, "It is enough, stay now thy hand." 42 Sex and Sex Worship. Fig. 10. Deeply from Doors Bible Illustrations. According to the Apocalypse. Fig. 11. Death Angel, from Fig. 12. Chair and Bowing Souls Doors Bible Illustrations. Over the Sticks, from Temple of the Muses, Roman 18th century. In the year 790 BC, Sennacherib besieged Jerusalem. In answer to the prayers of the Jews, the Lord's angel, a pestilence, visited the enemy's camp and slew 185,000 Assyrians. Fig. 11, as related in the 2nd book of Kings. And it came to pass that night, that the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when they arose in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. Roman 2 Kings, Roman 19:35. In some countries or religions, death was looked upon as a journey to another world. Thus, in Egypt, in the Book of the Dead, a ship is figured, carrying the souls to the other world. Fig. 13. Clinron's Ferry. Illustration to Dante's Inferno, by Dore. The Greeks thought that the souls of the dead were ferried by chariot over the river Styx, which was made up of all the tears that had been shed in the world. The same origin is also ascribed to the river Akron. The Styx was a sacred river among the Greeks, as the Ganges is among the Hindus, or the Nile in ancient times to the Egyptians, and they swore by Styx. Charon charged a fee for his services as ferryman, so that, when the Greeks buried anyone, they provided him with a small coin which was placed in his hand, or under his tongue, so that he might not be detained at the bank of that dreaded river. Fig. 12. If a soul had no coin to pay his fare, it was detained for one. 44 Sex and Sex Worship 100 Years, as shown in the illustration from the Temple of the Muses published in the Roman 18th century. From this idea, or simultaneously with it, was probably evolved the theory of purgatory, believed in by many people. The belief in purgatory, adapted from the Greeks, was made an article of faith for Catholics by Pope Gregory the Great, about 500 AD. Dante adopted this pagan idea about Charon and featured it in his Divine Comedy. In Dork's illustrations to this work, this ferrying of the souls over the river was figured as here shown Fig. 13. Together with many other features of paganism, Christianity also appropriated this idea, and so-called gospel hymns or revival hymns utilize it in various versions. When the poet Lamb wrote, in his poem Hester, gone before to that unknown and silent shore, he was justified in doing so, because poets always did utilize pagan ideas when they were beautiful. But when, in modern hymnology, we find this idea adopted, as in the gospel hymn, "We are waiting by the river, we are watching by the shore, only waiting for the boatman, soon he'll come and row us o'er. Though the mist hang o'er the river and its billows loudly roar, yet we hear the song of angels wafted from the other shore." We recognize it as a purely Greek pagan metaphor, which cannot be excused or justified by any passage from the Bible. But modern revivalists have seized on the idea as a telling one, and in their psalms as well as in their talks they work on these lines in endless modifications. Shall we meet beyond the river where the surges cease to roll, wherein all the bright forever sorrow ne'er shall press the soul? Shall we meet in that blessed harbor when our stormy voyage is o'er? Shall we meet and cast the anchor by the fair celestial shore? Shall we meet, shall we meet, shall we meet beyond the river, shall we meet beyond the river where the surges cease to roll? The same motif is found in such psalms as, "Safe in the arms of Jesus. We shall meet beyond the river, by and by. The home over there. The beautiful river, or that shining shore, with its chorus. For we stand on Jordan's strand, our friends are passing over," etc. It is Greek paganism, slightly modified of course to suit the requirements, but essentially the myth of Charon, the son of Erebus and Night Nox, rowing the mains or ghosts of the departed over the Styx to the judgment seat of Aeacus, Rhadamanthus and Minos, the judges of the infernal regions. Among savage and barbarous nations, diseases and death are often attributed to the malevolent influence of evil spirits. In some cases these evil powers are supposed to be the ghosts of the dead, sometimes to be imps or devils under the command of Satan or the devil, who is a reality to even many of our civilized Christians. But in many cases these disease demons are fantastic and grotesque creations of the imagination as, for instance, disease demons of the Bohemian gypsies. Among some people, these demons are imagined as supernatural beings endowed with special functions. For instance, among some Malay tribes there are demons that produce smallpox, others that produce glandular swellings, abscesses, bubonic plague, etc. We will return to this subject later on, simply stating now that the belief in evil spirits and in their power of producing sickness and death is very widely held, even among Christians. Closely connected with the belief in evil demons is the belief in witchcraft, a belief which is based on the Bible and must therefore, in the opinion of millions of people, be true. In the second book of Chronicles, ch. Roman 33, 6th verse, we are told of Manasseh that he caused his children to pass through the fire in the valley of the son of Hinnom. Also he observed times and used enchantments and used witchcraft and dealt with a familiar spirit and with wizards. And in Exodus Roman 22, 18 we read, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Or in Deuteronomy, Roman 18, 10, "There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch." In Exodus we are told that God had a talk with Moses in which he taught him to do several miracles or tricks by witchcraft. Ex Romans 7, 1-12, "And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron, thy brother shall be thy prophet, ****, and the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh and Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt they also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. To base this belief in witchcraft on the Bible, as has been done and is being done, may be like the argument of the little boy who made some assertion and was asked to mention his authority for the statement. He clinched all argument in this manner: "My mother said so, and when she says anything is so, it is so, even if it isn't so." There is an almost universal belief among the uneducated that persons can sell their souls to a devil or demon and get in return the power of doing supernatural or magical things, especially the power to produce sickness or death, or of bewitching anyone. A prominent feature of such a compact generally is the signature of the human party of the first part in his own blood. A typical case of such belief in the Christian Church is the following, found in a secular encyclopedic history of the world of the 18th century. It is the case of a nun, Mary Cannata Sengerin, who was born at Massen, near Munich, Bavaria. She became a nun when she was 9 years of age, and at the time of the occurrence of the tragedy I am about to relate in 1751 she had been a nun for 50 years. She had lived a life of great piety and virtue during these 50 years and was held in great good repute. But inwardly, as it appeared from the records of her trial as a witch, she was the slave of a hellish spirit and had for 10 years afflicted the other nuns with much bodily ailment and suffering, by breathing on them. One of the other nuns complained to the authorities of the establishment or nunnery and accused Sister Mary of being a witch. She was arrested, and in her room were found some ointment, some witch herbs, a yellow skirt, and also some cats. She was compelled to undergo an interrogation, which probably means that she was tortured. And when the evil spirits were driven from her by the exorcisms of the priests, these demons confessed that they had served the accused nun, who was a witch. She also admitted that the cats in her room were hellish spirits. Her trial took place at Wewelsburg in 1751. She was duly convicted of being a witch, and was publicly beheaded, and her body was burned to ashes. Such was but one of many, many thousands of cases of similar kind, which took place while the delusion of belief in witchcraft lasted in the minds of the people. If among our forefathers, but little over a century and a half ago, such foolish notions existed, can we be surprised that they were and are still common among less civilized peoples? Even among physicians, disease and death was not always recognized as the result of perfectly natural processes, as we learn from the history of medicine. Even here, demons and life principles, etc. were invoked to explain both life and death. But death, as the inevitable fate of most humankind, was recognized as sure as fate. It is true there are a few cases mentioned in the Bible of people who did not die. Enoch was translated that he should not see death, Hebrews, Roman 11:5, or in Roman 2 Kings, Roman 2:11, Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 48 Sex and sex worship. To some, these cases appear well authenticated. To others, they are not quite so convincing. But most individuals must die. To count on being translated is too uncertain, and if all must die, the world would become depopulated if Siva, or powers like him, did not attend to reproduction. What is reproduction? We may cut sponges or sea anemones into fragments and put them back into their native waters, and each piece will develop fig. 14. Upper row, plasmodia of amoeba. Lower row, plasmodium dividing into 2 amoeba. Into a perfect specimen of its kind, or in spading our garden we may accidentally cut a worm in two. The tail end will produce a new head and the head end will produce a new tail, and we have 2 individuals. Possibly we should not call them new individuals, but they are as good as new, for there are now 2 individuals where there was only one before. What we have accomplished by accident or design is the usual method of reproduction in many animals and plants in which division takes place spontaneously. We do not know just what life is, but we know its manifestations: motion, growth, sensation, and self-preservation. Hunger is one form of the impulse of self-preservation and is in Sep. 49 Arable from life. from the one-celled animal or plant to the most complex organism. All eat or assimilate food, digest, grow, and multiply. But growth is limited between certain comparatively narrow bounds. The simplest particle of protoplasm, the simplest cell, when it has reached its normal limit of growth, divides into two or more. In Fig. 14 we see an amoeba cell upper left. In the next figure we see commencing division of the nucleus. In the third, division commences by constricting. Then this process is carried further until finally the two halves have separated and there are two amoeba. Fig. 15. Division of desmids above, of cells below. Cell division is here shown Fig. 15 in simple cells lower, as well as in desmids upper. Unicellular organisms of all kinds, as /vel as many large and comparatively complex organisms, when they become too large for one individual, divide into two. But the resulting forms resemble each other. They cannot be distinguished as male and female. This mode of reproduction is called asexual, or without sex. A similar process, but not as complete, is that by which some of the lower forms of life can reproduce lost or accidentally destroy parts. Thus, a snail having one of its eyes cut off will have a new eye grow out, or a lobster, losing a claw, will have another claw grow. In the Middle Ages, when human credulity gave credence to many preposterous tales, the following story found its way into a secular work on history. In the Roman 8th century, Johannes Damascene, a soldier in one of the Crusades, was captured by the Saracens and his right hand was hewn off by order of one of the Saracen kings. He prayed to Mary, Mother of God, and a new hand grew, leaving only a small red scar around the arm at the point where it grew. He was canonized for his faith, as evidenced by his prayer and its fulfillment, and is now numbered among the saints. In cases of the restoration of lost parts, it is not complete reproduction, but only partial, for while the injured individual grows out a new part, the severed part does not reproduce a new individual. But of course, in higher organisms, the severed part Fig. 16. Miraculous reproduction of a hand, from a secular history of 1740. Madama in a hairy door of life is not reproduced. Certain organs are called vital if injury to them, or severance, produce death, while others are non-vital because removal of them does not affect life or general health, but merely entails discomfort or disability. If we place a leaf of Bryophyllum * on moist sand, little buds form on its margin. Fig. 17. As the leaf decays, these buds become separated into individual plants. This is reproduction by budding. Buds may break off from the parent animal or plant and become independent individuals, and this method of reproduction is common in many animals as zoophytes, corals, etc., as well as in many plants. A plant of the family of house leeks has no common English name, except that in Bermuda it is known as life plant. The layering of grapevines or raspberry plants, the planting of slips of fuchsia or geranium, the placing of a twig of oleander in a bottle of water, and producing a new plant thereby, is practically a form of reproduction by budding, and we might even go further and include here the grafting of a scion on another plant as a modification of this method of reproduction. The bud or slip or scion being a part of the parent plant, there will be a growth exactly resembling the parent stock. The resulting new individual will show only such variations as may be produced by Fig. 17. Leaf of Bryophyllum forming buds on its margin which become independent plants on decay of the leaf. More or less favorable environment, but no essential or hereditary variation can take place. This reproduction is also asexual or without sex. In the protozoa we find that while for many generations the organisms may divide and subdivide to form new individuals, a time comes when this power becomes less and finally ceases altogether, and this line of the species threatens to die out. Then two or more protozoa approach one another in obedience to an imperative impulse, apparently eat each other. Protoplasmic can. 52. Sex and sex worship nibbleism, and coalesce into one large individual from which the species takes a new start, by again dividing. This process is called conjugation. But we see no difference between the several individuals taking part in the process, and there is no sex in the proper sense of the word. Yet we must recognize this as an early step in the evolution of that wonderful and complex process called sexual reproduction in the higher orders of beings. In our illustration Fig. 18 we see 3 amoeba unite above to form a plasmodium, and to the right a completed large plasmodium with 2 new nuclei, each of which, with its half of the plasmodium, will form a new amoeba. In the lower part of the illustration are shown several individuals of pan Fig. Is upper row, 3 amoeba uniting to form a plasmodium. Lower row, conjugation of 2 Pandorini. Dorina, the conjugation and coalescence of 2 individuals into a new individual, from which the usual form of reproduction by fission or division starts again. Every organism is hungry, but some possess the power of assimilating food and of elaborating it into complex organic compounds in a more marked degree than others. A cell of this kind is constructive. Assimilation exceeds waste. Income is larger than expense and a surplus accumulates. The cell grows large and round, and not needing to exert itself to live, it becomes sluggish and quiescent. In the gradual differentiation between the cells taking part in the process of conjugation Fig. 19, cells having these characteristics are said to be anabolic. This process of cell growth is called anabolism. The cell, when completely differentiated, is an ovum, the female rudimentary unit. The cell is feminine. In other cells, growth is retarded. The power of assimilating food and elaborating it into more complex organic compounds is weakened. Waste outruns assimilation. The cell lives beyond its means, for it uses up more than it gathers. Its organic constituents tend to disorganization and death, to a reduction of its constituents to their elementary condition. The cell is partially starved, and it must exert itself to maintain life. It therefore assumes a shape which enables it to hustle for a living, or at least, to hurry to accomplish its life mission before it loses its power to highest forms of life. Jex.ua, lowest form of sife. Sisjoy. Fig. 19. The evolution of sex from asexual reproduction. Do this, it assumes a shape that admits of active locomotion. We call such a condition catabolism. Such a cell, when fully differentiated, constitutes the male rudimentary unit, the spermatozoon. The cell is masculine. In the diagram, starting with the conjugation of 2 equal cells, as in the amoeba, constituting asexual reproduction, we see a gradual divergence in the cells taking part in conjugation until the cells are completely differentiated into the large feminine ovum and the small male spermatozoon. While the ovum may, and in many species and under certain conditions does, develop into a new being without the cooperation of a male cell, the latter is by itself utterly unable to produce any. 54 Sex and sex worship thing. The male spermatozoon is of value only when required by the female cell or ovum. Otherwise its catabolic tendency asserts itself and the cell perishes, death results. Never reproduction. When the small and active spermatozoon comes into contact with an ovum of the same species, it is absorbed by the latter, and the coalescence of the 2 nuclei of these 2 cells starts a development in the ovum which results in the formation of a new individual, which partakes of the natures of the 2 parent cells. We must construe literally what Jesus said of this matter. Have ye not read, that he which made them at the beginning, made them male and female? For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. Matt. Roman 9:4-6. He the spermatozoon and she the ovum coalesce and actually become one flesh, partaking of the natures of both the father and the mother. This coming together of the spermatozoon and ovum is called fertilization, impregnation, or sexual reproduction. We understand now the essential or fundamental nature of sex. The details are being studied by thousands of able investigators, and many of the secrets of nature, let us hope, will be made clear within a few years. Meanwhile, the essence of the nature of sex may be apprehended from the facts just stated. In the lowest forms of life there is no sex, but conjugation of several equal cells, as in the amoeba, where 2 or several cells form a plasmodium, then conjugation, limited to 2 cells, but yet without appreciable difference between them. Next, conjugation between 2 somewhat dissimilar cells or individuals, and lastly, a union, by fertilization of 2 completely differentiated male and female cells or individuals. All excellence of character and all loveliness and seductiveness of body serve but to attract 2 individuals through love, in order that a spermatozoon may come into contact with an ovum to produce a new being. For beauty is the bait which with delight doth man allure, for to enlarge his kind. Said the poet Spenser, fully 300 years ago. 55. Impregnation. To make clear the nature of fertilization, I show here the mode of reproduction of Peronospora, a mold that grows on the potato and causes potato rot. Fig. 20. In fungi the merely vegetative portion consists of more or less loosely or more or less compactly matted threads called the mycelium. In Peronospora the mycelium consists of thread-like fibers. The fructification consists of two kinds of outgrowths from these fibers, one a larger round body, or female organ, in which there are one or several smaller round bodies, the oospheres or ova eggs. Then there is also a slim male outgrowth which produces immense numbers. Fig. 20. Sexual reproduction in Peronospora, a mold, above. Ovum and antherozoids of fucus, below. Fig. 21. Cochineal insects on cactus leaf, male insect with wings of slender active cells called antherozoids, which correspond to the spermatozoa of animals. The male outgrowth applies itself to the side of the female organ, perforates the walls of the latter, enters it by a tubular prolongation, and discharges the antherozoids into it, bringing them into contact with the female cells or ova, the oospheres, each of which becomes fertilized by absorbing an antherozoid, by which they become changed into fertile spores that are able to develop into new plants. We have here, in one of the lowest classes of plants and one of the earliest forms of plants, a forecast of that more complex process which we know as coition. It will be noticed that in even these very lowly organisms the female cells are passive, and that the activity necessary to bring the male cells into contact with the female cells is exerted by the male, or the male organ. Even in these fungoid threads the bride does not seek the bridegroom, but awaits his coming and his wooing. In the lower part of the drawing are seen the shapes of the oosphere or female cell or ovum, and the antherozoids or male cells of Bladderach fucus vesiculosus, one of the algae. In the cochineal insects. Fig. 21 we see this difference of sex disposition plainly exemplified. When the eggs of these insects are hatched, about 200 females are produced for every one male insect. The wingless females move about sluggishly on the surface of the leaf of the cactus, while the winged males fly about actively from one female to another to impregnate them, which having been accomplished their function in life is completed, and they die. The females now attach themselves firmly to the leaf, appearing like so many warts, storing away the anabolic surplus of food in their bodies as carmine, to serve as food for the developing young, who feed upon the bodies of their mothers when the eggs are hatched. We see here again a vivid emblem of what is an average truth throughout the world of animals, the preponderating passivity of females and the predominant activity of the males. Even in the human species this contrast is recognized. Everyone will admit that strenuous bursts of activity characterize men, especially in youth and among the less civilized races, while patient continuance with less violent expenditure of energy is as generally associated with the work of women. To see this difference in regard to sexual activity we need but glance at the behavior of the rooster among a number of hens, or of the male pigeon with his mate, or of the cock sparrow. The ancient Romans had a proverb, et musca habet penem, even the fly has a penis, which corresponds to our modern saying, when they all do it, and which shows this active desire of the males very plainly. The difference in this regard between males and females of the human species is seen in the enthusiasm with which men become soldiers, for which service women are unfit, and on the other hand the exhaustless patience with which women act as nurses in the Red Cross hospitals. There can be no question as to the patriotism of either. Both, in their spheres, are equally loyal and equally active, but their spheres of activity are different. Women cannot do all the tasks of men, nor can men do the tasks of women, nor did nature intend them to do tasks contrary to their natures. Many of the lower organisms, especially plants, are capable of producing both elements, ova and spermatozoa, or ova and antherozoids, or pollen. Such individuals are called hermaphrodites. In higher animal forms it is more common that one individual produces only ova. It is a female. Others produce only spermatozoa. They are males. In some species, of insects especially, The female has the power to produce eggs that can be developed without being fertilized by a spermatozoon. The males in such species seem to be superfluous, or they are rudimentary, or there are no males at all. This latter, however, may be due to the fact that the forms of males and females of certain species are so dissimilar in size and shape that the two forms have as yet not been recognized as belonging together. When a female produces eggs that hatch without being fertilized by a male, the process of procreation is called parthenogenesis, which is a compound Greek word signifying birth from a virgin. This may take place in insects, but it is sometimes said to have taken place in much higher forms, as will be mentioned later on. Suffice it to say here that neither true hermaphroditism or parthenogenesis can occur in mammals or in mankind. By referring back to page 5, the ancient views of Plielo and Plato in regard to a supposed condition of hermaphroditism in man will be found. Another view, however, was advanced later on, for Scotus or Erigena, Roman 9 cent, taught that man was originally sinless and without sex. Only after the introduction of sin did man lose his spiritual body and acquire his animal nature with the differentiation of sex. According to Scotus, woman is the impersonation and embodiment of man's sensuous and fallen nature, but on the final return of divine unity in heaven all distinction of sex will disappear and the original spiritual body will be regained. This is probably premised on Mark Roman 12:25, for when they shall rise from the dead, they neither marry, nor are given in marriage *****, and Luke Roman 20:35, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world, and the resurrection from the dead, neither marry nor are given in marriage. Presently some writers seriously propose the theory that the males and females of today are but the deteriorated representatives of original bisexual human beings, and that hermaphroditism is really only a reversion in type to that of the original perfect bisexual man. The authors of this work say that hermaphrodites which are now always sterile were not always so, but that there are scientific records that such persons have assumed the relations of both sexes, sometimes acting as fathers and then again as mothers. Needless to say, the writer has never met with any scientific record of this kind. A case from an old history is quoted on p. 316 to show the credulity of the human mind. The record of science is that hermaphrodites are never bisexually potent in the human race. What is generally called hermaphroditism in humans consists most commonly in an abnormally developed clitoris which may resemble a penis in size and may be mistaken for one, but it never is capable of impregnating a woman. In ancient times, castrates were called hermaphrodites because while they had the general features of men, they were used like women for coitus in ano, which was once an exceedingly popular form of sexual indulgence, known as Greek love, and which is referred to in Rome. I. 27, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men working that which is unseemly. This is as near to a scientific record that men have acted both as males and as females as there exists. Nero was fond of such relationships, but it does not prove real hermaphroditism. Julius Caesar also was addicted to Greek love. When a cluster of cells in an embryo which may develop either into a clitoris or into a penis during uterine development begins to differentiate, it either becomes a perfect clitoris, with all the other parts also feminine, or it becomes a perfect penis with all the other parts also male, or it may become malformed. Producing what is miscalled hermaphroditism, but it cannot develop into two distinct forms, clitoris and penis both, only one or the other, or imperfect. So with other parts, when they commence to differentiate, their destiny becomes fixed, as for instance, they may become ovaries or testicles, but not both. Atavism means reversal to ancestral forms. The possibilities for atavisms were laid in very early evolutionary processes. For instance, the possibility of having 5 or 6 fingers on a hand dates back to the Silurian age, the age of fishes, when the fin of a fish developed into the 5-fingered arm or limb of a reptile. Or perhaps even earlier, when the trilobite evolved a limb, as in the pterygoids. But the development of most parts in man originated later. Yet his conformation was determined in evolution in much earlier times than even the mammalian age. But even in those early days of fishes, reptiles, marsupials, early mammals, etc., the differentiation of sex either male or female but not both, had been fully established, and when man appeared there was no more possibility of his having been sexless or bisexual than there would be of a perfect man developing the form of a Hindu god, with 4 or 6 perfect arms, or of a perfect woman developing into an angel with 4 upper extremities, 2 arms, and 2 feathered wings. Neither was it possible for a sexless race to be produced from mammals in whom sex differentiation was complete. Only those who believe in special acts of creation can imagine a possibility of sexless or bisexual human ancestors. No scientist can give credence to such an absurd proposition. When 2-headed monstrosities and similar fetal products appear, they are derived from 2 ova which become united in utero, and moreover, monstrosities with multiple parts are usually born dead or die soon after birth. At one time such monstrosities were considered to be portents of evil. Even Martin Luther said of such a monstrosity occurring near where he lived, that it presaged great misfortunes and trials, and might possibly mean even the approach of the day of judgment. But the human mind is so constituted that many persons can believe almost anything. Among the signs and portents which preceded the destruction of Jerusalem under Titus were the following. A comet appeared nightly for a whole year. A comet is even now regarded as a premonition of war, for a large comet appeared just before our Civil War, and one also appeared about 910 prior to the present war. To the superstitious this is proof enough. A cow was brought into the temple for sacrifice, but gave birth to a sheep right before the altar. The clouds appeared to resemble warring armies of soldiery. These portents were warnings to the Jews that God was about to punish them for having demanded the crucifixion of Jesus. The belief that mankind was originally either sexless or endowed with both sexes in the same person calls for very superstitious and uneducated people. In this connection it may be of interest to state that at Spy, Belgium, 2 nearly perfect skeletons were found, one of a male, the other of a female, as well differentiated as the 2 sexes are today. They belonged to the Neanderthal type of mankind CP 325, and this type existed in Europe from 50,000 to 200,000 years ago. The differentiation of sex took place, in fact, in the algae, the lowest type of plants, probably before any kind of animal life existed. What determines sex? Many theories have been proposed to explain the determination of sex. I will refer only to the most plausible theory, and the one now most commonly accepted by scientists. The human body requires a greater time to reach maturity than any other organism. During the growth of the body, the bones and their epiphyses are separate, and they do not become solidly united until about the age of 22 or 23 years. Here are 2 X-ray pictures, one of the hand of a young girl in which the bones in the fingers are not yet united. Fig. 22, but the epiphyses are still separate. In Fig. 23 is shown the sciograph, or X-ray photograph, of a woman's hand, showing the location of the point of a needle broken off in her thumb, but introduced here to show that the bones of the hand and their epiphyses are united, or form one bone. The growth of the individual is therefore completed. One theory is that a woman who is married before she is fully perfected needs nourishing mater. I Roman 2 for herself and has not so much to spare for a child she may carry in her womb, and that this lack of sufficient nourishment for the child will prevent the fullest development of the latter, and it will be born a boy, while a woman fully formed or matured will have more surplus food and her child is apt to be a girl. This accounts for the fact that the first child of a young woman is quite commonly a boy, while later children, when the mother is more mature, are girls. Incidentally, the too early consolidation of the bones of the skull in the Negroes is supposed to be the cause of the retardation of the brains in this race, and the cause of the inferiority which has made this race the servants and slaves of all other races, as shown by the history of mankind from the earliest times to now. Fig. 22. X-ray photograph of the hand of a girl, not yet fully matured. Fig. 23. X-ray photograph of the hand of a matured woman. See broken end of needle in thumb. The determination of sex depends on nourishment up to a certain and often quite advanced period of development of the embryo. Sex is undetermined, and the individual may become either a male or a female. In toads, for example, sex is for a long time undetermined, the development of the sexual organs being retarded until a quite late period. Circumstances may occur, therefore, quite late, to determine whether the young toad will become a male or female, each one having traces of both sex organs in early youth. When tadpoles are left to themselves, females preponderate in the proportion of about 57 in 100. I quote only one experiment, made by Young Young took a sometimes this name is spelled Young, and sometimes Young, the latter is probably correct. Brood of tadpoles and divided it into 2 equal parts. The first set, left to itself, produced 56% females, while by feeding the other set on the especially nourishing flesh of frogs the proportion of females rose to 92%. The high feeding increased the anabolic tendency sufficiently to produce 92 females to only 8 males. A robust woman under favorable conditions is apt to give birth to a girl, while under unfavorable conditions a boy will probably be born. The general conclusion, more or less clearly grasped by numerous investigators, is that favorable nutritive conditions tend to produce females and unfavorable conditions males. Probably the majority of parents are proud when the midwife or doctor announces it's a boy, and the hope that it will be a boy is ever present in the heart of the prospective mother. If it were possible to control the sex of the child in the womb, possibly women would be far scarcer than they are now, but, fortunately, so far, efforts to control the determination of sex have proved futile. As long ago as 1672 a French physician collected 262 theories bearing on the determination of sex *, all of which he considered useless, and he added another theory, which time and experience demonstrated to be equally wrong. Cudworth, an English writer, considers the fact that males and females are produced in about equal ratio as a powerful argument in favor of a teleological plan in the universe. He contends that no accidental combination of elements could be sufficient cause to produce the balance of male and female individuals on which the preservation of the species depends. It is a curious fact that among organisms of the most widely different kinds, the males and females are produced in nearly equal numbers, with a slight preponderance of males. Among humans there are born about 1,050 males to 1,000 females, but boys are slightly larger, therefore subject to more chances of injury during childbirth. They are biologically a little less fitted to live, therefore the mortality in the first year or 2 after birth is greater among boys than among girls, and in a few years the equality in numbers is practically restored. The less vitality of boys is also shown by a large preponderance of stillbirths among boys over those among girls. According to Dr. E. Appert, and what is still more curious, we find the same ratio of the sexes among our domestic animals: cattle, males 1,046 to 1,000 females, horses 1,010 males to 1,000 females, ducks 1,050 males to 1,000 females, etc. The latest theory to account for this is that in the final division off nuclei in forming 2 spermatozoa, one half of each cell becomes a male-producing spermatozoon, the other half a female-producing spermatozoon. That is, these 2 spermatozoa differ in their nuclear and chromosome constituents, so that one in union with an ovum will produce a male embryo, while the other would produce a female embryo. These 2 kinds of spermatozoa necessarily are produced in absolutely equal numbers. The chances, therefore, are even as far as the spermatozoa for an impregnation are concerned, as to the number of the resultant sexes. In the production of male sexual elements, the nucleus of the spermatocyte divides up asymmetrically. Half the spermatozoa have a nucleus identical in structure with that of the ovule in respect to the number of chromosomes. The ovules fertilized by these spermatozoa will consequently have a symmetrical nucleus, since it is built up of 2 equivalent parts and these develop a female embryo. The remaining spermatozoa have a nucleus differing in structure from that of the ovule, and the ovules fertilized by these spermatozoa are asymmetrical and develop male embryos. E. Appert, M.D. The chances for any conception to produce a boy or a girl are equal as far as the numbers of male-producing and female-producing spermatozoa are concerned, but there is an excess of boys. This may possibly be accounted for by a greater activity of the male-producing spermatozoa. It is possible that they share the general sex bias of activity and ascend quicker and in greater numbers, so as to make the chances incline slightly in favor of male births. What if this theory is true? All attempts to control the predetermination of sex must fail, because we cannot control whether a male-producing or a female-producing spermatozoon will win the race to the ovum in the fallopian tubes. In Korea there are sacred edifices where a large stone is mounted on a pivot so that it can be turned like a turnstile. If a pregnant woman desires the child to be a boy, she turns this stone around once. More frequent turning invokes blessing on children she already has. This method of predetermining the sex of the offspring is probably just as effective as any of the 262 methods referred to above. The inferiority of the male is strikingly shown in the bees. A queen bee is fertilized by a male during the nuptial flight known as swarming. When she returns to the hive, the balance of her life is practically devoted to laying eggs which are cared for by the workers. The queen controls the fertilization of her eggs. She can lay either unfertilized or fertilized eggs. The unfertilized eggs develop into males or drones. The fertilized eggs develop into imperfect females or workers. By special attention and food, a worker larva can be developed into a perfect female, or queen, in case the queen dies, or a new swarm is to be provided for. In other words, a drone, or male, can be produced by the imperfect method of reproduction called parthenogenesis, while the production of females requires the more perfect method of the cooperation of both sex elements. The phylloxera, a grapevine pest, lays small eggs parthenogenetically, which yield males, and wingless females also, large eggs, which are fertilized and yield winged or perfect females. The excess of assimilation over waste in the female sex, which shows itself in some of the lower animals by the greater size and vitality of the females and by their greater development, manifests itself in the human female, when she is not pregnant, by the peculiar periodical flow of the menstrual discharge, which accompanies the monthly production of an ovum, and still more markedly by the supply of nourishment to the embryo during gestation, and to the child after birth by lactation. Popular opinion, from primitive times to our own times, considered the male to be the superior animal, because he has the stronger bones and muscles, and because a nation is stronger in proportion to the number of its warriors and workers. Yet science has demonstrated that biologically the woman is the higher manifestation of life. A man has more powerful and intense sexual appetite than a woman. His love is sensual, physical, lustful and desirous, and is aroused by the physical attractiveness or beauty of the woman. He therefore is attracted by every pretty woman, and his love is inconstant. He loves variety. He has no periodical states of sex. You'll activity with intervening periods of inactivity or apathy, and he is always ready, and generally also always willing to indulge in sexual union if he can do so without social risks. History, religion, and the nature of the man show that he was made for polygamous sexual relationships. Monogamy is an artificial and more or less unnatural condition, and a really monogamous man is the exception and not the rule. The man is sexually aggressive, and his intense sexual desires perpetuate the vices. On the other hand, a well-bred woman does not seek carnal gratification, and she is usually apathetic to sexual pleasures. Her Fig. 24, Fawn and Nymph, from a painting by Cabanel. Fig. 25, Joseph and Potiphar's wife, from an engraving. Love is psychical or spiritual, rather than carnal, and her passiveness in regard to coition often amounts to disgust for it. Lust is seldom an element in a woman's character, and she is the preserver of chastity and morality. So rare is it that this sex bias is reversed, and that a woman solicits and a man refuses, except, of course, among women who ply sexual indulgence as a trade or vocation, that one example of it was deemed worthy of record, and the story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife is preserved in Holy Writ for all time in memory of such a curious reversal of the usual conditions prevailing in regard to the relationship of the sexes to each other. But the Bible version of Joseph and Potiphar's wife is not the only one, and perhaps it is not a true and correct one. In the Quran is another version, which is different, judging from this, that Ferdowsi, a Persian poet, wrote a poem of 9,000 couplets about the loves of Joseph and Potiphar's wife, on a theme taken from the Quran. 9,000 couplets seem to imply some love-making. If women were as salacious as men, morality, chastity and virtue would not exist, and the world would be but one vast brothel. There is nothing in the human economy of which men and women should know more, and of which they know less, than of the sexual relationship. Ignorance is not bliss, it is the source of unhappiness, suffering, crime, vice and sorrow without end. The light of knowledge illuminating this subject would elevate the present sensual and impure conceptions of the relationship of sexes into an appreciation of the real godlike holiness and purity of married companionship, and it would go far toward checking immorality and prostitution. Add to the natural inclination of the man the teachings of religion that the woman is the inferior being, that she was made for the benefit or enjoyment of the man, and that, as St. Paul says, the natural use of the woman is questionable. I, 27, and we can readily account for the ages-old injustice that has been done to woman by man-made laws. The status of woman nearly all religions and almost all people, ancient and modern, have considered woman to be inferior to man. Few authorities have maintained any equality of the sexes, and still fewer have claimed any superiority for the female sex. This latter was reserved for modern biologists. The weight of authority has always been in favor of a doctrine of the superiority of the male, and in regard to the human female, some religions, like some sects of Mohammedans, even maintain that women have no souls. The Mohammedans say of women that they are long-haired and short-brained. Philosophers have contended that woman is but an undeveloped man, hence it was but natural that she was early reduced to the position of a dependent, a slave. Plato, for instance, considered the wife to be merely a part and parcel of the husband's estate, to be, in the same sense as was his horse or dog or slave, his property. As Shakespeare said in Taming of the Shrew, "I will be master of what is mine own. She is my goods, my chattels. She is my house, my household stuff, my field, my barn, my horse, my ox, my ass, my anything, and here she stands, touch her whoever dare." Darwin's theory of evolution by sexual selection presupposes a superiority of the male line, inherent in that sex. Spencer thought that in woman further development is early arrested by her procreating functions, by menstruation, or in a more marked manner, by pregnancy. Darwin's man is, as it were, an evolved, or developed woman, while Spencer's woman is an undeveloped man, arrested in her development before she had arrived at full evolution. Tiedemann regarded every embryo as naturally male, but frequently some of them failed of full development and became females, or as he expressed it, degenerating to the female state. Starkweather was one of the first to recognize the atrocious unfairness of such views, and he declared that neither sex is physically the superior, but both are essentially equal in a physiological sense. Up to the middle of the 19th century, women were practically held in a sort of subjection or slavery to the men. They were not permitted to engage in the ordinary avocations, or wage-earning professions. The refined and educated women might perhaps become teachers, and the uneducated could be household drudges or servant slaves, as they are still called in England, but beyond this few women ventured, for women writers of fiction or poetry were comparatively rare. And with rare exceptions, women were not paid the same wages as men even when they did the same work. In Babylon of old, as the recent discovery of tablets of cuneiform inscriptions from Ashurbanipal's library proves, women were regarded higher than even amongst us, and were paid the same price when they took a man's place and did a man's work. The married women had no civil rights except through their husbands. They could not hold property in their own names, and both they and their children belonged to their husbands. Even our dictionary definitions imply this inferiority of women. Unmanly equals effeminate or childish certainly implies such a comparison. We are not surprised at such conditions among savages. For instance, in Dahomey about 1/4 of the women are said to be married to the fetish. That is, they are slaves of the state and serve in the army, which partly consists of Amazons. All the other women are property of the king, who disposes of them as he wishes. He keeps for himself whatever women please him. He can put in the army whomever he wishes, and he supplies his chief men liberally with wives. Of female captives in war, the physically fittest are drafted into the army, and the remainder become camp followers, for the use of the men warriors, or they become slaves. In Ashanti the king is said to have 3,333 wives. This means that he has an unlimited number of women to please his desires. Such a savage conception of woman's status persisted even in highly civilized lands. Thus, in France, up to only about 130 years ago, every woman belonged legally to the king. The profligate King Louis Roman XV did not hesitate to commandeer any lady of his court for whom he felt a desire. History tells us that he had good preceptors, but that by temperament he was altogether bad. His religion was merely superstition and fear, not real religious feeling. He was cynical and coldly selfish, allowing nothing to interfere with his desires for any pleasure, and he mixed piety and debauchery in a gross and abominable manner. He was devout in confession, and took the absolution by his sycophant confessors to absolve him from sin and to permit him to continue his immoralities. It is related that once he commandeered a noble lady of his court as a companion for his desires. She apprised her husband of the command which they dared not ignore, so the husband set about deliberately to contract syphilis, which he imparted to his wife, and she to the king, who died miserably from the malady. According to the law, up to the time of the French Revolution, the King of France had the right to sleep with any maiden on the first night after her marriage. This was the notorious jus primi. T.W. Cetus, which was one of the important causes of the French Revolution. Of course, the king could not possibly exert this right with every maiden, so lice sublet for consideration this right to someone for province. This one sublet the right again, and so on, until the last purchaser, the seigneur of a castle perhaps, possessed this right over all the girls in his district. When a man wanted to marry, he could purchase this right to the particular girl whom he intended to marry, for a sum of money from the seigneur, who charged all the traffic would bear, unless he knew the lass and coveted the privilege himself, in which case there was no method of eluding his claims. The theory that everything belonged to the king was general in feudal times in Europe. The English expressions of the king's army or the king's navy is a survival of those days. The Old Testament shows this inferiority of women in many passages, but here we will only insert one instance. Lev. Roman 12:2-5. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a man-child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing but if she bear a maid-child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. In other words, the biblical theory was that giving birth to a girl makes the mother twice as unclean as giving birth to a boy, and her penance is twice as great. It is asserted by the natives of Africa that instances have been known that a gorilla has carried off a human female and kept her as a mate. The low estimation in which woman is held by many men, even at the present time and in civilized lands, is the survival from the times when women rear slaves. This statue of the gorilla by Fremiot Fig. 26 allegorizes the degraded status of women under such systems and ideas of marriage and motherhood. This group of the captive mother, by Sinding Fig. 27, is a symbolization of woman, the nourisher of the race, bound and hampered in her noblest work by many limitations. She is the victim of oppression. She is denied the freedom of develop. Meant by ties which bind her to false ideas of sex ethics, which deny her the social and political equality with her brother to which she is entitled. She is held responsible for the education of her children, which the laws of many states and countries declare belong to the husband and not to her. A franker recognition of the essential purity of sex will ennoble motherhood and free womanhood from the tragedy which now surrounds her. St. Augustine raised the question whether Eve derived her fig. 26. The gorilla, by Fremiot. Soul from Adam, or whether God imparted to her a soul of her own by blowing his breath in her nostrils. Arguments were advanced in favor of both views. In some of the nations of Asia Minor, where these arguments were known, some sects adopted the view that Eve was made from the flesh of Adam but was left without a soul. This belief, that a woman has no soul, was even held by some teachers in the early Christian church, for we find that the Provincial Council of Macon, as late as the 6th century, seriously debated whether woman has a soul or not, and as recently as 1895 a minister in an eastern city preached that the Bible teaches that woman has no soul. The early church fathers taught that woman was a temptation and a snare, that her mind was evil and her body unholy and impure, and that desire for her was a sin. St. Paul said, "It is good for a man not to touch a woman. The head of the woman is the man for the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man." Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord ******, for the husband is head of the wife ******, therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their husbands in everything. *****, let the wife see that she reverence her husband. Thig. 27. The Captive Mother by Binding. A replica of this is in the St. Louis Art Museum. Girls and women have always been considered subject to the desires of men, and even St. Paul speaks of the natural use of woman as being coition. Canonical law says, only man was created in the image of God, not woman. Therefore woman should serve him and be his maid. The inferior position into which law, custom, and religion thus placed woman is allegorically represented in the statue of the gorilla Fig. 26. The same belief, that woman has no soul, is held by some of the Mohammedan sects. This led to a belief that no particular sin was committed by killing a woman, and led to the practice that if a wife, concubine, or slave displeased her master, there was no stronger consideration than her money value to deter him from disposing of her, which was usually done by tying her up in a sack with some rocks or other avate, and dropping her into the Bosphorus. This could be done without incurring any charge of murder, as the master held the power of life and death, and events that happened in the harem did not reach the public. Among the Chinese, also, such a belief prevails, and therefore the Chinese have no more hesitation about killing an unwelcome female infant than we would have about destroying superfluous kittens or puppies. The destruction of girl babies is rather an abandonment by leaving the newly born infants on lots, similar to the dying fields, where anyone who wants a girl baby is welcome to take what he wants. Those that are not rescued in this manner soon die, except in the cities where foreign missionaries gather them up and rear them in orphan asylums. About a quarter of a century ago there appeared in a missionary report the statement that during a great famine, grown girls were sold to the butchers for about $3 each to be slaughtered and cut up for food. To sell girls to become slaves is probably an everyday happening in China. Infanticide is common among the Asiatics. In ancient times, even in Europe, a Niev-born babavas shotian to the father, Avo decided Avhetheradavas to be raised or killed. Especially Avra girls thus killed, because they were as expensive /7e and troublesome to raise as boys, and Avon they were old enough to repay for this trouble by labor. This labor avent to a stranger, the husband. Hence arose a custom of demanding a remuneration from the husband, as is still done in many African and Asiatic tribes. But such a gift to the father made the freeborn girl a slae of the husband to do avith as he pleased. In exogamic tribes that are not permitted to marry within their Ovdi tribe, but must get avives, else avar infanticide of girls is due to another cause, the fear of attack by neighboring tribes avo avent to steal their daughters for wives. They kill the daughters in infancy, to have no marriageable young avomen to tempt the cupidity of their neighbors. Still another reason produced the general practice of infanticide in nearly all Polynesian Pacific islands. The danger of asterisk in China fields are set aside to which people may resort, to die without being interfered with. Most of those who go there to die, take a large dose of opium. Famines occurring from overpopulation. The surest way to keep down the population was to kill the girl babies, and in many of the islands the proportion of girls which might be raised was strictly controlled by tribal laws. Of course, in the Christianized islands infanticide is no longer practiced, nor are famines apt to occur on account of better methods of sending food in case of need. The Bashgalis, a tribe in Afghanistan, freely sell their female children to the Mohammedans, and they pay to the king of Chitral an annual tribute in children of both sexes whom he disposes of as slaves, as a method of raising a revenue for himself. In all times there have been efforts to establish socialistic communities. We have already mentioned that Plato considered the wife to be merely a part of the property or estate of the husband. He was an advocate of community of property, and this led him also to advocate community of wives. In his works he speaks of the possession and use of women and children, and he considered monogamy to be a reprehensible claim to the exclusive possession on the part of one man to a piece of property, a woman, which ought to be for the benefit and enjoyment of the community. Repeatedly, communistic societies have been wrecked by attacking marriage and advocating promiscuous intercourse between the sexes, the underlying principle being that the women were property which belonged to the whole community, and which it was wrong to appropriate for the exclusive use of one member of the community. The claim of Petruchio, "She is my goods, my chattels," would not be allowed in a socialistic community. As an example, let us take the perfectionists, a communistic sect of Oneida. Why? They have put in practice a community of wives, claiming that there is no intrinsic difference between property in persons and property in things, and that the same principles or ideas that abolish exclusiveness in regard to money necessarily also abolish exclusiveness in regard to women and children. On the other hand, the economists and the Shakers are celibate societies, getting new members from outsiders or converts. The separatists favor celibacy, although they do not enforce it, but in their religious declarations they express the belief that celibacy is more in accord with the divine will than marriage. This inferiority of women still continues in most countries, and in most states of our own country. Modern laws are based largely on the Roman laws, and in ancient Rome the male held the power of life and death of his slaves, his wife, his concubines, and his children. The wife was the property of the husband, and the law held that she was acquired solely and exclusively for the benefit and pleasure of the husband, just as were his slaves. Even when the civil Roman laws were supplanted by the ecclesiastical laws, the woman's status was not much bettered. The canon law was averse to the independence of the woman, and held her in the same subjection as before. It especially taught that the wife was to be in subjection to the husband, and that she was to be obedient to him in all things. The Napoleonic Code declared that the woman was the property of the husband. Women, collectively, were the property of the state. Such laws in their origin were based on the Asiatic idea that all women were the property of the head of the household. They could be disposed of, sold, transferred, or conveyed to others as wives or slaves at the will of the men. It possibly dated back to the troglodyte age, when marriage by capture prevailed, and all women were slaves. In India, the subordination of the wife is abject. The Hindu religion prescribes the humble subjection of the wife to the husband. It commands her to honor and obey him, even when he is old or ugly, crippled or diseased, irascible or brutal, cruel and fiendish, a drunkard or a criminal, and to worship him as if he were a god. In the Mosaic law, the woman's status was not much improved. A husband could divorce a wife at will, but the wife could not divorce a husband. Let us consider a few laws of Moses regarding woman. Deut. Romans 20:13-14. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it the city into thy hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones, and the cattle, and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself. Deut. Romans 21:10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldst have her to wife. Thou shalt go in unto her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. Deut. Romans 22:22 et seq. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die. Here the offense was to the husband, the owner of the woman. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of the city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die, the damsel, because she cried not, being in the city. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. Here the offense is not against the maiden, but against the man to whom she is betrothed. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. In early England the wife often was the purchased slave of the man. The laws of Ethelbert directed that if any man abducted the wife of an English freeman, he must at his own expense buy another wife for the husband. The laws were much stricter for women than men. For instance, if a female slave was convicted of theft, she was burnt alive, under the laws of Aethelstan. By the laws of Canute, adultery on the part of a wife was punishable by cutting off her ears and nose, but adultery on the part of the husband was an offense so trivial that the civil laws took no notice of it. As late as the latter half of last century, that is, only about 50 or 60 years or less ago, the man in England could obtain a divorce on account of adultery on the part of the wife, but the wife could not sue for divorce on this ground, but had to add other grounds: cruelty, indignities, habitual drunkenness, abandonment, failure to provide for her and her children, etc. Even as late as 1885, as we are told in the British Encyclopedia, adultery by the husband was no crime and was ignored by the civil law. The ecclesiastical courts made it a source of income by imposing a fine on the offender up to the Roman 17th century, but even this was not done later on. Up to and in the Roman 17th century, a married woman had no rights in England except such as the husband voluntarily granted. Her property and her person were entirely subject to his pleasure during his lifetime, and in some countries at his death. The woman's property, in the absence of a will, went to his relatives and not to her or her children. Even until quite recent times in our own country, and even now, when an American girl marries a foreigner, if she wants to retain her property for herself and children, she has to have it transferred before marriage to trustees to hold for her. She herself, however, has the income only at the pleasure of the trustees, but this was considered better than to give the capital outright to a foreign titled prince who could spend it as he wished on other women, even refusing his wife the necessary amounts to keep her in the style to which she was accustomed. After the Reformation, the law in England became changed somewhat. All marriages were solemnized by a priest, but the woman had to be covered with the veil femme couverte. An engagement tomari was almost of the binding force of a marriage, for if the girl changed her mind and married someone else, this subsequent marriage was legally null and void. According to canon law, church law, the seduction of a woman by her betrothed was not punishable on account of the betrothal beginning to entitle him to the control of her body. In some states, seduction of an unmarried woman under promise to marry her is a crime, but marriage subsequently is a bar to criminal proceedings. According to Old English King Ethelbert laws, it was decreed, if a man carry off a maiden by force, let him pay 50 shillings to the owner, and afterwards buy the maiden from her owner. If she was betrothed, he was to pay 20 shillings to the one to whom she was betrothed, and if she became pregnant, 35 shillings and 15 shillings to the king. In such laws, no offense is committed against the maiden, but only against her masculine owner. In Massachusetts, quite recently, if a man commits fornication with a single woman, each is to be imprisoned for 3 months or to be fined $30 each. Even quite recently, the theory of the English law in cases of seduction is that the woman herself has suffered no wrong. The wrong has been suffered by the parent or the person who is legally in the place of the owner or parent, who must sue for loss of service. As to the seduction of a married woman, a claim for damages against the correspondent can be made, but it is a felony to seduce a girl under 13 years old. After that, she is assumed to have given assent, and the seduction is not a felony. We in this country have framed our laws in consonance with English laws, and legal retributions for crimes against our women have often either failed entirely or were very inadequate. Hence we have tacitly adopted an unwritten law, according to which the injured father, brother, or husband takes the law in his own hands and kills the offender. The Synod of Elvira established many regulations concerning the relations of men toward women. Article LXI. If any one after the death of his wife marries her sister, she being herself a believer, it is decreed that he should be kept from communion for 5 years, unless perchance the extremity of sickness requires that peace be given him sooner. Art. LXI. It is forbidden that any woman of the faith or a catechumen one under instruction or probation should have hairdressers or hair curlers. Whosoever do so, let them be driven from the communion. Art. LXXXI. Concerning the letters of women. Women should not presume to write letters to laymen in their own names and not in the names of their husbands, nor should they receive friendly letters from anyone addressed to their names alone. Many efforts have been made at various times and by various lawmakers to dictate the styles of clothing, etc., that may or may not be used by women. Usually such legislation is soon ignored. In Rome, for instance, a law was passed on women's dress, during the Punic War, that no woman should possess more than half an ounce of gold or wear a garment of various colors or ride in a carriage drawn by horses in a city, or any town, or any place nearer thereto than 1 mile, except on occasion of some public religious solemnity. Livy tells us that the women soon attempted to have this law repealed. The capital was filled with crowds who favored or opposed the law, nor could the matrons be kept at home, either by advice or shame, nor even by commands of their husbands, but beset every street and pass in the city, beseeching the men as they went down to the forum, that **** they would suffer the women to have their former ornaments of dress restored. **** The women next day poured out into public in much greater numbers. **** There was then no further doubt, but that every one of the tribes would vote for the repeal of the law. This has always been the result of similar laws to control what women shall or shall not wear. A few paragraphs from the Salic Law Teutons, Anglo-Saxons will be of interest. Title Roman 13. Concerning rape committed by freemen. 1. If 3 men carry off a freeborn girl, they shall be compelled to pay 30 shillings. 2. If there are more than 3, each one shall pay 5 shillings. 4. But those who commit rape shall pay 63 shillings. Title Roman 44. Concerning marrying a widow. If a man wishes to marry a widow, he must pay 3 shillings and 1 dinar to her former husband's estate, of which she is apparently part of the property. If he marries her without approval of the authorities, he must pay 63 shillings to the one to whom belongs the reapus, the payment of the 3 shillings and 1 dinar. The Quran contains a chapter of women. Here are a few extracts. In the name of the merciful and compassionate God. 0. Ye folk, fear your Lord, who created you from one soul, and created therefrom its mate, and diffused from them twain many men and women. And fear God, in whose name ye beg of one another, and the wombs. Verily, God over you doth watch. *****. Marry what seems good to you of women, by 2s or 3s or 4s, and if ye fear that ye cannot be equitable, then only 1. ****. Against those of your women who commit adultery, call. Witnesses, 4 in number from among yourselves, and if these bear witness, then keep the women in houses until death release them. ****. Imprisonment for life. But if you wish to exchange one wife for another, and have given one of them a talent, then take not from it anything. After enumerating the forbidden degrees, but lawful for you is all besides this, for you to seek them with your wealth, marrying them and not fornicating, but such of them as you have enjoyed, give them their hire as a lawful due. For there is no crime in you about what ye agree between you after such lawful due. Verily, God is knowing and wise. Men stand superior to women in that God hath preferred some of them over others, and in that they expend of their wealth. And the virtuous woman, devoted, careful in their husband's absence, as God has cared for them. But those whose perverseness ye fear, admonish them and remove them into bedchambers and beat them. But if they submit to you, then do not seek a way against them. Verily, God is high and great. The Quran also says that all male and female slaves taken as plunder in war are the lawful property of their master, that the master hath power to take to himself any female slave either married or single, that the position of a slave is as helpless as that of the stone idols of Arabia, but that they should be treated with kindness and granted their freedom when they are able to ask for and pay for it. Among the lowest nations the woman is the prey of the strongest, the spoil of war or ambush, the slave of the victor or thief. She has no recognized rights and is practically one of the domestic animals, and like them may be sold or killed according to the will of the man. Under such conditions woman is an object of barter or sale, a thing to satisfy men's lusts and to work. To what extent this inferiority of the woman exists may be seen in the cruel barbarity with which she is treated as a beast of burden in some parts of Africa. Fig. 28. Slavery, and worse, has been the fate of women in later times as well. In medieval wars, girls and women were as much part of the legitimate booty of war as valuables of any other kind, and this illustrates a scene where 2 girls are part of the plunder acquired in this way. Fig. 29. Civilized mankind flattered itself that such things had ceased to be possible amongst themselves. 80 Sex and sex worship until the unspeakable Han, under the leadership of a madman, reintroduced this medieval conception and enforced the slavery of Belgian girls and women as the legitimate prey of the barbarian Huns of modern days. In the records of Babylon, recently uncovered, was found a boast by Ashurnasirpal, Roman III, an Assyrian king. With battle and slaughter I attacked the city and captured it. 3,000 of their fighting men I slew with the sword. Their spoil, their goods, their oxen and their sheep I carried away. Many captives I burned with fire. Theg. 28. A chiaigain of women slaves as burden carriers, a common scene in Portuguese Africa. I captured many of their soldiers alive. I cut off the hands and feet of some. Of others I cut off the noses, the ears, and the fingers. I put out the eyes of many soldiers. I built up a pyramid of the living and a pyramid of heads. On high I hung up their heads on trees. Their young men and their maidens I burned with fire. Cruelties of this kind characterized mankind for ages. Impaling on pointed stakes, cutting out tongues, cutting off noses. Ears, lips, hands and feet, gouging out eyes, tearing off breasts with pincers, hanging up naked bodies by the feet and tearing off the flesh with sharp hooks, breaking on the wheel, etc. were common punishments. In 1314 AD the French King Philip ordered some offenders to be executed by flaying alive, dragging over a new-mown wheat field, next, cutting off the privates and then quartering them. We read in Roman 2 Kings, Roman 8:12, and Hazael said, Why weepeth my Lord? And he Elisha answered, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay. Fig. 29. The captain's share, from painting by E. de Beaumont. With the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women aveth child. Roman 2 Kings, Roman 15, 1c. Then Menahem smote Tifsa, and all the women therein that were with child he ripped up. Hosea, Roman 13, 16. Samaria shall become desolate, their infants shall be dashed to pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. Amos I, 13. Thus saith the Lord. For 3 transgressions of the children of Ammon, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have ripped up the women with child. *****. Modern Turks or Kurds have done the same to Armenian. 82 Sex and sex worship women, adding thereto the preliminary outrage of laying bets on the sex of the embryo while the woman had to stand by, and then cutting the woman open and taking out the embryo to decide the bets. But this subjection of the woman to the lust and cruelty of man was, in the plan of evolution if there was a teleological plan, a mighty factor in raising humankind from savagery to civilization, for it produced in womankind all those gentler traits which, cumulatively transmitted by heredity from generation to generation, have made civilization possible. Sexual dependence on the pleasures of the man subdued the animal passions in the female and brought about that sensual apathy in woman which is the main preserver of virtue and morality. And the fear felt by woman for man eventually developed a dread of violence, a gentleness and sympathy for the oppressed and suffering, and that submissiveness to authority which allowed the gentler arts and religions of civilization to develop. It made possible the great achievements in charity and helpfulness which finds its noblest expression just now in the activities of the Red Cross organization. In some lands the husband had, and still has, the right to whip his wife and children if they needed chastisement in his judgment, and this whipping was often given for disobedience or because she displeased him in any way. And quite recently decisions were given in some of our own courts that this right still existed in some parts of the United States. In England this right was formerly restricted by certain regulations, such as that the husband must not use a stick thicker than his thumb. But in Russia there was not, and is not now, any such limitation, although the birch rods which are a part of the bride's trousseau and which she dutifully presents to her husband as soon as they are alone after the wedding festivities, are the implements most commonly used. The Lupercalia were Roman festivals which will be described later. One feature of these festivals was that matrons and girls ran about naked so that they could be whipped on the bare posteriors with thongs of dog skin. This was supposed to ensure good health, fecundity, and easy childbirth. This idea is kept alive among the women of many parts of Europe, and is probably the reason why they submit to whippings. In Russia and adjacent lands, especially, the superstition has been impressed on the minds of the girls that these whippings are essential to their becoming happy wives and healthy mothers. A woman whose husband does not whip her thinks he does not love her. In Poland, for the same reason, the bride is driven to the nuptial bed with a rod of fir by her matron friends. In a work on this subject published in 1898 in Dresden, it is stated that domestic discipline is considered very leniently by the courts in all parts of Europe, in fact, everywhere except in America. Formerly the right of the husband to whip his wife was formally in the written laws, but nowadays it is only tacitly recognized. In Germany, as late as 1898, a husband might whip his wife on the bare posterior in the presence of the servants, if the master or husband thought fit to chastise her. Can we wonder much at the brutality of the German soldiery in Belgium, France, and Armenia in the present war? In some parts of Europe, both the female animals and the women and maids of the household are whipped on their bare genitals by the men of the household on Halloween Eve. This is supposed to ensure fertility, easy delivery, and healthy offspring. While such practices are not definitely stated as permissible, they are not recognized as legal causes of complaint against the husband, or as causes for divorce. They are therefore accepted by the women as natural and matter-of-fact consequences of being women and wives, and no complaints are made. By the men, these whippings are inflicted as a matter of right appertaining to their status as men and as husbands. But the most degrading example of this subjection of the wife was to be seen in the use of the so-called chastity belts of the Middle Ages, metal frames which were fastened with padlock and key about the waist and pelvis of the wife by the husband, to prevent her from any chance of having illicit intercourse with some other man. Fig. 30. These belts or harnesses were in use as late as a century or two ago, and many of them are still shown in European museums. It is related that during the Crusades, a German emperor had a blacksmith rivet an iron frame on his wife, the queen, to ensure her chastity until he would return from the campaign against the Saracens. 84. Sex and sex worship. Some authors state that mothers in primitive communities in Europe still safeguard their daughters in a similar manner. It has also been stated that in Oriental harems, when husbands permit a wife or odalisque to visit a friend and they have no eunuch slave to send with them as a guard, they fasten an arrangement on them which consists of a belt that goes about the waist. To the back of this is attached an iron or leather band that passes through a hole in a round wooden stick about 4 or 5 inches from one end. This end of the stick is pushed in the vagina. Fig. Degrees 0. Medieval chastity belts. Many of these belts can be seen in European museums, and the band is brought up in front, tightly drawn up and locked to the belt so that the wood cannot be removed from the vagina. The lower end of the wood extends to the knees so that the woman is necessarily and uncomfortably reminded that she belongs to her husband or master. A similar idea, but not so brutally expressed, was the custom of Roman unmarried women of wearing the zona or zona virginalis, or belt or girdle worn about the loins or abdomen to indicate the limit to which the abdomen might expand in a virgin. On the marriage day, this girdle was loosened or removed by the husband to indicate a permission that the abdomen could now enlarge in pregnancy. At Trozen, now the village of Damala, there was in ancient times a temple to Venus Apatria, at which Trozenian maidens dedicated their girdles before their marriage day. Everywhere, to this day, Orthodox marriage rituals demand of the bride that she shall promise to obey. Also, she is reminded that formerly she was a slave and to a certain extent, still is so, by the custom of a male relative giving the bride away. The Bible abounds in declarations as to the attitude of the man towards the woman and of the woman's duty to man, and the place she shall hold in the family and the community. It teaches that the woman was made for the pleasure and convenience of the man. It broadly asserts as a fundamental principle the subjection and inferiority of woman. It teaches that the man is the head of the woman, that she must learn in silence and in all subjection, and that the woman, the wife, must submit herself to man, the husband, in all tilings, which of course includes submission to his sexual appetites and demands. Let me quote a few passages from the Bible. I quote Romans 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is man, and the head of Christ is God. Romans 11:7, 9. The man is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. I Tim. Romans 2:11-13. Let the woman learn in silence, with all subjection. For I suffer not a woman to teach or usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. F's. V. 22 and 24. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their husbands in everything. Also, call. Romans 3:18. I Peter Romans 3:1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands. I Cor. Romans 14:35. And if women will learn anything, let them ask their husbands. At home. 86 Sex and sex worship. The teachings above quoted are the platforms of the churches today! They have never been recalled, and according to the teachings of the churches there is no power to recall them or to abrogate or modify them in any way, because they are the Word of God. They are a well-considered and logical system, taught by the Asiatics 900 years ago, to keep their women contented to be slaves in the harem, and they have been kept up by the selfish interests of men to apply to the educated women of today. These teachings rest directly on the Old Testament, on the curse pronounced on woman in the writings of Moses, an Oriental, about 3,400 years ago. Gen. Romans 3:6. He thy husband shall rule over thee. And yet women are the main supporters and believers in the system of teachings that would keep modern civilized woman in the same pitiful subjection that was the lot and still is the lot of Oriental women or harem slaves today, just as it was when the Bible was written by Asiatics several thousand years ago. Saprad. Dare to know. Dare to be wise. I believe that women have the same right to know that men have. I have always believed so. It is largely due to the debased position assigned to women that I have lost faith in any inspired nature of man-made Bibles, whether they be the sacred writings of the Greeks or Brahmins, of Jews or Christians. As was formerly the case with slaves, so with women, ignorance is the basis on which depends their willing acquiescence in their subjection. The last half-century has been remarkable, not only for all the inventions and material advancements which we enjoy, but even more for the emancipation of woman from the limitations that have bound her during all previous ages, and the progress that women have made in extricating themselves from the intellectual slavery which had oppressed them so long. Yet there are signs that these teachings may change. The following is from the Daily Press of November 24, 1918. The Right Rev. Frederick W. Keating, Bishop of Northampton, England, and representative of English Catholics to the Golden Jubilee of Cardinal Gibbons at Baltimore, arrived in St. Louis yesterday afternoon and addressed the Catholic Women's League at the Cathedral Auditorium. The subject of the bishop's address was Reconstruction. He said, "The war has caused the discovery of woman, and the discovery has given immense joy to England, for women went hand in hand with the soldiers in winning the war. War work has inspired English women not to be idlers and ornaments, and English women will be entrusted with a great part of the work to follow peace. Already the English women have a program, and it would be advisable for the women of this league to take an interest in it. They will study social diseases, find out the causes, discover remedies and tactfully administer them." 87. The 20th century promises to be the dawn of the age of woman. It is related of Pope Gregory the Great 540–604 AD, that when he was still a Benedictine monk he saw some English slaves of marvelous beauty exposed for sale in the Roman market. The Roman usage was, as it is now in Oriental slave markets, to expose slaves for sale naked. Fig. 31. Gregory was so impressed with the beauty and intelligence of these slaves that he said, "Non Angli sed angeli sunt." They are not Anglians English but angels, and he determined to go to England to convert that country to Christianity. Circumstances prevented this, however. Fig. 31. Ancient Roman Slave Market, from painting by Boulanger. So, when we contemplate modern women, we feel tempted to say angeli *sunt. They are angels. When St. Paul wrote that the woman should be subordinated to the man, for Adam was first formed, then Eve. He knew nothing of the modern science of biology. The ovum was produced in early forms of life even before the sexes were differentiated, and in many lower forms it can be developed into a new being without impregnation by a male. If the production of an ovum constitutes the essential of femininity, as it undoubtedly as to the sex of angels, we will find explanation elsewhere. Then the female Eve was formed ages before the male Adam? The male Adam, to use the biblical term, was therefore not first formed, nor was the male as important as the female. In the process of reproduction, the male's share is so fleeting and subordinate that if his function was strictly limited to that of impregnating the female, one man might readily suffice for several hundred women, even as one cochineal male insect suffices for several hundred female insects. From the standpoint of modern science, the words of St. Paul might well be reversed. For the female Eve, woman is not of the male Adam, man, but the male of the female. Neither was the female created for the male, but the male for the female. Many men dread the influence women will exert when they have equal political rights with men. But where they have the right to vote, no startling revolutions have occurred, but only orderly and well-matured improvements, so far mainly in the interest of women and children, though through them in the interest of all humanity. And why should we fear their influence? Women are angels. They are biologically, morally, ethically, physiologically, and probably intellectually, at all events, intuitively higher manifestations of animal life than men, and now that woman is permitted to share the same educational privileges as man, she is rapidly furnishing proof F5R the claim that she is mentally superior. There is no gainsaying the truth of the last line in the following quotation from Thomas Peacock's poem, The Visions of Love. To chase the clouds of life's tempestuous hours, to strew its short but weary way with flows, new hopes to raise, new feelings to impart, and pour celestial balsam on the heart. For this to man was lovely woman given, the last, best work, the noblest gift of heaven. The following comparisons taken from the U.S. Census of 1890 are of interest. Sex and sex worship 8. U.S. Population, June 1, 1,890 males, 32,067,880 females, 30,554,370 emits of reformatories, males 11,535 females, 3,311 prisoners, males 75,924 females, 6,405 criminals against property, males 36,382 females, 1,325 criminals against persons, male 16,511 female, 770 criminals against morals, males 8,001 females, 2,099 feeble-minded males, 52,940 females, 42,631 deaf and dumb males, 22,783 females, 18,500 blind males, 27,983 females, 22,428 insane males, 53,264 females, 52,990 suicides male, 70 to 85% females, 15 to 30% colorblind males, 4% of total females v 6% of total. Most blindness is caused by neglect of cleanliness during childbirth and is not a result of catabolic tendencies. These conditions of neglect will not depend on the sex of the expected child. Therefore, blindness ought to affect the sexes about equally. Yet the catabolic tendency of the male makes them weaker in resisting unfavorable conditions, so that blindness is more frequent in males than in females. The strictly defective conditions, feeble-minded, deaf or dumb, stutterers, etc., are dependent on catabolic sex tendencies. Therefore, the catabolic tendency in the male causes a larger number of these defectives in that sex. These conditions are largely produced by economic conditions which have always affected females vastly more unfavorably than the males. We should expect a far larger number of insane or suicides among women, and it is therefore a surprise to find that women far exceed men in keeping a well-balanced mind in adversity, so that they are far less affected than men by unfavorable conditions. If not from the census, but from a special work on color blindness. Thus the biological superiority of the feminine shows itself in every comparison, and the catabolic male tendency shows itself, especially in regard to insanity, suicide, and crime. 0 Woman, fairest of creation, last and best of all God's works, creature in whom excelled whatever can to sight or thought be formed, holy, divine, good, amiable, and sweet. Milton. Cosmogonies. The myths told about creation by various people should not be mistaken for religions, neither the stories fabled about their gods. Only those gods that are worshipped are to be considered as appertaining to religion, not those gods about whom stories are told, but to whom no worship is given. Cosmogonies are accounts of the origin or creation of the world and of the living creatures thereon, as found in the different Bibles of mankind, or told by different people. Ophe will first consider the cosmogony in the first chapter of Genesis, which is generally ascribed to Moses. We cannot expect these cosmogonies to be scientifically correct unless we assume that God himself narrated how he made the world. Enough has been said to indicate that scientists reject this claim, and believe that such accounts are subject to criticism, like all other works that assume to present scientific facts. Another reason why we cannot positively condemn any explanation of creation is that our own views are mainly theories, or ideas in regard to certain subjects that may or may not be true. Some of these theories, from their very natures, are not subject to proof. The most we can claim for them is that they are the most plausible theories that have been proposed. Our experience with the evolution of science should make us quite modest as to any claims of absolute truth for any theories we now hold, for no theory seems to be so firmly established that there have not been, or are not now, writers who raise objections to it. The author of Genesis is generally said to have been Moses, who lived about 1500 BC. In comparison with the age of mankind, he lived in quite recent times, and the philosophers or scientists of his days had made great headway in learning, as we know from the history of contemporaneous philosophies of the Greeks, etc. We are told that Moses, although a Jew, was brought up by a daughter of Pharaoh. Exodus Roman 2:10. He was no doubt educated in all the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, so that his account of the creation of the world represents, to a great extent at least, the Egyptian views on this subject in his time. The account in Genesis has usually been rejected totally by scientists. A close examination, especially if we do not insist on a literal interpretation or on the literalness of the 7 days, gives us a much higher idea of its merits. I will quote some statements from Genesis and follow them with some explanatory remarks. Gen. 1. In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. We may accept this as correct if we make the meaning of the word God wide enough to embrace any agency that caused the production or creation of the earth. Herbert Spencer says of this power that it is unknowable. If Herbert Spencer failed to comprehend the great first cause, others will be excusable if they fail to explain it. The name which is most frequently used for the God of the Bible is Jehovah. Among the ancient Jews it was more nearly Jawa or Jaliwiyawi or Jeho. The ancient Jews considered the name so sacred that it was sacrilegious to pronounce it. The injunction exod, Roman 20:7, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, was construed to mean not to pronounce the name at all, so that the readers' cantors in the Jewish synagogues always said Adonai. When the written text was Yahweh, the name means he who causes to be, or the creator. Lately, electricity has been claimed to be the cause of gravitation of the union of ions and atoms in chemical union of the undulations, causing the phenomena of light and heat, etc. Some would explain creation as the result of electricity. This would make the terms electricity and God synonymous. The vast majority of people will agree that God, whoever or whatever he may be, created the heaven and the earth. There is no God but God, the living, the self-sustaining. Quran. Father of all. In every age, in every clime, adored by saint, by savage, and by sage, Jehovah, Jove * or Lord. Pope. Gen. 2. And the earth was without form and void. Modern scientists say that this was the condition of the earth when it was in its nebular state, in the beginning. Gen. 2. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Waters possibly means fluids, as this is claimed by some authorities to be a more correct translation. If so, this might be construed to refer to the earth when it had condensed from a nebular consistence to a liquid or molten condition, or when it was no longer gaseous. Whatever we may understand by the Spirit of God, When matter had been assembled, force acted upon it, motion resulted, and the Earth commenced to rotate. The upward shape of our globe proves that it rotated before it became rigidly solid. Gen. I. 3. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The nebular mass in which Sun, Earth, and all planets were still and differentiated glowed with a light consisting of only a few vibrations in the blue and green parts of the spectrum, but it was not the light of the Sun. Later, when the Earth had cooled so that the gaseous form had changed to liquid, this melted material glowed with light which had a perfect spectrum. Gen. I. 4. And God saw the light, that it was good. Gen. I. 9, 10. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. It may be that when the melted mass which became our globe began to cool, the scoriae or dross gathered in a single sheet on the outside, just as the formation of crystals is apt to proceed from the first solid particle that occurs in a solution. The materials of which these scoriae consisted were much lighter than the metals which constitute the interior of our globe. The similarity between the Jewish name for God, Jehovah or Yahweh, and the word stem of the Latin name for Jupiter, Jove, is striking, and may signify the same name. Specific gravity of our Earth is far greater than the specific gravity of any of our surface rocks. This sheet of floating scoriae afterwards broke apart where the Atlantic Ocean now is, and the momentum from the revolution of the Earth caused the heavier mass to gradually drift eastward. When the melted matters underneath cooled off sufficiently for the globe to become rigid, this left the continents composed of the scoriae elevated above the surface of the metal mass, because they were lighter. That they were originally one sheet of crust or scoriae appears from the fact that the eastern edge of the western continent fits into the western edge of the eastern continent. Between these elevated masses of scoriae were the depressions in which the waters gathered when the Earth had become sufficiently cool to allow the waters to remain. The Earth had cooled sufficiently for the first solid land to appear, the azoic rocks, and the vast amount of water which had been in the atmosphere in the form of clouds was precipitated in torrents and gathered together in the depressions to form the oceans. Gen. I. 11. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit after his kind, if whose seed is in itself, upon the earth," and it was so. The main difference between plants and animals is that plants can assimilate inorganic food, animals cannot. Plants therefore had to appear before animals could live. Moreover, the atmosphere must at first have contained too much carbon dioxide to allow respiration by animals, and carbon dioxide was food for plants. But this verse is of great importance otherwise. It does not say that God created plants, but it says, "Let the earth bring forth." This justifies the theory of evolution, which is merely an effort to explain how the earth produced. The word earth does not here mean soil, but the terrestrial globe. Plants in the water, algae, etc. grew, as well as plants on the dry land. Gen. I. 12. And the earth brought forth grass and herbs. And God saw that it was good. The growing plants absorbed carbon dioxide and liberated the oxygen, fixing the carbon in the tissues of the plants, which became modified to coal later on. This rendered the air fit for animal respiration. The atmosphere must at first have been densely filled with watery vapors or clouds, extending hundreds or thousands of miles farther into space than our atmosphere extends now. The sun's rays could not penetrate this atmosphere, except just enough to cause a perpetual twilight to prevail, but it was enough light for the growth of the plants. Gen. I. 14, 15. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. Note that heaven is used here in the Old Greek sense, not in the Christian theological sense. The vapor had by this time condensed sufficiently to allow the sun and moon to be seen on the surface of the earth, if there had been eyes to see them. Therefore the days mentioned in the cosmogony were not our ordinary solar days, but periods of time. The ordinary days and years and seasons, etc. were not created till on the fourth day, or fourth period, of the Genesis account. Gen. I. 20-22. And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great hails and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their hind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters in the seas, and let foivel multiply in the earth. This again says that the waters brought forth, disclaiming any special creative acts of God, and justifying the theory of evolution. It does not conflict with the statements of the scientists that the first animal life occurred in the waters, and it endorses the rotation in which the animal organisms followed each other. Mollusks in the age of mollusks, fishes in the Devonian age, plants in the Carboniferous age, and the reptiles of the Reptilian age, including the flying saurians, and finally the birds. The Carboniferous age had completed the purification of the atmosphere, so that the earth was fit for the respiration of terrestrial life. Gen. I. 24. And God said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his hind, cattle and creeping thing and beast of the earth after his hind, and it was so. This ushers in the age of mammals, also by the process of evolution, by means of the earth bringing forth. Gen. I. 26-28. And God said, Let us make man in our own image, after our own likeness. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. To whom did God speak when he said, Let us make? The Bible does not definitely say that there is only one God. Jehovah was a tribal God, the God of Israel, and he may have been represented as talking to the other gods, the gods of the neighboring tribes in the time of Moses, or he may have used the editorial we. Both views have been held by different commentators. Valentinus, an Egyptian Christian about 140 AD, believed that God did not make the world himself, but merely commanded a demiurge to do this for him. This would imply that God spoke to his demiurge when he said we. Gen. I. 31. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Omitting all references to supernatural agencies and to the mystical number 6, which is so prominent a part of this ancient account of the genesis of our earth and of the life upon it, we see that it is a fairly correct account of what we moderns consider the process to have been, and it impresses us with the superiority of Moses' account of the creation of the world over all other accounts, some of which are more or less silly and even grotesque accounts given by the writers of other nations, a few of which accounts we will consider further on. But it is not certain that Moses composed any of the books generally known as the 5 books of Moses or the Pentateuch. In fact, it is conceded by nearly all critical commentators that he did not write any of the books, or even compose them in their present shape, to be handed down orally as the law. While it is a Jewish tradition that he was the author of these books, there is no proof for such a statement. Suppose then that we accept the dictum of qualified judges, that Ezra, the prophet, first gathered the oral or legendary history of the Jews, sometime after the Babylonian captivity and reduced the traditions or folklore to written books which were The Babylonian captivity occurred from 597 to 538 BC. Ezra wrote about 445 BC, or about 150 years after the time of Moses. Ascribed to Moses, it is highly probable that Ezra not only gathered them, but brought them up to date, in which latter case he may have modified the record to include the advancements in learning that had been made by Chaldean, Assyrian, and Babylonian scholars. At all events, if we omit the references to the supernatural, and to the days, the account is not a poor or irrational statement of the genesis of the earth as it is conceived by modern science. We must bear in mind that our own scientific accounts of these occurrences are merely plausible theories, for we have no definite or absolute knowledge of how the earth was created. Even if Moses is the author of Genesis, he was not present at the creation, and therefore had no better personal knowledge than we have of the beginning, and scientific men reject the idea of any supernatural inspiration. Moses lived about 1500 BC. The account in Genesis which is generally ascribed to him was orally transmitted for more than 1,000 years to about 450 BC, when it was reduced to writing by Ezra, a Babylonian prophet, who was no doubt well versed in the learning of the Assyrians and Babylonians, some of whose writings have been recently found to contain the story of the flood, the legend of Sargon, which was a story similar to that of Moses, etc., which stories were ages older than the stories told by the Jews, and which antedated Moses by more than 2,000 years. From the legend of Sargon, Babylonian, 3800 BC. Sargon, the mighty king, the king of Agade, am I. My mother was a princess, my father I know not. My mother, the princess, conceived me. In a secret place she gave me birth. She placed me in a basket of reeds and closed the lid with pitch. She cast me in the river which overwhelmed me not. The river bore me along. To Aki, the irrigator, it brought me. Aki, the irrigator, reared me to boyhood as his own son. Aki, the irrigator, made me his gardener. And in my gardenership the goddess Ishur loved me. 4 years I rule the kingdom. The days of Genesis. Orthodox believers claim that the week is founded on the story that God created heaven and earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh day. Such is not a fact, however, because the week, as we have it now, is ages older than the account of creation in Genesis. Several nations not directly related to the ancient Israelites had similar views in regard to creation. The Quran says in chapter L, "We did create the heaven and the earth and what is between the two in 6 days, and no weariness touched us." This almost sounds as if Mohammed either wrote this to show that Allah is greater than Jehovah and did not need a day of rest, or that he wrote it simply in accord with the idea of the perfection of the number 6 in his mind. It is generally conceded that Mohammed based much of the Quran on Jewish, Christian, Gnostic, Manichaean and other religions of neighboring people. In Etruria, Greece, it was believed that God created the universe in 6 periods of time of 1,000 years each. Man was created after sun, moon and planets and plants and animals had been created. The ancient Persians thought that Ormuzd, the god of light, created the world by his word or command, in 6 periods of 1,000 years each. Compare with this the 4th verse of the 90th Psalm. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, when it is past and as a watch in the night. It is but a figurative way of saying a very long time. Sun worship in some form or other was practiced by nearly all primitive or ancient peoples, and the course of the sun in the heavens and the succession of the seasons were the origin of the year, as the Bible expresses it. Gen. I-14, let there be lights in the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years. There may have been other modes of counting years, and for the significance of 6, see page 104. Ancient Greek writer tells us that in earlier times the years were 8 times as long as they were in his and our day. There were also some authors who have claimed that a lunar year, from full moon to full moon, was at one time in use. We learn Gen. v. 27 that all the days of Methuselah were 969, and he died. If lunar years were meant, this would make about 74 solar years, which would not be unbelievable. Possibly the suggestion of lunar years was an effort to make the genealogy of the patriarchs of old more plausible, but this theory of the years creates other difficulties, for Enoch lived 65 years and begat Methuselah. This, if we figure lunar years, would make Enoch about 5 solar years old when he begat Methuselah. On the other hand, if solar years were meant, the patriarchs were quite old men before they commenced to beget, which is exceedingly unlikely to have been the case. Probably the best solution is to consider the genealogy as altogether imaginary and give it no further consideration. The most noticeable division of time was the day. Among the ancient Jews this was from sunset to sunset. Our astronomers figure it from noon to noon, and in ordinary life we count from midnight to midnight. The next most apparent division of time is based on the phases of the moon. From new moon to new moon was a month. These months are now called lunar months. They do not correspond to our ordinary months, which were subdivisions of the year based on the worship of the 12 great gods, The zodiacal signs figs. 32 and 33. In ancient India, the new and full moon were religious festivals. They were approximately 14 days apart, dividing each period into two, corresponding to the 4 quarters of the moon, gave 4 divisions, or weeks. Among the ancient Semitic races, also, the new and full moons were festivals, and even to this day, the Jews and Christians base their Easter festival on the phases of the moon. This week of 7 days was common to practically all the Eastern or Asiatic nations, long before there was a Jewish nation, probably ages before Moses lived, and therefore a long, long time before the Genesis account of creation was formulated. The old Egyptians had a week of 10 days, and it is interesting to know that during the French Revolution, when the decimal system of weights and measures was introduced, an effort was made to introduce a decimal week. Among many nations, especially those of nomadic habits in which the shepherds guarded the flocks at night, the heavenly bodies were contemplated and studied, and astrology had its origin. The 7 great gods were the planets, as then known: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. Each one of these deities ruled over 1 day of the week, and the rotation in which they ruled fixed the names of the days of the week. This made a week of 7 dabs, which was not based on fig. L2. Zodiacal signs in bas relief. Original in the Louvre, Paris. Fig. 33. Chaos. Represented as the wrecking of the zodiacal constellations, Roman 18th century. Any motions of the heavenly bodies, and this week was common to nearly all ancient Asiatic countries, and it is the week we still have, but the number of days for the creation has nothing to do with this week. The English names of the days of our present week are from the Old Saxon names, which were as follows: Sun's Day, or Sunday, in honor of the sun; Moon's Day, or Monday, in honor of the moon; Tuesday, or Tuesday, in honor of Tu or Tibes, an old Teutonic deity; Wednesday, or Wednes. Day, in honor of the old Teuton and Norse god Woden. Some say this is derived from Venus Day, but this explanation is not generally accepted. Thor's Day, or Thursday, in honor of the Norse god Thor, the god of thunder, wherefore this day is called Donnerstag, or Thunder's Day, in German, Freya's Day or Frigga's Day, or Friday, in honor of Freya or Frigga, the Germanic virgin goddess. And lastly, Saturn's Day, or Saturday, in honor of the god Saturn. In former days, Thursday was also known as Jove's Day, Wednesday as Mercury's Day, Tuesday as Mars' Day, because Tu or Tibes was the Teuton god of war and was considered identical with the Roman god of war, Mars. Because the 7 great gods were worshipped, the number 7 became a sacred number to which a great many superstitions became attached. Saturn, Greek, Cronus, the first of the 7 great gods, exerted many occult and sinister influences, among others, on soothsaying or fortune-telling and witchcraft. His bad repute was probably due to his having cut off the sexual organs of his father Sky or Uranus. His magical influence or power as the god of the 7th day is still believed in by many among us, as for instance in the belief in the occult powers of the 7th son of a 7th son, in the superstitious veneration of the 7th day, in come 7, come 11, etc. Among some nations in Asia, the first day of the week was named in honor of the god Saturn, which would make the last day of the week Friday. At that time, however, this day was sacred to the goddess Mylida, the Assyrian form of the goddess Venus. This day was consecrated to marriages, and to festivals during which practices were indulged in that are now considered indecent when done in public, but which at that time were done publicly in honor of Venus Mylida in her temples. This day therefore became accursed to the early Christians, because the Church considered the sexual rites in honor of the goddess Venus as a gross affront to their own virgin. As we shall see later on, the fish has a shape which reminds of the vulva or yoni, and as this was a symbol for various goddesses, Ashereth, Venus, Isis, etc., and prominently so for the Assyrian goddess Mylida, the fish became consecrated to this goddess and was eaten as a feast on the day of the Virgin. Call it Mylida Day, or Freya Day, or Friday, as you please. Sex and sex worship. 101. The fish is still eaten, but as a fast, on the Virgin's Day, Freya Day, or Friday, by an overwhelming majority of Christians. However, an entirely different explanation is also given for the sacredness of the fish as a Christian symbol. The Greek word I\0vi ikletles, fish is found on many articles, rings, seals, amulets, tombstones, etc. of the early Christian period, because the letters of the word are the initials of the Greek words Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. The point of importance here is that the week of 7 days was used ages before Moses lived, and therefore could not have been derived from the story in Genesis. Nor was the seventh day a sacred or holy day because God rested on the seventh day. All the affairs of the people were regulated by the priests according to the days of the week, among the ancients who worshipped the deities who presided over the several days. In ancient Assyria and Babylonia, the first day of the week was consecrated to Saturn, the Assyrian god Baal or Bel, and the last day of the week to Mylitta, the Assyrian goddess of love. Wherefore marriages took place on this day, and as weddings rear always and everywhere accompanied by feasting and rejoicing, it became the festival day, a day of rest from the ordinary avocations or labors. It was the seventh day. It is still the Sabbath among the Mohammedans. But in quite early times the numbers of the days of the week became shifted. The sun's day was placed first and Saturn's day was the last, or seventh day, the holy day. From the Assyrians, the Semitic people Jews adopted this as their seventh day, or day of feasting and rest from work, and the myth of its origin was invented by them or Moses to increase its sacredness. We read Lev. Roman 23, 2 and 3 *****, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. Among the ancient Jews it was observed in the sense in which it was instituted, as a religious festival, a day of enjoyment, of feasting. But Nehemiah about 450 BC made it a legal day of rest, as may be fully appreciated by reading the 13th chapter of the book of Nehemiah. He forbade the sale of wine, of grapes and of figs, and of fish. Nehemiah, Roman 13, 15, 16, and other materials for the festival, and he insisted on attendance in the synagogues, etc. In other words, he was the originator of the puritanical ideas that have marked all later Christian legislation on the Sabbath. For previous to Nehemiah's time, the civil authorities did not attempt to exert their fanatical zeal to make all others comply with their narrow views of what the Sabbath signify, or how it should be observed. Jesus said the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Mark Roman 2:27. Gematria, Arabic numeration as we have it now, was introduced about 715 AD. It was therefore unknown to the ancients. In early Greek times the letters of the Ionic alphabet were used for numeration. The letters were consecutively 1, 2, 3, etc. to 24, for the 24 letters of their alphabet. Another mode was in use among the Greeks, Hebrews and Syrians. They used the first 9 letters for the numbers 1 to 9 inclusive, the rest of the letters for the tens, hundreds, etc. In addition to their own letters, the Greeks used 3 Phoenician letters for numbering, which they did not use for writing. In the Old Semitic alphabet of 22 letters, the higher numbers were expressed by juxtapositions. In the Roman numeration, which we still use for certain purposes, only a few letters are used as numbers: I, V, X, L, C, D, M, the numbers being expressed by juxtapositions. Gematria was a science of numbers that involved many mystical attributes of numbers which appear very queer to us now. The Gnostics, for instance, believed that from God emanated 365 angels, one as a guardian for each day of the year. These were called abraxas, because the Greek letters of this word signified 365. In the Hebrew Mishnah and Kabbalah and in the Christian Apocalypse or Revelation we find many examples of this use of numbers. I will quote one which refers to Antichrist, Rev. Roman 13, 18. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The words Kesar Neron in Jewish letters figure up 666. Therefore many authorities believed the Emperor Nero to be Antichrist. Some said that the word Latinos, whose Greek letters added up to the figures 666, was to be construed as meaning the pagan Roman Empire to be Antichrist. Pope Innocent Roman III in 1215 declared the Saracens to be Antichrist, and Pope Gregory Roman IX in 1234 called the Emperor Frederick Roman II Antichrist. The Church called all heretics Antichrist, while the Waldenses, Wycliffe, Huss, Luther, and others retaliated by calling the Pope Antichrist. Mohammed also had an Antichrist in the Quran. He said the Antichrist was to be branded on the forehead with the letters C, F, R. At that time no vowels were in use in Arabia, as already explained, therefore C, F, E spelled kafir and was so pronounced. This word meant infidel. Gradually the meaning of gematria was lost. Irenaeus, for instance, one of the Church Fathers 130-202 AD, did not understand it and made several conjectures as to what it meant in the vision of Daniel and in the Apocalypse, but none of his conjectures were correct. There were lucky and unlucky days and numbers. The 7th, 14th, 19th, 21st, and 28th days of the month were unlucky in ancient Babylon and Assyria. The natives of Madagascar believe in lucky and unlucky days of birth. If a child is born on an unlucky day, it is killed at once, rather than have it live under the dread inspired by its unlucky birthday. 13 is an unlucky number with us, because the 13 Jesus and his 12 disciples sat at table together just before Jesus was arrested, tried, and crucified. Many hotels have no rooms labeled 13. There was no station 13 on the railroad in the World's Fair grounds in St. Louis in 1904, and an accidental company of 13 at a banquet or at table will cause consternation and uneasiness for not a few, and that even among people whom we do not ordinarily consider superstitious. The crises and diseases were based on gematria. The 4th day is the index of the 7th, the 8th of the week following. But the 11th day is to be considered, for it is the 4th of another 7th. And again the 17th day is to be considered, being the 4th from the 14th and the 7th from the 11th. Ancient medical idea. Friday, as already explained, was deemed accursed by the early Christians on account of its association with Mylitta or Venus. It was considered particularly unlucky. It was and is made for Haman's day. It is considered to be unlucky to start on a journey or begin any undertaking on this day, and when the 13th and Friday happen to fall on the same day, it is supposed to portend particularly bad luck. Philo Judaeus was a Jewish philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, from 20 BC to 40 AD. Let us consider a few paragraphs from his writings. The creation of the world. Of other lawgivers, some have set forth what they consider to be just and reasonable in a naked and unadorned manner, while others, investing their ideas with an abundance of amplification, have sought to bewilder the people by burying the truth under a heap of fabulous inventions. But Moses made the beginnings of the laws entirely beautiful, neither inventing fables himself nor adopting those which had been invented by others. Roman 2. For some men, admiring the world itself rather than the creator of the world, have represented it as existing without any maker. Roman 3. And Moses says that the world was made in 6 days, not because the Creator stood in need of a length of time, but because the things created required arrangement, and number is akin to arrangement, and, of all numbers, 6 is by the laws of nature the most productive, for of all the numbers, from the unit upwards, it is the first perfect one, being made equal to its parts and being made complete by them, the number 3 being half of it, and the number 2 a third of it, and, so to say, it is formed so as to be both male and female, and is made up of the power of both natures. For in existing things the odd number is the male, and the even number is the female. Accordingly, of odd numbers the first is the number 3, and of even numbers the first is the number 2, and the 2 numbers multiplied make 6. It was fitting, therefore, that the world, being the most perfect of created things, should be made according to the perfect. Number, namely, 6, and as it was to have in it the causes of both, which arise from combination, that it should be formed according to a mixed number, the first combination of odd and even numbers, since it was to embrace the character both of the male who sows the seed, and of the female who receives it. And he allotted each of the 6 days to one of the portions of the whole, taking out the first day, which he does not even call the first day, that it may not be numbered with the others, but entitling it one, he names it rightly, perceiving in it and ascribing to it the nature and appellation of the unit. Romans 7. Moses says also, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, taking the beginning to be, not as some men think, that which is according to time. For before the world time had no existence, but was created either simultaneously with it, or after it. To venture to assert that time is older than the world is absolutely inconsistent with philosophy. XL, and after this, as the whole body of water in existence was spread over all the earth, and had penetrated through all its parts as if it were a sponge which had imbibed moisture, so that the earth was only swampy land and deep mud, both the elements of earth and water being mixed up and combined together, like one confused mass into one undistinguishable and shapeless nature, God ordained that all the water which was salt, and destined to be a cause of barrenness to seeds and trees should be gathered together, flowing forth out of all the holes of the entire earth. And he commanded dry land to appear, that liquid which had any sweetness in it being left in it to secure its durability. For this sweet liquid, in due proportions, is as a sort of glue for the different substances, preventing the earth from being utterly dried up, and so becoming unproductive and barren, and causing it, like a mother, to furnish not only one kind of nourishment, namely meat, but both sorts at once, so as to supply its offspring with both meat and drink. Wherefore he filled it with veins, resembling breasts, which being provided with openings, were destined to pour forth springs and rivers. And in the same way he extended the invisible irrigations of dew pervading every portion of arable and deep-soiled land, to contribute to the most liberal and plenteous supply of fruits. Having arranged these things, he gave them names, calling the dry land and the water which was separated from it sea. 106 Ezra, who reduced the traditions of the Mosaic account to writing, and who lived in the lands in which the pseudo-science of gematria was cultivated, no doubt introduced these mystical speculations to improve or perfect the traditions dating from Moses, who probably did not know anything about gematria. That the mystic science of gematria was known to the Chaldeans, Assyrians, and Babylonians in the days of Ezra is certain, for in the book of Daniel occur plentiful references to mystic numbers. Daniel was learned in all the wisdom of the Chaldeans and in his interpretations of the visions of others, and in his own visions occur such phrases as 7 times, 4 beasts, 4 wings, ancient of days, times and a half, etc. The references to animals, etc. are very similar to the eagle, the swan, the raven, etc. of the Rosicrucians and the alchemists of later days, who still cultivated the science of gematria. Daniel wrote about 600 BC. Ezra wrote about 450 BC. Philo wrote about the beginning of our era, and St. John wrote the Apocalypse about 96 AD, and all of these writings make use of the mystic meanings of numbers according to gematria, which was part of the learning of the initiated. Anyhow, we see that the story of Genesis has nothing to do with our week, nor the week with Genesis, but that the story of Genesis is based on the supposed perfection of the number 6. It is therefore wasted time to bestow much study or attach any importance to the days of creation as related in Genesis. And it shows us how deeply sex, or ideas about sex, permeated the thoughts of the ancients, for even the numbers were male and female. And Philo's description of the earth corresponds with the general views held in regard to Mother Earth. These considerations explain many things that we might not so readily appreciate if we did not know to what extent sex was the underlying principle in all ancient philosophies. The Bible of the Greeks, the word Biblia or Bible means the books. It is therefore proper to speak of all sacred books as the Biblia Bibles, of the respective people among whom they were held sacred. The sacred books of the Greeks were the poems of Homer. About 1000 BC, and Hesiod about 800 BC. Like the books of the Jewish Bible, these works were handed down through centuries by oral transmission from generation to generation, until finally the art of writing was acquired by the Greeks, when these poems were reduced to writing. How anthropomorphic the Greek deities were supposed to be can perhaps best be shown by quoting a few passages from Hesiod. In enumerating the gods, Hesiod begins by describing the generation of gods to which Zeus belonged, only referring briefly to Kronos as the father of Zeus. Kronos, the oldest god, is sometimes supposed to be the same as Kronos time. They are not the same, only the sounds being similar while the spelling is different. Thus writes Hesiod, begin we to sing with the Heliconian muses, who **** with delicate feet dance about the violet-hued fountain altars of the mighty son of Cronosus, and likewise having bathed their soft skins are wont to institute on the top of Helican choral dances, beautiful and lovely, and move nimbly with their feet. By night they were wont to wend their way, uttering sounds exceeding sweet, while they celebrate aegis-bearing Jove and majestic Juno and gleaming night Athena, Phobos Apollo, Artemis, Arrow Queen, and earth-compassing, earth-shaking Poseidon, August Themis, Aphrodite, shooting lovely glances ***, and Hebe and fair Dione, Aurora and the great sun, and the resplendent moon, Latona and Lapidus and wily Kronos, earth, mighty ocean and dark night and the holy race of other ever-living immortals ***. The muses *** whom Mnemosyne bare, after union with their sire, the son of Cronos ***, for during 9 nights did the counsellor Jove associate with her, apart from the other immortals, sending her holy bed ***, and many days had been completed. Then she bare 9 accordant daughters whose care is song. ***. In truth then foremost sprang chaos, and next broad-bossomed earth ***, but from chaos were born Erebus and black night, and from night again sprang forth Aetha and day, whom earth bare after having conceived by union with Erebus in love, making goo-goo eyes. *108 Sex and Sex Worship 1 And earth bare first indeed like to herself in size starry heaven that he might shelter her around on all sides, so that she might ever be a secure seat for the blessed gods, ***, but afterwards, having bedded with heaven, she earth bare deep-eating ocean, Chios and Creus, Hyperion and Lapidus, Thea and Re, Themis, Mnemosyne, and Phoebe with golden coronet and lovely Thetis. And after these was born, youngest, wily Kronos, most savage of their children. And he hated his vigor-giving sire ***, for of as many sons as were born of earth and heaven they ***, were hated by their sire from the very first. As soon as any of these were born, he would hide them all, and not send them up to the light, in a cave of the earth, and heaven exulted over the work of mischief, while huge earth inly groaned. Theg. 34. Birth of Venus, from painting by Botticelli. So earth conspired with her son Cronos Saturn to avenge her, and furnished him with a sickle with which to castrate heaven. Then came vast heaven, bringing night with him, and, eager for love, brooded around earth and lay stretched, I wot, on all sides. But his son from out his ambush grasped at him with his left hand, whilst in his right he took the huge sickle, long and jagged-toothed, and hastily mowed off the genitals of his sire, and threw them back to be carried away behind him. In noise vainly slipped they from his hand, for as many gory drops as ran thence, earth received them all. And when the years rolled round she gave birth to stern furies and mighty giants ***. But the genitals, as after first severing them with the steel he had cast them into the heaving sea from the continent, so kept. Sex and Sex Worship 109 Drifting a long time up and down the deep, and all round kept rising a white foam from the immortal flesh, and in it a maiden was nourished. First she drew nigh divine Cythera, and thence came next to wave-washed Cyprus. Then forth stepped an awful, beauteous goddess Fig. 34. And beneath her delicate feet the verdure throve around her, gods. And men name Aphrodite, the foam-sprung goddess, and fair-wreathed Cytherea, the first because she was nursed in foam. But Cytherea, because she touched at Cythera, and Cyprus born because she was born in wave-dashed Cyprus. Fig. 35. Eros by Thorwaldsen. And her Eros love accompanied Fig. 35 and fair desire followed, when first she was born and came into the host of the gods. One night bare also hateful destiny, and black fate, and death. She bare sleep, likewise, she bare the tribe of dreams, these did the goddess gloomy night bear after union with none. The poems of Homer were more human and humane, they treated the story of the gods more reverently. There were less stories of rape, incest, murder, and of unnatural occurrences, such as changing themselves into animals, etc. In other words, the gods and goddesses of Homer compared with the same deities of Hesiod, like civilized beings compared with savages. Yet the two versions became mixed, so that the public believed both kinds of fiction side by side. It will be noticed that Hesiod was later than Homer, and although but about 200 years difference, the thoughts and ideas had undergone marked degeneration or decadence even in that short time. Babylonian account of creation about 3800 BC. Long ago, when the heaven above had not been named and the earth beneath had no name, and only Apsu the ocean, the primeval who begat them, and Tiamat, confusion, who bore them both, existed, their waters mingled, and when no fields were formed, and no reeds to be seen, when not one of the gods had been called into being and named, and no fates had been decreed, then were created all the gods. Luchmu and Lachamu were the first to be called into being. Ages passed, then Anshar and Kishar were created, and long days before Anu, Bel, and E were created. The god Marduk fought against Tiamat confusion and destroyed Tiamat. Then the Lord quieted down, seeing her Tiamat's corpse. He tore from her like of a fish her skin in two halves. Half of her he stood up, and made it the heavenly dome. Anu, Bel and E he caused to inhabit it as their habitation. He Marduk established the mansions of the great gods. The stars corresponding to them, he fixed, and the annual constellations. He determined the year, its limits he fixed, *****, that none of the days might deviate nor be found lacking. *****, he made the moon god Nanaru brilliant, entrusted the night to him. He defined him as a night body, to mark off the days, saying, monthly without ceasing define the time with the disk. This refers to the 7 great gods, the planets, and the 12 great gods, the zodiacal signs. Sex and sex worship 111. In the beginning of the month light up in the evening, that the horns shine to mark the heavens. On the 7th day make half the royal cap, i.e. show 1/2 of the disk. On the 14th mayest thou mark the half of the month. Brahmanic ideas. Some of the earliest records of religion are contained in the Vedas of the Brahmins of India. The Vedas are hymns addressed to the personified powers of nature, the dawn, the sky, the storm god, etc. 1. In the beginning there arose the golden child. As soon as born, he alone was the Lord of all that is. He established the earth and the heavens, who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice. 2. He who gives breath, he who gives strength, whose command all the bright gods revere, whose shadow is immortality, whose shadow is death, who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice. 5. He through whom the awful heaven and the earth were made fast, he through whom the ether was established, and the firmament, he who measured the air and the sky, who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice. *****, 7. When the great waters went everywhere, holding the germ, and generating light, then there arose from them the breath of the gods, who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice. 8. He who by his might looked even over the waters which held power the germ, and generated the sacrifice. Light, he who alone is God, above all gods. Who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice? 9. May he not hurt us, he who is the begetter of the earth, or he, the righteous, who begat the heaven, he who also begat the bright and mighty waters. Who is the God to whom we shall offer sacrifice? This was the creation of the week. To the god Rudra, storm god, lightning god. 1. Offer ye these psalms to Rudra, whose bow is strong, whose arrows are swift, the self-dependent god, the unconquered conqueror, the intelligent, whose weapons are sharp. May he hear us. 2. For being the Lord, he looks after what is born on earth. Being the universal ruler, he looks after what is born in heaven. Protecting us, come to our protecting doors, be without illness among our people. 0. Rudra. From the first Prapithaka. 1. The altar is man. 0. Gautama. Its fuel speech itself, the smoke its breath, the light the tongue, the coals the eye, the sparks, the ear. 2. On that altar the devas offer food. From that oblation seed arises. 1. The altar is woman. 0. Gautama. 2. On that altar the devas offer seed. From that oblation rises the germ. 1. For this reason is water in the fifth oblation called man. This germ, covered in the womb, having dwelt there 10 months or more or less, is born. 2. When born, he lives whatever the length of his life may be. When he has departed, his friends carry him, as appointed, to the fire from whence he came, from whence he sprang. Buddhism foundation of the kingdom of righteousness 5. Now this, zero bhikkhus, is the noble truth concerning suffering. Birth is attended with pain, decay is painful, disease is painful, death is painful. Union with the unpleasant is painful, painful is separation from the pleasant, and any craving that is unsatisfied. That, too, is painful. Asterisk 10 lunar months of the funeral pile. 6. Now this, zero bhikkhus, is the noble truth concerning the origin of suffering. Verily, it is that craving, causing the renewal of existence, accompanied by sensual delight, seeking satisfaction now here, now there, that is to say, the craving for the gratification of passions. This then, zero bhikkhus, is the noble truth concerning the origin of suffering. 7. Now this, zero bhikkhus, is the noble truth concerning the destruction of suffering. Verily, it is the destruction, in which no passion remains, of this very craving, the laying aside of, the getting rid of, the being free from, the harboring no longer of this craving. These extracts from some of the various Bibles or sacred books show the importance attached to sex, to begetting, to seed, and to germ, to being born, etc. by the ancient writers. It is not necessary to enter more fully on this subject at this time. The underlying idea of nearly all religions is a gladness that we exist, we're glad we're here, a thankfulness to the Creator, and a desire to show our gratitude by worship and sacrifices. Some other cosmogonies the Bibles to which reference has just been made are those of the Aryan people, the stock from which came modern civilization, the Caucasian stock. To define the term Caucasian so as to sharply separate this race from all other races is impossible. Intermixture with other races in various degrees has left an impress on the mixed offspring which obliterated sharp distinctions. Residence for untold ages in tropical climates has had its influence in modifying the complexions, so there is no possibility to define accurately a race that has mixed itself for ages with all the other races on Earth, until we realize that it is subject to great variations due to these conditions. But he is of the Indo-European family of the human race. A Caucasian is not necessarily a white man. He may be very dark, as some of the Hindus, from exposure for many generations to the tropical sun and climate. He is Caucasian from conceived. Aerations of body and skull formation, large facial angle, orthognathous jaw, large cranial capacity and brain capability, etc., and not merely on account of his color. This Aryan stock had the largest brain, and when the Aryans left their original habitat in Asia and scattered to all parts of the world, from Ireland and Scandinavia to India and Japan, in which latter country we find the white hairy anus, they carried with them the traditions of a creator or father, and of a religion which led to the highest ethical development so far achieved by mankind. But other varieties or races called species by some of the genus Homo, whom we now consider to be barbarians or savages, constructed other myths in regard to the creation of the world and of man, many of which seem grotesquely absurd to us. Religion may be considered to be an effort of the human mind to explain the relations of mankind to God, to that power which is conceived to exist by the majority of mankind. To arrive at truth in religion is the highest aim of man's thought, but some religions had only a vague dawning of truth while others are ethically much higher. The underlying truth of religion is the intent to formulate the noblest aspirations and conceptions that are possible to the finite mind of man. The origin of the ideas about a supernatural power or powers may be ascribed to various causes. One is gratitude, thankfulness for life, for existence. This led to the Aryan concepts in regard to a creator. The burden of our religions is thankfulness to the Creator, worship thy Creator, and in probably all Aryan nations, this Creator was known as the Father. In many nations, if not in most nations of antiquity, this Creator was supposed to be the earthly or human father, the paternal cause of our being, the paternal parent, and such a view of the Creator gave rise to ancestor worship, which was probably the oldest and most universal form of religion, and which to this day prevails in many lands. In more cultivated or advanced races and nations, this idea was transferred to an imaginary heavenly father. Jupiter was the same deity as the Vedic or Indian god Dyaus Pitar. He was the Zens of the Greeks, and the Etruscan god Tina. In all these religions he retained his original significance. He was the Greco-Latinic god who ruled over the cyclic changes of the heaven, over seasons and years. As Jupiter, he was Jupiter. Sex acts sex worship LLF. Lucretius, the god of the bright sky, and Jupiter Pluvius, the god of the rainy sky. He was the god of light and darkness, of thunder and rain. To him every place that was struck by lightning became sacred, and it was enclosed by a fence to prevent its desecration by profane feet. In Rome, at an early date, a moral side of his character developed, and Jupiter was looked upon as the fatherly ruler of mankind, who protected the higher elements of human society and guarded the sanctity of oaths. This latter function of Jupiter is still recognized by us, for it is no uncommon occurrence for us to exclaim by Jove, as did the ancient Romans when taking an oath. It is surprising to find similar views held by savages in a strange and far distant continent. The Pawnees and Blackfeet Indians worshipped a deity, at Instarawa father spirit, an immaterial spirit who was beneficent, benevolent, and all-powerful. Next came Earth, who had produced them, and to whom they returned at death. They worshipped Mother Corn, who nourished and sustained them. The sun, moon, and stars were persons to whom they prayed. These ideas appear to have been taken from the same general fund of folklore that seems to have encompassed the whole world. Ancestor worship is a widely disseminated form of religion. In some nations, as among the Chinese, it is a literal worship of the dead parents, grandparents, etc., but this worship is often limited to the worship of the father, the mother being ignored as a factor in creation. Among the Buddhists, the ancient teachers and heroes and the ancestors of their rulers are venerated. But among some sects of Buddhists, some living persons are considered as divine, as the lamas in Tibet and the Mikado in Japan. The Mikados are considered to be direct descendants of the sun goddess, whom they represent on earth, and hence they are divine. In other nations, as in ancient Rome, this worship was at first a worship of the father, who had the power of life and death over his wives, children, and slaves. Later on it assumed a less literal form, as in the worship of the manes or shades or ghosts of the dead. Among the Romans, the ghosts or the spirits of the departed ancestors became the object of a sort of household cult. They were called the manes, and daily offerings or libations were made to them. On tombstones there were frequent recognitions of them, and dismanibus to the ancestral gods was a frequent inscription. In some nations these ideas led to a symbolic worship of the generative organs of the parents, the penis and testicles called the phallus in Greek and Latin, and the vulva called yoni. In Hindustani, these two words, phallus and yoni, are generally used now in referring to the worship of the masculine and feminine powers respectively. These forms of worship are referred to as the phallic worship, not perhaps the best term that might have been chosen, because, strictly speaking, it does not include the worship of the feminine, and also because among the thinking pagans these organs were not actually worshipped as such, but were adored or reverenced only as symbols for the powers in nature which they represented. By the word symbol we understand any object which is intended to call to mind, or to stand for some moral or intellectual idea. It is also called emblem, a type or representation which figuratively stands for some abstract ideal. Phallic worship is therefore also known as nature worship, but this term implies more than the former term. Sex is the greatest fact in human experience, the source of life and of nearly all its deepest emotions, the wellspring of our intensest pleasures as well as of our deepest griefs. Fig. 36. Solomon said in Proverbs v. 18, "Rejoice with the wife of thy youth, be thou ravished always with her love." In the Bible the first command given by God to man was, "Be fruitful and multiply." Gen. I. 28. All beauties of body and all graces of mind serve but to attract two individuals of different sexes, so that a new being may be created. Another powerful factor in producing a religious feeling was fear. When the worship of ancestors was transferred from the living parents to the ancestral dead, gratitude for existence became less prominent and there entered into religion a fearsome element, the universal and superstitious fear of kleos. This may have led to the expression, the fear of God, or the fear of the Lord. Whatever phenomena of nature primitive man did not understand were assigned to some supernatural power. Sex and sex worship 117 in all religions. There is a worship of a power greater than man and outside of himself. In whatever form this power was imagined, it almost always took the anthropomorphic form of a sexual power that created nature, the demiurge, the creator. There is no valid reason why we should assign the first dawnings of the idea of a deity or supernatural power to any very early stage of the existence of mankind. No doubt fear of the unknown was an early accompaniment of the fear of the known. The early troglodytes, in constant dread of becoming the prey of the saber-toothed tiger or the cave bear, were in equal dread of the unseen fig. 36. Eternal Spring, by Rodin. Force that sent the storm rushing through the forest or that hurled the lightning that shattered the trees. But this may have been an indefinite, an indefinable dread, for which primitive man, perhaps not yet even endowed with the gift of speech or language, could form no conscious explanation or conception. What is called history is an infinitely small span of time when compared with the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of years, that elapsed between the first appearance of man with the primitive body and the primitive mind and speech and religion of the Pithecanthropus or Neanderthal man, and the historical period. Between these two periods stretches an inconceivably long period of time regarding which all is darkness and mystery. From the first utterances of human articulate sounds until man was able to formulate thought into speech of words and sentences was perhaps a longer time than from this stage of his existence to the time when he was able to record his thoughts in sculpture and thus begin the historical period. But the first thoughts of man's theories of creation took place sometime during this unknown and unrecorded period of his existence. Of the period between the time when the first primitive human courtship occurred, when the male, seeing a mossy spot under the trees that would have tempted the fauns and nymphs of ancient Greece, nudged his female companion with a primitive HM? And she responded with an acquiescing aha. Until the time when man stopped to contemplate the heavens and to speculate on cosmogonies, we know nothing. But we know of later people, in historical times, even in our own times, who have not yet turned their thoughts to any religious speculations. Even among ourselves, in civilized nations, the masses are not interested in thoughts about cosmogony. It is probable that there are few who have not heard about God and who would not be able to say when asked who made the world that God made it, but it conveys no real thought to their minds. A Salvation Army lass once told the writer that one of their number had asked a man whether he knew that Jesus had died for him, and he answered, "No, I did not even know that he was sick." Millions of human beings in our most civilized communities are equally ignorant and indifferent, and from their own inner consciousness are never tempted to think about such matters at all. The Esquimaux have no native theory of God or creation, except now, such as has been taught them by missionaries. The Adipones never bothered themselves as to the nature or origin of the heavenly bodies, they simply accepted them as matters of fact, but these natural phenomena inspired no curiosity. There are a number of so-called cosmogonies that appear to us to be absurd. For instance, the Scandinavians worshipped a god whom they called Ymir. The first man and woman sprang from his armpit. In similar manner, Minerva sprang from the head of Zeus, and Pan from his thigh. According to the Bible Gen. Romans 2:7 and the belief of the Na. Sex and Sex Worship 119 Lives of Australia, New Zealand, Melanesia, Greece, India, and some other lands, man was fashioned out of clay or the dust of the earth. As the funeral ritual of many of our churches expresses it, dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Or in the words of the Bible Gen. Romans 3:19, in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. A colored teacher in a Sunday school told his class how God had taken a moist lump of clay and had made Adam from it. And God set him alongside of a fence, and when he was dry enough he blew his breath into his nostrils, and Adam became a living soul. See Gen. Romans 2:7. You say God set Adam alongside of a fence to dry, said an inquisitive pupil. That's what I said. answered the teacher. Well, where did that fence come from? Ah, go away, nigger. Such questions as that'll upset any system of theology. In Thibet the chief god was Kuntusi Zanpo, and his wife Yom Kailan was the eternal female principle. From these two came all the other gods, all humankind, and the whole world. Some North American tribes of Indians say that the muskrat created the earth by fishing it up from the depths of the ocean. The Quiches of ancient Mexico and Central America believe that Huracan Hurricane, the thunder god, the heart of heaven, created humankind. The ancient Persians said that the first tree and the first bull were the ancestors of the human race. They believed that there were two antagonistic principles, one male and one female, primordial fire or heat, the passionate nature of the male, and primordial water, or cold, the apathetic nature of the female. According to Persian traditions, Meska and Meskian, progenitors of mankind, were created for happiness in this world and the next, provided they were good and did not worship Jews, the spirit of evil. But they were seduced by an evil spirit and dressed themselves in black for 30 days, in worship of the spirit of darkness. Jews then gave them various fruits to eat, and they forfeited many pleasures. They covered themselves with the skins of dogs and ate dogs. Armen is represented a poisonous serpent and Jews. 120 Sex and sex worship often assumes the same shape, the same story that we find in Genesis. The comics say that men in the first age of the world lived 80,000 years. The seven were holy and happy, but a plant sweet as honey sprang out of the earth, of which a greedy man tasted and made others acquainted with it. A sense of shame was awakened, and they began to make themselves coverings and clothes from leaves. Virtue fled, and vice, murder, and adultery spread in the land. Tibetan mythology tells a similar story. We meet here the same elements of ancient folklore that are found in the Bible. The great age of the first of mankind, the same eating of some fruit or vegetable product which caused them to become ashamed, the same making themselves clothes from leaves, the same fall from the state of innocence. Ovid BC, 43 AD, 17 said that man was made in the image of the gods and that he was intended to rule over earth and all the creatures of earth. See Charge of Plagiarism p. 12. The same folklore material that appears in the Bible is found in Ovid. The Hindus taught that Prajapati, the universe which was soul, and only one made animals from his breath and man from his soul, the same element of folklore that was also utilized in the Bible. The Brahmins taught that Brahma created man who issued from the ground at the divine word Gen. I. 11. Let the earth bring forth his head appearing first, then his shoulders, body and legs. Life was then infused into him, and God made for him a companion, a woman, and the two lived together as man and wife, tilling the ground like Adam and Eve, and they had 4 sons. Brahma made wives for them also, and they and their progeny scattered to the 4 quarters of the earth. In one regard, this account is more considerate than the account in Genesis. A good many people are sensitive about the latter story, as they cannot understand where Cain, Abel, and Seth got wives without committing incestuous union with their own sisters. The Bible says that Adam and Eve had sons and daughters. One of the apocryphal books, the Book of Jubilees, mentions 2 of the latter, Avan and Azura. The Brahmins tell the story so as not to worry these hypersensitive ones, who take these myths for actual facts. Among the Bushmen of Africa, the Mantis religiosa, the insect commonly known to us as devil's horse, is supposed to have been the creator of the world and its inhabitants. Some tribes of Bushmen say the creator was a grasshopper, but they also say that the Mantis gave orders and caused all things to appear. The ancient Greeks also ascribed supernatural powers to this insect. The Turks and Arabs believe that it prays with its head towards Mecca. In Nubia it is viewed with much veneration, while the Hottentots are said to worship it, and when one alights on them, they consider it a peculiarly good omen. Even among more civilized people it is considered with awe. It is related that once one of these insects alighted on the hand of Saint Francis Xavier 1506–1552 AD, who, impressed by its pious attitude of prayer, commanded it to sing the praise of God, which it instantly did by composing and intoning loudly a hymn of praise. But are such myths bona fide attempts at forming a theory of cosmogony? Are we justified in including them in the list of mythologies or religions? When a mother amongst us is bothered by the older children to tell them where the new little brother or sister came from, does she tell them what she really knows? Or does she tell them that the doctor brought it, or that a stork brought it, or in some parts of Europe that it was found in a hollow tree, or that it grew on a tree? There were many primitive people who said that men and women came out of caves, and caves were sacred and symbolical of Cybele, a Phrygian goddess, at one time worshipped throughout Asia Minor. She was considered as identical with the Grecian goddess Re. Did these people believe as a religion that men and women came out of caves? Probably not, at least not the more intelligent ones, who saw in such a story a euphemistic way of saying that children come out of the vulva and womb, for which cave is a symbol in some religions. The cave is the womb of nature. Would a man from Mars writing about his visit to our Earth tell his readers that the American Christians are a sect who believe that storks create babies, because he had heard a mother explain to her inquisitive children that storks brought the babies? Why should we consider such stories of mythology or cosmogony to be serious religion for grown-ups on the part of some other people? We know that savages at a certain age initiate their boys and girls into societies or lodges where they are taught certain truths that are religiously kept from the uninitiated or children. When strangers interrogate them, they are apt to give them fairy tales instead of the truth, and these fairy tales seem to be accepted by some travelers as the real beliefs of the people whom they interrogated. Must not this be the case with some of these tales of cosmogony? In nearly all primitive cosmogonies, a vast abyss of water is assumed to be feminine, and to be made pregnant by a male god or creator or demiurge. The word demiurgus Latin means a workman, an artificer, a maker, one who makes or models anything. Tertullianus, a Christian writer of about 125 AD, wrote, Figulat hominum demiurgus et de flautu suo animat, the demiurge models man and animates him with some of his breath. The word figulat is from the same root as the word figulus, a molder, a potter, a brickmaker, a worker in clay. This demiurge, as he was called by the Platonic philosophers, was supposed to be a mysterious power through whom God created, an artificer who obeyed the commands of God, as for instance, when God said let there be light, the demiurge made or turned on the light. In some of the earlier cosmogonies the first thing created is light, possibly from an early realization that life depends on light and that creation of is impossible without light. The Egyptians said that their god Thoth was the demiurge, the creator, who is said to have given the world light when all was darkness and there was no sun. Moses also had God create light first and the sun afterwards. Now human beings formed by a demiurge of course were not born in the ordinary human ave. They were fashioned in a supernatural way. They were therefore called protoplas by the ancients. Also, some writers, like Swedenborg, taught that in heaven all will be naked as clothing was introduced through sin. Based on this idea, writers have said that when we go to heaven we can readily recognize Adam and Eve because they have no navels. Sex acts sex worship 1L never having been attached through a navel cord and placenta to a mother. In most religions but little stress is placed on the navel. In India Vishnu's navel, symbolized thus, *s add 10L from his navel. A lotus bud grew which, when it developed, produced the world. The Mandeans were an ancient Oriental sect whose religion was made up of a mixture of elements borrowed or appropriated from Jewish, Christian, and heathen sources. They said that the origin of all things was Pira, the great abyss, associated with whom and forming a trinity are Avar Ziva Rabba the great shining ether and Mana Rabba the great spirit of glory. Along with Mana Rabba is Damatha, his wife or image, a female power. The demiurge of the Mandeans made Adam and Eve, but was unable to make them stand upright, so Hibil, Jithal and Amish were sent by the first life to infuse into the forms of Adam and Eve a portion of the essence of Mana Rabba himself. Hibil then taught the protoplas to marry and how to people the earth. The Mandeans said that Esther Istar or Venus is the Holy Ghost. The devil of the Mandeans was Ruha, who is female. She gave birth to 3 sets of children, who were translated to heaven and became the constellations. The first set consisted of 7, and they became the 7 planets, the 7 great gods. Another set consisted of 12, who became the 12 zodiacal constellations or signs, the 12 great gods. But the record of what became of her third set of 5 children has not come down to us. The Mandeans were similar to the Gnostics. They performed baptism by total immersion in running water, but their baptism does not seem to have been as effective as amongst us, as it had to be frequently repeated. Their name for holy water was Jordan. Their sacred books laid much stress on procreation, and like the patriarchs of old, they tried to do their duty in this regard by practicing polygamy, but history records that few of them were rich enough to acquire and maintain more than 2 wives. The great abyss of the Mandeans occurs also in various forms in other mythologies. Many primitive cosmogonies cited water as a pre-existent material which held in solution, or out of which were formed, all other things. Some savage people supposed that the earth grew out of the water, which, incidentally, is how geology tells us that the continents grew. The Babylonian mythology, for instance, thought that water was the vehicle of life, as in a certain sense it is, for where there was no water there was no life, it was a desert. The Babylonians imagined an abyss of water to have been made pregnant by a male creator, who arose from the abyss itself. King Ashurbanipal's library about Roman 7th century BC speaks of a female primeval flood or abyss called Tiamat and a masculine power. Another idea, prevalent especially in the Pacific Islands, is that the earth was raised or fished up from the primeval water, living, as they did, on a comparatively small firm land surrounded on all sides by deep water. This was perhaps a quite rational conclusion of the islanders. They may have even had traditional knowledge of such creation of land, for some of the islands were formed by volcanic eruption or elevation. The Japanese, also an island-inhabiting people, had a myth that a rush grew out of the earth while it was still soft mud. Compare Philo's description of the earth p. 105, or like oil floating on the surface of water, this rush produced as a fruit a land-forming god. Philo, of Biblis, tells about several Phoenician cosmogonies. One mentions Baal and Tanith as the male and female principles, the conjugal union of whom produced creation. In another of these cosmogonies is mentioned a woman, Bau, which name is interpreted as night. Probably she was identical with Bohu, the Hebrew name in the Mosaic account Chen. I too, which is translated chaos, or with the Babylonian Tiamat, confusion. The Polynesians speak of the heaven god Tangaloa as a great bird hovering over the waters, an idea probably derived from the same folklore from which Moses adopted the expression the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters Jan. I too. In the Avesta, the Persian sacred books, which were reduced to writing probably a little earlier than were the books of Moses, the god Ahura Mazda is represented as creating the world out of nothing by the exercise of his will. In the cuneiform inscriptions of about the time of Darius and Sex and Sex Worship 125 Xerxes, Ahura is called the great god of gods, who made heaven and earth and men. This abyss of waters, however, was not merely the creative flux out of which came creation, but in many cosmogonies it also became a destructive agent. Many mythologies believe in successive destructions and recreations of the world, as for instance the story in the Bible Gen. Roman 6, Roman 7, and Roman 8. This idea ascribes to the flood of waters the same function that the Hindus ascribe to Siva, destruction and reproduction. This same, or a very similar story is known in almost all the mythologies of the world, in the Old as well as in the New Continent. The Assyrian account, which is about 1,000 years older than the Mosaic account, is very similar to the latter. The idea that the flood was sent as a punishment for the sins of the people was also very widespread. That is the reason given for the flood in the Bible. It was also the cause of the flood in the Hindu sacred writings, which relate that Vishnu became incarnated as a fish who held up the earth and thus became its savior. Ovid, a Greek poet, BC 43 to 17 AD, said that the Golden Age, or the earliest age of man, was one of simplicity and innocence, but it gradually degenerated until corruption was so great that Zeus sent a flood to destroy mankind. Catlin tells us that among the North American Indians there is not a tribe that has not a tradition of a great flood. It is possible that such myths as that of the destruction of Atlantis, etc., and all the other flood stories are based on the experiences of Pacific Islanders, whose worlds are subject to occasional partial or even nearly complete destruction by the tidal waves or floods which are caused by the volcanic disturbances in that part of the world. But it is of course also possible that the story of the flood was brought to the Indians by early missionaries. In India, in 1876, a tidal wave rushed in upon the land, and as it retreated to the sea, it carried with it 150,000 of the inhabitants, together with all their belongings. In days before the telegraph or mail service, such a disaster would be more or less local, but it would live in the memories of the survivors, or of the neighboring people, for many generations, and give rise to a tradition of a flood, and as such floods may have occurred in various places and many times, this would be ample to account for. 1. LT sex AXT sex worship, a universal tradition of a flood, that need not have been the same flood. Like in the story of the Bible, another pair of first parents must be provided to continue the race of mankind. These are either supplied by new creations, or by the survival of a few individuals as in the Bible myth, which makes Noah and his wife the second Adam and Eve, as they are called by the Arabians. Of course, the general theories of creation, as due to sex, make such a feature of a deluge myth a necessity. Primitive man, at some time or other, must have commenced to speculate on the origin or source of life. It is not inconceivable that the troglodytes, living in their caves, depending for food on the hunt and chase, came across some eggs just as they were hatching, and generalizing from such observations, the egg became to them an early and primitive conception of the source of life and creation. And the cosmic egg became a feature of many mythologies and cosmogonies. From this egg originated our universe and all that it contains, including our earth, our gods and men. The myth of a cosmic egg occurs in Phoenician, Egyptian, Indian, Chinese, Polynesian, and Finland mythologies, associated with one or another or several of the ideas concerning the abyss, a male god who fertilized it, mixture, generation, fragility, the dome-like appearance of the sky, and the form of the sun, moon, and planets. Though ideas of sex seem to have been connected to the cosmic egg in the earlier cosmogonies, the egg was not yet associated with, or recognized as a manifestation or characteristic of the feminine, as it was later on. The Hindu god Brahma who produced it was male. So was the Egyptian god Seb, who produced it. The Egyptians figured many of their deities in the form of animals, and Seb, the producer of the cosmic egg, was represented in the image of the goose. In the Esadapatha Brahmana is an account of the primeval waters and a cosmic or world egg. According to one account, this egg produced Prajapati. According to another account, Prajapati produced the cosmic egg. A little later, in India, we find the myth of a self-existent lord who created by a thought. He created the waters and deposited in them a seed which grew into a golden egg, from which egg he himself was born as Brahma, the progenitor of all the worlds. Apuleius, an ancient Latin writer, saw in the egg the symbol of all that was, that is, and that is possible to be, and modern biology teaches that the ovum, or egg, is the highest manifestation of life to which all other phenomena of life are subservient and contributory. In the cuneiform inscriptions of about the time of Darius and Xerxes, Ahura Mazda is called the great god of gods, who made heaven and earth and men. Sex in plants and totemism, the germs of botanical science, are found in a rudimentary form in very remote antiquity. The beginning of a science may be considered to be the time when the subject to which it relates first engaged the thought and incited the investigations in regard to the particular natural phenomena by early mankind. The actual achievements are not of material consideration in this connection. The fact that a subject became an object of study and speculation at a certain period constitutes the germ or beginning of the science, regardless of the question whether these early theories stood the test of time and were found correct, or whether they were afterwards abandoned because they were proved to be incorrect. It can only be in this sense that it can be said truthfully that the germs of botanical science are traceable in remote antiquity. Figure, in Vegetable World, says that the ancients already held the view that plants were sexual, and says this as if such ancient assumption was based on more or less scientific foundation. It is therefore of interest to examine the ancient views on sex, and this will show that Figueres' assertion is erroneous and that the idea that the ancients knew plants to be sexual rests on very slim premises. Primitive men conceive every object, as being personal, and to be endowed with passions and attributes like themselves, even the most abstract phenomena like sky, earth, wind, fire, etc., even the stones and plants were regarded as persons. All things, animate and inanimate, were supposed to be sexual and to produce either their own kind or any other kind of being by processes analogous to those by which human offspring was produced. Even the soil and stones were supposed to be able to produce. 128 Sex and sex worship human beings, and the ancient Greeks called men who sprang from their soil autochtones. Even our Negroes, who still cultivate many features of voodoo worship, consider lodestones to be powerful fetishes or love charms and know how to distinguish between the male and female lodestones. With such ideas prevailing, it was but natural that all living things, animal or vegetable, were considered to be related to each other and that they all, like humankind, were male and female. And animals and plants came to be regarded as the ancestors of the human race, or at least of certain tribes or people. This is totemism. While totemism generally considers man as descended from and therefore related to certain animals' totems, there are tribes who claim to be descended from and related to certain plants. Such tribes could not kill any animal for food or use any plant that was totem to them. Such animal or plant was tapu taboo to them. Among the Bed Maize clan of Omaha's North American Indians, the red maize was considered to be their totem or ancestor, and members of this tribe may not eat red maize. Among the ancient Norsemen, Yggdrasil was the tree of life from which all living beings sprang. It reached with its roots to all parts of the earth, and produced all the inhabitants of the earth. Its roots reached to the lowest depths of the underworld and produced the demons and evil spirits, and its branches reached up into the air, and produced all the creatures that live in the air, and its uppermost branches reached into heaven and produced the gods, thus binding all life into one relationship. Yggdrasil was an ash tree fraxinus and was the ancestor or the male ancestor of mankind. Fru eller alder Olnews, according to Norse mythology, was the female progenitress or ancestress of mankind. Such and similar was the origin of the ancient belief that plants had sexual attributes. We will consider a few more of these ancient and modern uncivilized notions in regard to sex. The Persians imagined the first tree and the first bull to have been the first ancestors of the human race. As the bull was their symbol of their male creator, the tree must have been their first female ancestress. They discovered in physics generally two antagonistic, or rather complementary, principles, one male, the other female. In Maori mythology, some of the gods were vegetable, some animal in nature. So also in Hindu mythology, those of the people of Amban who are descendants from trees may not use their totem trees for firewood. An Orman clan whose totem is the Kudra tree will not eat of the oil obtained from that tree, nor even sit in its shade. The Eddas say that the first man came from an ash tree, the first woman from an alder tree, the ash tree a variety of fraxinus, the alder tree, Olnews in Kana, Erie. In making fire by friction, a hole was made in a block of alder yonic, and the stick, which was twirled in this hole, was of ash phallic, the two by friction producing fire, heat, and life. The ancient Greeks explained that Prometheus brought fire to mankind, hidden in a staff. This explained why, by rubbing staffs together, the fire could be set free again. The ancient Teutons considered the oak tree male, because the acorn looks like a gland's penis with its profuse acorn in its cupule. A modern example of this method of grouping plants into male and female prevails in some rural districts of England, with regard to the holly Ilex aquifolium. This plant is dioecious, and the British Encyclopedia says that it changes sex from male to female with age. The common people, however, distinguish two varieties of the plant, one variety which is prickly and rough and is called he holly, the other variety, which is smooth or non-prickly, is she holly, in analogy to the human body, which in the male is bearded and hairy on the body, while the female body is smooth and devoid of hair. In some parts of Europe, children are said to be found in lakes, from which they are brought by storks. In other parts they are said to grow on trees, or to be found in hollow trees. The birch tree Bichilat alba is considered to be feminine in Bavaria, and children are said to come from birch trees, or to be found in hollow birch trees. A newly born girl baby is bathed in a tub made of birchwood, so that when she grows up she will be attractive to the men. The beech fagus is considered also to be female, and in some provinces it is regarded in the same manner as the birch. The Lupercalia were old Roman festivals on which occasions women ran about naked so that they could be whipped on their bare posteriors to make them fertile. This festival survives in some primitive communities of continental Europe. Children are whipped with birch witches Lebensruthen, life switches, otherwise they will not thrive or grow, but remain stunted. In many parts of Europe, female domestic animals as well as the women of the household are whipped on the bare genitals with birch witches on Halloween Eve by the men of the household. This is supposed to ensure fertility and healthy offspring. In parts of Russia, the husbands whip their wives on the bare posteriors with birch twigs to make them fertile and to ensure easy and safe childbirth. A woman whose husband does not whip her thinks he does not love her. The trousseau of the bride contains the necessary bundle of birch rods or switches root, also in German the name of the male virile organ. In Poland, for the same reason, the bride is driven to the nuptial bed by the matrons with a rod of fir, which is there considered in the same way as the birch is elsewhere. The upstanding growth of the fir is very suggestive of a prominent characteristic of the male member. In Japan, the fir is a symbol of the masculine, the plum tree of the feminine. At weddings, dwarf trees of these two kinds are used as table decorations. In India, when a Hindu plants a grove of mango trees, he will not take the fruit of the grove before the trees have been married with full Brahmanic rites and ritual to some other kind of tree, usually a tamarind, sometimes an acacia. It is considered a disgrace if the mango trees commence to bear fruit before this marriage has been celebrated. In the Punjab, a Hindu cannot legally be married to a third woman. He gets around the difficulty by marrying a babel tree, so that the wife he subsequently marries is counted as his fourth. In Bengal, both bride and bridegroom are married to trees before they are married to each other. Kipling wrote, "Lalan is a member of the most ancient profession in the world." In the West, people say rude things about Lalan's profession and distribute lectures to young people in order that morality may be preserved. ***** Lalan's real who's. Banned, for even ladies of Lalan's profession in the East must have husbands, was a great big jujube tree, for that is the custom of the land. The advantages of having a jujube tree for a husband are obvious. You cannot hurt his feelings, he looks imposing, and he does not become jealous. In Germany formerly, when a child was baptized, a birth tree was planted, a male tree for a boy and a female tree for a girl. This was also done for one of President Wilson's grandchildren. According to Albert Magnus, about 1250 AD, the trees used for this ceremonial were the pear tree, which was masculine, and the apple tree, which was feminine. The health and growth of the children were supposed to depend on the manner in which the trees thrive. Among the ancient Greeks and commons, all trees that bore fruit were considered female. Grammatically, they were considered feminine, even if the names had masculine endings. The adjectives were feminine. In our scientific nomenclature, we have retained this grammatical gender or sex. Primus if. Roman 2 decal plum tree. As Prunus domestica, edge. Farin. Amygdalis if. Roman 2 decal almond tree. As Amygdalis communis, var. Amara, edge. Fern. Quercus us fern. Roman 4 decal oak tree. As Quercus infractoria, edge. Fern. This applies also to many smaller plants, although not as regularly so. Avena sativa, fern oats. Or is a sativa, fern rice. But enough for the present of plant folklore. It shows that no element of a scientific nature entered into the widespread ancient belief that plants were sexual in their natures. In Gen. I. 11, we read, "And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself, and it was so." Science teaches us that the first life on earth was vegetable life, and very low in the scale of life among the algae we find sex. Consequently, sex existed probably before there were any animals. In Cruden's Concordance of the Bible, the first edition of which was published in 1737. But the edition which I have, and from which I quote, printed in 1829, we find the following definition of seed: seed, that thin, hot, and spirituous humor in man's body which is fitted by nature for the generation of mankind. Roman 38. 9. Likewise for that matter which in all plants and fruits is disposed for the propagation of the kind. Sex and sex worship. The oldest mention of botanical lore was found in Assyrian and Egyptian inscriptions. In a tomb at Thebes, a wall painting was found which represents a botanical garden, and this is the earliest mention of the cultivation of exotic plants. Fig. 37. A contemporary record on a temple wall at Thebes states that an expedition was sent by Queen Hassep about 1600 BC to bring incense trees from Punt, modern Somaliland, to be planted in the gardens connected with the temple for the purpose of cultivating incense for the temple ceremonials. An early attempt at botanical illustration is a Babylonian sculpture about 680 BC, showing Ashurbanipal's queen at a meal. Fig. 37. A botanical garden from a tomb at Thebes, Egypt, 19 BC. Fig. 38. Among the plants in the background are a date palm and a grapevine, both of which are quite characteristically depicted. In Sardanapal's library 650 BC, were figured plants and plant parts used in medicine, which were stated to be copied from inscriptions going back to between 4000 and 5000 BC. The promoters of botany among the ancient Greeks and Romans were not, properly speaking, botanists, but rhizotoms or pliermocopals, gatherers of and dealers in medicinal roots and herbs. Aristotle, Mithridates, Cato, Virgil, Dioscorides, and the elder Pliny, however, all wrote on botany or the wonders of vegetation, the most learned and important works on this subject. 133 were the works of Theophrastus, Roman 4th century BC. He mentions sexuality of plants, but did not determine any special sexual organs. Of course, it may have been empirically noted at a quite early time that some plants never bore fruit, while others of the same kind did produce fruit. The ancients considered fruit-bearing plants as female by analogy with mankind or themselves. The plants that did not produce fruit were therefore male. Some dioecious plants, like hemp, were of this kind. So were date palms, and this empirical observation led the ancients to speak of male and female plants without their having any real scientific understanding of facts. The works of Theophrastus remained the most important. Fig. 38. An Assyrian sculpture showing date palm and grapevine, about 680 BC. Works on botany until comparatively recent times, in fact, until the times of Linnaeus and his contemporaries. Herodotus, who wrote about 450 years BC, recorded that the female date trees had to be fertilized by shaking among their flower clusters the flower clusters from the male trees. This procedure, as just explained, must have been due to empirical experience and not to scientific understanding. And the fertilizing power was even ascribed to the multitude of small nets that were shaken out of the male clusters of flowers. Thomas de Garbo in 629 AD taught that plants were not necessarily produced by seeds, but could be produced through fermentation. (134) Sex and sex worship. Alpini, a physician and botanist who lived 1553–1617 AD, wrote, "The female date palms do not bear fruits unless the branches of the male and female plants are mixed together, or, as is more generally done, unless the dust found in the male sheath or male flower is sprinkled over the female flowers." There does not appear any reason to place Alpini's opinion on other than purely empiric experience. When alchemists realized the futility or absurdity of their search for the philosopher's stone which was to transmute baser metals to gold, or for the elixir of life which would cure all diseases and prolong life indefinitely, they turned their attention to the solving of the mystery of generation. The mystery of Adam and Eve, the red man and the white woman of Genesis and the Bible. The mystery of sex. Caesalpinus in 3 AD. A learned Italian scientist published a work entitled De Plantis Libri Roman 16 in 183 AD. In this work the author suggested a classification of plants which more or less distinctly foreshadowed both the Linnean system and the natural system of Jussieu, and which he based on characteristics of flowers, stamens, pistils and fruits. In this work he recognized that plants were sexual, but he speaks of the halidus breath, exhalation, perfume, as the fertilizing agent. Caesalpinus, as late as 1600 AD, referred to phyllitis or breath, an immaterial emanation, exhalation or vapor, practically the perfume from the male plants, as causing fertility in the female plant. His views on the anthers and pistils, however, do not seem to have become generally known nor generally accepted. In the year 1682 AD, Nehemiah Grew, secretary of the Society of London, published his Anatomy of Plants, in which the nature of the stamens and pistils as the male and female organs of plants was distinctly asserted. In 1694 AD, Camarius, a German botanist, also described the stamens as male organs and the pistils as female organs in a book entitled De Saxo Plantarum. In 1684 AD, the French botanist Tournefort published his Elements of Botany, being the first attempt to define the exact limits of genera in vegetables. Most of his genera are still recognized in modern classifications. The great mistake of his classification, however, was his division of all plants into two classes. Sex and Sex Worship 135 Trees and Herbs. The growth. Merit, on the other hand, was the importance given to the study of the flower. His scheme in outline is as follows. Flower-bearing trees. Apetalus apetalus. Thear degrees pearly, so-called amentaceae. Having catkins monopetalous petalous JJ regular, rosaceae polypetalous. Irregular, papilionocerc herbaceous plants without corolla. 1. Plants provided with stamens wheat, barley, rice, etc. 2. Flowerless plants with seeds ferns, lichens, etc. Free. Plants in which flowers and fruits are not apparent. Simple flavoring herbaceous plants. Corolla monopetalous regular corolla. Polypetalous resular HR regular compound flowering herbaceous plants. Composite. While Caesalpinus, Grew and Camarius had promulgated the idea that plants possessed sexual parts, Tournefort remained skeptical and did not accept such views. However, his system of classification was so superior to previous systems that it brought order where confusion had previously existed, and modern scientific botany practically originated with Tournefort. John Ray, an English botanist, published his Historia Plantarum in 1686 AD. In this work he laid the foundations for modern natural systems of classification. The main plan of Ray's system is as follows. Flowerless plants TV, monocotyledonous 1 lowering. Plants dicotyledonous divided into woody trees and herbaceous plants. Further subdivisions based on the fruits. Sex and Sex Worship in 1735 AD. Linnaeus presented the theory that stamens were male organs and pistils female organs of plants with such convincing emphasis that he compelled universal acceptance of this view. So little known, apparently, were the previously published views of Caesalpinus, Grew and Camarius, that Linnaeus is generally considered to have been the first one to explain the nature of stamens and pistils and to firmly establish the fact that plants have sex. He rendered the theory popular by basing on it his system of classification, which is even to this day used in the schools in some European lands. The structure of a flower and the nature of fertilization are shown in Fig. 39. The anther cells produce the pollen grains, Fig. 39. Section of flower and section of overa, above, shows fertilization. Various pollen grains below, which fall on the stigma of the ovary female part, and are prolonged into a tube which carries the protoplasm of the male cell down into the interior of the ovary where it comes in contact with the protoplasmic matter of the ovum or female cell. The result is fertilization and the growth of the embryo. While modifications of Ray's system constitute the natural systems of modern times, the Linnean system still forms an artificial key to the natural systems, and the terms of this system are generally used in the description of plants and flowers. That this demonstration of the sexual nature of plants was novel is seen from the interest, even enthusiasm, with which it was received. Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of Charles Darwin. Sex and Sex Worship 137. Wynne published a poem, The Loves of the Flowers, which was illustrated with a series of fine steel engravings Fig. 40, and the rapid acceptance of the Linnean system everywhere is generally known. In 1789 AD, Laurent de Jussieu published his Genera Plantarum, which is the basis of all modern natural systems of classification. We thus bring down the history of taxonomy to our own times. During the last 75 or 100 years, many botanists have attempted various systems of classification based on the consideration of Fig. 40. Cupid among the flowers from The Loves of the Flowers by Darwin. The cotyledons of polypetalous, monopetalous, and apetalous flowers. Upon the mode of insertion of the stamens, names have changed, things remain the same, and if in their details the series of families or orders present certain differences, it only arises from the fact that a linear series is incompatible with the natural system, and that the connection of the intermediate groups may be expressed in various ways without affecting the general principles of the system. While Linnaeus established the main facts of the nature of the sexual organs in plants, the exact method of fertilization remained as obscure as that in the case of animals. The pollen was 138. Sex axt sex worship recognized as the matter which fecundated the ovary, but it remained a question as to the manner in which it did so. It was at first thought that the grains of pollen broke on the stigmas and that the granules were absorbed by the stigma and went to form the embryo. In 1823 AD, Amici, an Italian botanist, discovered the pollen tubes. About 1837 AD, Schleiden and Hogel announced that the vegetable embryo pre-existed as a germ within the pollen grains. It is carried at the end of the pollen tube to the embryonic sac, where it develops into the seed or embryo. Whether this was a conscious effort to harmonize the fertilization of plants with the views held so long in regard to animals and man cp. 140, views that were apparently in harmony with the teachings of the Bible, that the seed or embryo issue from the sexual parts of the male or father, I cannot say. That it was such there can be no doubt. Schleiden's theory of the pre-existence of the embryo in the pollen grains was shown to be wrong by the observations of Brongniart, Amici, Moll, Linger, Hofmeister, and others. In 1849 AD, Cholesny published his studies on vegetable embryogeny and finally established the theory of fertilization as taught today, namely, that the male and female elements unite to form the embryo. About 1876 AD, the nuclear theory of fertilization was demonstrated. The successive steps in karyokinesis and the importance of chromosomes were demonstrated. This does not mean that all the secrets of the process are clear. Hundreds of men of science are still trying to solve further mysteries of heredity, etc., but these mysteries, while constituting the most fertile field for research and investigation, do not particularly interest us now in connection with this attempt to fix the niche which is filled by Linnaeus in connection with the development of vegetable taxonomy. Sex in animals. Ancient ideas. Of course, sex was more distinctly apparent in animals and mankind than in plants, but even here, the ideas as to the sexual process were vague and wholly unscientific. In fact, the earliest references in the oldest mythologies did not always assume two complementary principles or agencies, sometimes spoken of as antagonistic principles, but seem to have taught that the creator was of hermaphrodite nature. I have already stated that in early cosmogonies the cosmic egg was not associated with a feminine or not even with any sexual agency. In New Zealand, Chinese, Vedic, Indian and Greek myths, heaven, sky, and earth constituted a hermaphrodite being. Their union was perpetual. Only later on were they considered as a pair or as unisexual and dual. The Purana, a sacred Brahminic book, says, "The Supreme Spirit, in the act of creation, became twofold. The right side was male, the left was Prakriti. She is Maya, eternal and imperishable." Again, the divine cause of creation experienced no bliss, being isolated, alone. He ardently desired a companion, and immediately the desire was gratified. He caused his body to divide and become male and female. They united and human beings were thus made. In imitation of this ancient theory that the Creator was androgynous or hermaphrodite, some philosophers held the same view with regard to Jehovah or Elohim, the God of the Bible. We read in the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis, "So God created man in his own image, male and female created he them." And this is emphasized by repetition in the more explicit statement in verses 1 and 2, Gen. V. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he them. And God blessed them, and called their name Adam. The Talmud Hebrew tradition says that Adam was created androgynous. His head reached the clouds. God caused a sleep to fall on him, and took something away from all his members, and these parts he fashioned into ordinary men and women, and scattered them through the world. After Lilith, Adam's first wife, mother of demons and giants, deserted him, God separated Adam into his two sexual parts. He took one of Adam's ribs and made Eve from it. Philo, a Jewish philosopher contemporaneous with Jesus, said that Adam was a double androgynous or hermaphrodite being in the likeness of God. Philo said that God separated Adam into his two sexual component parts, one male, the other female, Eve, taken from his side. The longing for a reunion, which love inspired in the divided halves of the originally bisexual being, is the source of the sexual pleasure, which is the beginning of all transgressions. Plato, a Greek philosopher, explained the amatory instincts and inclinations of men and women by the assertion that human beings were at first androgynous. Zeus separated them into unisexual halves and they seek to become reunited. The Aryans of India account for the appearance of the different animals in this way. Purusha was alone in the world. He differentiated himself into two beings, man and wife. The wife regarded union with him as incest and fled, assuming the shapes of various animals. The husband pursued, taking the same shapes, and thus produced the various species of animals. A similar story was told in Greece of Demeter changing herself into a mare to escape the pursuit of Poseidon. See page 451. We read in Genesis Romans 2:7, "And the Lord formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." And Job said, Romans 33:4, "The Spirit of God hath made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life." The breath of God was recognized as the vivifying, life-giving, fertilizing essence of the Creator, not only by the early Jewish religion, but also by other religions of antiquity. Many ancient authors believed in the outbreathing halitus of the male being the fecundating agent that produced life. In medieval times it was held that Mary was made pregnant by the Word of God, a very slight modification of the breath of God, because the Bible tells us that the Word became flesh. Pythagoras 500 BC taught that seed is an immaterial ether or vapor, similar to thought, produced by the male. And even as late as AD 1600, Caesalpinus, an Italian scientist, referred to a halitus or breath, an immaterial emanation, exhalation or vapor, practically the perfume from the male plants, as causing fertility in the female plants. But a material substance or seed was substituted for the breath at a very early age. Anaxagoras, a Greek philosopher, about 475 BC, taught that the embryo was formed entirely from the seed of the father and that the mother merely furnished the soil in which it grew and developed. But this theory was not new. Anaxagoras merely gave it more definite expression and made it generally known and popular among the Greeks and the successors to Greek science. The earliest traces of this theory are found in the religious writings of archaic times. For more than 1,000 years, the sacred compositions of the Hebrews and the Hindus, the Old Testament and the Rig Vedas, were transmitted orally in southwestern Asia, and from the resulting folklore were obtained the contents of the Bible and the Rig Vedas when these books were reduced to writings, and in both of these sacred books we find this theory, which was taught by Aristotle and Diogenes of Apollonia, but which is most generally ascribed to Anaxagoras, plainly stated. In the ancient marriage ceremony of the Hindus, when the bride enters her husband's home, those present say, "As a fallow field thy wife enters, so in her, zero man, thy seed." And in the Bible we read Gen. Romans 35:11, about 1732 BC. God said unto Jacob, "Israel shall be thy name. Kings shall come out of thy loins." Loins in this connection being a euphemistic translation of the Hebrew word meaning phallus or genitals. And again Gen. Roman 46:26, about 1706 BC. All the souls that came with Jacob into Egypt, which came out of his loins ***** were 70. It is a peculiar feature of modern translations of the Bible that the translators were ashamed of the plain language used by God, and they translated such words as penis, etc. by less objectionable words. If the Bible is really the Word of God, it should be translated correctly, for it is annoying, to say the least, to be interrupted in an argument based on the English version of the Bible to be met with the statement that so-and-so is not a correct translation, but is something different in the original Hebrew text. This passage from the Bible is of considerable interest in connection with the theory of the Preformationists, who held not only that the fully formed, although microscopically minute organism existed preformed in the seed of the Father, but that it contained or included in itself, like a nest of pillboxes one within the other, all subsequent generations of germs as well. This view seems to be implied in the statement just quoted from Genesis, that the children and the children's children came out of the loins of Jacob. Again about 1004 BC, the Lord said unto David, Nevertheless thou shalt not build the house the temple, but thy son that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build the house unto my name. I Kings Roman 8:19. The Bible therefore teaches this theory. As late as AD 64, this theory had biblical sanction for St. Paul referred to a time before Levi was born in this wise, for he was yet in the loins of his father Jacob. Heber, Romans 7:10. It is of great interest to trace the gradual development of a knowledge of sex. We will give some older views, but necessarily in very concise form only. Heraclitus 550 BC said, Man is kindled and put out like a light in the night time. The wisest man is an ape compared to God, just as the most beautiful ape is ugly compared to man. Anaximander about 600 BC said, Living creatures arose from the moist element as it was evaporated by the sun. Man was like another animal, the fish, in the beginning. Further, he says that in the beginning man was born from animals of a different species. His reason is that, while other animals quickly find food for themselves, man alone requires a prolonged period of suckling. Hence, had he been originally such as he is now, he could never have survived. The first living creatures were produced in the moist element. As time went on, they came out upon the drier part. And changed their mode of life. Parmenides about 500 BC. The narrow circles are filled with unmixed fire, and those surrounding them with night, and in the midst of these rushes their portion of fire. In the midst of these circles is the divinity necessity that directs the course of all things, for she rules over all painful births and all begetting, driving the female to the embrace of the male, and the male to that of the female. First of all the gods she contrived Eros. On the right, boys, on the left girls. Empedocles about 475 BC. There is no coming into being of aught that perishes, nor any end for it in painful death, but only mingling and separation of what has been mingled. But when the elements have been mingled in the fashion of a man, and come to the light of day, or in the fashion of the race of wild beasts or plants or birds, then men say that these come into being. And when they are separated, they call that, as is the custom, woeful death. I too follow the custom, and call it so myself. Fools! For they have no far-reaching thoughts who deem that what before was not comes into being, or that aught can perish and be utterly destroyed. The coming together of all things brings one generation into being and destroys it, the other grows up and is scattered as things become divided. At one time things grew together to be one only out of many, at another time they parted asunder so as to be many instead of one. Fire and water and earth and the mighty height of air, dead strife too, apart from these in balancing every one of them. It is she that is deemed to be implanted in the frame of mortals. They call her by the name of Joy and Aphrodite. Behold the sun, everywhere bright and warm, and all the immortal things that are bathed in its heat and bright radiance. Behold the rain, everywhere dark and cold, and from the earth issue forth things close-pressed and solid. When they are in strife, all these are different in form and separated, but they come together in love and are desired by one another. For out of these have sprung all things that were and are and shall be, trees and men and women, beasts and birds and the fishes that dwell in the waters, for these things are what they are. But running through one another they take different shapes, so much does mixture change them. It love made many heads spring up without necks, and arms wandered bare and bereft of shoulders. Eyes straight up and down in want of foreheads * this marvelous mass of mortal limbs. At one time all the limbs that are the bodies are brought together into one by love, and again they are severed by cruel strife. But as divinity was mingled still further with divinity, these things joined together as each might chance, some offspring of oxen with faces of men, while others, again, arose as offspring of men with the heads of oxen, and creatures in whom the nature of women and men was mingled, furnished with sterile parts. Come now, hear how the fire, as it was separated, caused the night-born ghosts of men and tearful women to arise. Whole-natured forms first arose from the earth, having a portion both of water and fire. These did the fire * cause to grow, showing as, yea, neither the charming form of women's limbs, nor yet the voice and parts that are proper to man. But the substance of the child's limbs is divided between them, part of it in men's, and part in women's, body. And upon him came desire as he mingled with her through sight. And it was poured out in the pure parts, and when it met with cold, women arose from it. **EWQ Diverging harbors of Aphrodite. For in its warmer parts the womb brings forth males, and that is why men are darker, more sinewy and more hairy. ******. This gives some idea of the theories about male and female in early days. Pythagoras, 500 BC. Semen is an immaterial substance, like thought, produced by the male. Anaxagoras, 500–426 BC. The embryo is from the male only, a drop from the brain. Democritus, 470–369 BC. Seed is produced from all parts of the man's body. Aristotle, 384–322 BC. Seed is produced only by the male. It causes coagulation of the menstrual blood, and this coagulum forms the embryo. But he added that the seed of the male determined the form of the embryo. Women give no seed, and their testicles, ovaries are superfluous and as useless as the breasts of the male. Diogenes of Apollonia, about 350 BC. The embryo is formed from the seed of the male. Then there was a long list of authors, generally referred to as post-Pythagorean philosophers, Thessalus, Dracon, Polybius, Dioxippus, Diocles, and others, who believed in accord with many ancient phallic religions that the male seeds were formed in the right testicle on and the female seeds were formed in the left testicle hoa. They believed the sex of the offspring could be controlled by tying a string around one of the testicles during coition. A string tied around the right testicle prevented the male seeds from escaping, so that a seed from the left testicle would produce a girl child, and vice versa. By tying a string around the left testicle and allowing only seed from the right testicle to be emitted, a boy must necessarily be the result. Galen 130–200 AD also taught this theory. Mohammed considered the seed to be merely fluid. In the Quran, Surah Xevi, he said, *read, in the name of the Lord who created man from a drop. But even in these early days there were some who credited woman with an important share in the function of creating offspring. Thus Alcmaeon 502 BC said, both sexes give seed. The one who gives most determines the sex of the child. About the beginning of our era, the Essenes were a secret Jewish society who devoted their lives to speculations on religious subjects. They lived clean lives and were much respected. Among their number were such men as Philo, John the Apostle, St. Paul, etc. It was in these times that the Jews Essenes originated, or at least formulated, the Kabbalah, of which mention will be made later on. The Kabbalah contains a mixture of Zoroastrian, Pythagorean, Chaldean, Persian and Jewish vagaries, and they invented the speculations about Logos, the Son of God, the * mediator, etc. They placed much stress on the significance of words and letters in Scripture, according to the theories of those initiated in gematria. By the end of the I century after Christ, the Kabbalah speculations about logos had been firmly established and accepted by the early Christian writers. The Kabbalah considered the right side of the body to be male and the left side to be female. Athenaeus 68 AD believed that the embryo was formed from the menstrual blood, to which the male seed gave definite shape and form. The female testicles, as ovaries were then called, were useless. They were mainly intended for the sake of symmetry. See Galen a little farther on. Soranus, as early as 97 AD, had correctly described the sexual parts of woman, showing that he had dissected them. He denied that the uterus or womb contained cotyledons, or separate compartments. This referred to a theory previously held that the womb was made of two lobes, called by some ancient writers the two harbors of Venus, the one on the right side being warm, so that seed which lodged there became developed into male children, while the one on the left side was cold and wet, so that seed, finding its way to this harbor, develop female children. Soranus calls the ovaries female testicles, but he correctly define their relation to the pelvic bones. He correctly described both hymen and clitoris and spoke of the sympathy between the uterus and the mammary glands. Moskian 117 AD also denied the theory that children attached to a placenta on the right side became males, while those attached on the left side became females. He taught, however, that women who were trained as professional singers did not menstruate. We will have to refer to the sexuality of the two sides of the body again later on. Apollonius, an Alexandrian sophist, about 96 AD, was much addicted to speculations about gematria, etc. He taught that all who want to become godlike in knowledge and in the healing art must abstain from the eating of meat and from congress with women. Galen 131-203 AD believed that the right testicle produces male children and the left testicle produces female children, but he believed also that both sexes contributed seed towards the formation of child. He objected to the theory of Athenaeus see above that form was not always due to the father, but that some children resembled their mothers in form and features, which proves that women's semen or seed also had an influence on the form of the embryo. The embryo, he said, sucks blood and spirit from the placenta. From the blood the flesh and the intestines were formed, and from blood mixed with spirit the vessels were produced. The brain was formed from a portion of pure seed. Galen said that women had the same sexual parts as men, only on account of their colder, more apathetic nature they are placed within her body. The ovaries are testicles and furnish female seed. He said that there are as many cavities in the uterus as there are breasts. This is the theory of uterine cotyledons. Averroes 1120-1198 AD believed the female testicles to be useless. They merely secreted moisture for lubricating the vagina during coition. Now referred to by some as sympathy fluid, the embryo is formed from the coagulated menstrual blood. The form is due to the masculine seed. The seed in itself is impotent, but it contains a spiritual or volatile constituent which causes impregnation, and he quotes a case in which this volatile substance was absorbed by a woman who bathed in a pool in which a man had previously bathed and had had an emission of semen. Jacob von Forley, professor in Padua, about 1450 AD, said that the embryo in the first month of pregnancy was under the influence of Jupiter Pater, the giver of life, in the 7th month under the influence of Luna, who is favorable because she is moist and reflects the light of the sun. In the 8th month it is under the influence of Saturn, who kills and eats children. He is the enemy of life and kills every child who is born in the 8th month. In the 9th month, again, The child comes under the influence of Jupiter, who grants life to the child. Agrippa 1046 AD said that animals could be reproduced without seed from various heterogeneous materials. He was a believer in the mystical and supernatural attributes of numbers gematria, and he deduced from these attributes, for instance, that a prayer to Mary, Mother of God, on a 1st of April, at 8 o'clock in the morning, was more certain to be heard and granted than at any other time. Cardenas 1976 AD said beavers, rabbits, and gazelles were produced by the impurities in stagnant water. He also thought that a virgin's breasts would give milk if they were whipped with nettles. He also taught of the relation of the parts of the hand chiromancy to the character. The thumb indicates strength, bravery, and voluptuousness, and is under the influence of the planet Mars. The index finger indicates honors, position, and rank in state and church, and is under the influence of Jupiter. The middle finger is under the influence of Saturn and indicates aptitude for magic, for work, and ability to bear poverty and sorrow. The ring finger is sacred to the sun, and friendship, honor, might, etc. can be judged from the same. The little finger is under the dominion of Venus, and it indicates children, beautiful women, and voluptuousness. The triangle in the palm of the hand is under the influence of Mercury, and indicates wisdom, smartness, acquisitiveness, etc. Levinus Lemnius 1505 AD said that crows conceive through their eyes, that sharks give birth to young through their mouths, and vermin, such as roaches, mice, etc. originate from dirt and rubbish. Ambrose Pare 1510 AD opposed the idea that witches could have connection with demons or devils, as the latter were immortal and immaterial and could not furnish seed. Fallopius about 1523 AD first recognized the similarity in structure and in formation as erogenous zone between clitoris and penis. Vesalius about the same time taught that the sexual organs of males and females were alike, only those of women were within the body. John Fernelius about 1558 AD called the ovaries female testicles and believed that they produce seed. Eustachius about 1562 AD gave the first correct description of the uterus. He also described the anatomy of the mammary gland of a mare. Wyrus 1588 AD wrote a book concerning the devil in which he combated the theories of the Church and Inquisition. He asserted that the tricks of the magicians were due to sleight of hand and not to an assistance of devils. He denied the existence of werewolves and the possibility of sexual union of devils and women witches, etc. Ludwig Satala about 1633 AD wrote a curious work on moles, birthmarks, etc. He said that a mole or mark on the nose was accompanied by a similar one on the penis. One in the face was accompanied by a similar one near the genitals, etc. The nearer it is to the nose, the nearer it is to the penis or vulva, etc. Paracelsus by 441 AD taught that if menstruating or pregnant women breathed on a mirror it would injure the health of children who looked in the mirror afterwards. He said that from the seed of a man could be generated by placing the semen in fermenting horse dung, like chicken eggs could be hatched. This was to prove that the woman's part in generation was merely to furnish the appropriate soil for the development of the male seed into an embryo. He explained that the seed is produced by all parts of the body and reproduces its kind. The seed from the nose reproduced the nose, from the eye, etc. The elements, air, earth, fire, and water each had the properties of being hot, dry, cold, and wet. Therefore there could be dry water, cold fire, etc., which was proved by ice, by luminous or phosphorescent decaying wood, etc. He believed that the menstrual blood removed poisonous materials from the system. Therefore it could not be the cause of the embryo. The embryo in the womb got its nourishment from the milk of the breasts, which flowed down to the womb. Gold was male, silver, female, but this was simply in accord with general alchemistic ideas. Harvey 1758 AD taught that the ovum was the important germ cell and that it contained in itself the performed ova. For the next generation, which in turn held the ovum for another, this again held one for the next generation, and so ad infinitum like nested pillboxes. It was calculated that Eve at her creation held 200,000 millions of human germs within her. The advocates of this theory were called preformationists. It is curious to note that Harvey arrived at this conclusion by pure reasoning. as he had no microscope and could not positively know that the woman produced eggs or ova. In Cruden's Concordance of the Bible 1737, we find the following definition of seed: that thin, hot and spirituous humor in man's body which is fitted by nature for the generation of mankind. This may refer to man as the male, or it may refer to man as the species as mankind. It does not therefore specifically attribute the seed to the male sex alone. The animalculists, on the other hand, asserted that the spermatozoon is the essential germ, which contained the human being complete in all its parts, only exceedingly minute, and which only needed to be deposited in a woman's body, like a seed in soil, to grow into a child. Von Haller taught this theory as late as 1677 AD. Such was the authority of the Bible that this view persisted until quite modern times. Charles Bonnet taught that before fecundation the germ is pre-existent, and that it contains in miniature all the organs of the adult. His book, Contemplation de la Nature, containing these teachings, was published in 17,641,765 AD. Bonnet died in 1793 AD. Leeuwenhoek, in 1677 AD, made known his discovery of the spermatozoa. Dr. Dalen Padius soon afterwards claimed to have seen a human form in the spermatozoon, the two naked thighs, the legs, the breast, both arms, etc. In France, in 1694 AD, Hartzucker published that each spermatozoon conceals, beneath its tender and delicate skin, a complete male or female animal. The egg of the woman is merely the source of nourishment for the real germ contained in the spermatozoon. Each one of the male animals' spermatozoa encloses an infinity of other animals, both male and female, which are correspondingly small, and those male animals enclose yet other males and females of the same species, and so forth, in a series which are to be produced up to the end of time, and the sign and lists of those days seriously calculated when the supply of germs which Adam had deposited in Eve, and through her in mankind, would become exhausted, and how many human beings were performed in the beginning and came from the loins of Adam. Buffon, the celebrated scientist and the friend of Bonnet, held similar views. So it appears that this view of the male furnishing the seed was predominant from about 1732 BC to the beginning of the 19th century, or, if we include the centuries of the oral transmission of the Bible, for about 4,000 years. What modern science says about this subject will be considered presently. Light on a dark subject, there is nothing in the human economy of which men and women should know more and of which they know less than of the sexual relationship. Ignorance is not bliss. It is the source of unhappiness, suffering, crime, vice and sorrow without end. The light of knowledge illuminating this subject would elevate the prevalent sensual conceptions of the relationship of the sexes to an appreciation of the real holiness and purity of married companionship, and would check immorality and prostitution. The universal song of love is a harmonious blending of friendship, esteem, and companionship with the baser animal desires, sanctifying the latter through the holiness of the former. This perfect love was symbolized by the Greeks in the myth of Cupid and Psyche. Cupid, the god of physical love, and Psyche, the soul, the spiritual element in Love Fig. 41. Let us first consider the physical or carnal side of love. The female between the thighs of the woman, chastely hidden by the hair of the mons veneris, unobtrusive and retiring as the nature of the woman herself, lies the vulva, the external sexual organ of the woman. When we spread the lips or labia apart, we see in the upper part the clitoris, consisting of erectile tissue and constituting a so-called erogenous zone. When this organ is excited by friction, or by playful handling, it becomes erect and gives rise to voluptuous sensations. Below the clitoris is the open into the vagina, and to which the man introduces his erect penis during coition. thus bringing his pubic hair against the clitoris to increase the titillation which gives the pleasure to the woman. These parts are shown in the drawing Fig. 42. Fig. 41. Cupid and Psyche, from an antique statue. Fig. 42 drawing of a vulva and its Fig. 43 action of female pelvis. Symbol. The doubly pointed ellipse. Sexual organ. Uterus of woe. 152 Sex and sex worship. This diagrammatic drawing of a section of the woman's body shows us the sexual structures of the human female. Fig. 43. Her sexual organs lie in the cavity of the pelvis, which has been called the asterisk cradle of the human race, and the vulva is the asterisk door of life, or the door to the womb. It is the door to the vagina, the vestibule or antechamber of life leading to the womb. Here Fig. 44 we see the vagina laid open and the uterus in section. Attached to the womb we see the fallopian tubes and the ovaries. In the latter an ovum is elaborated or perfected or matured once in every 4 weeks, or in a lunar month, and when Fig. 44. Diagram showing vagina laid open, uterus and fallopian tubes in section, and ovaries, from an old work on artificial impregnation. It is freed from the ovary. The ovum is caught up by the funnel-shaped ends of a fallopian tube and passed down to the interior of the uterus or womb. This disengagement of an ovum is accompanied by a discharge of blood which we call menstruation or monthlies, or in Latin, menses, and the physical discomfort due to the congestion of the ovaries, with the accompanying disturbance of the nervous system, forms the physical basis of sexual instinct. In the female, during this process the female is said to be in heat, and connection with the male about this time is particularly liable to be followed by impregnation, in fact, among many. Sex and sex worship of the lower animals. The male refuses to serve the female at all, if she is not in heat. Fig. 45. According to one theory of the predetermination of sex, the fresher the ovum is at the time of impregnation, the more likely is it to lead to the formation of a girl embryo, and as it gets older, during the passage through the fallopian tube, the more likely is it to produce a boy baby. Therefore, some say that coition just before the monthlies are expected is the best time for coition if a girl baby is desired, and coition a day or 2 after menstruation is preferable if a boy baby is desired. The theory is not accepted as infallible, however, and for reasons already explained. No theory on this subject is absolutely reliable. Fig. 45. The female in heat, from an old work on artificial impregnation. Fig. 46. Explaining the consequences, from an old work on artificial impregnation. The speculations on sex determination assumed an undue importance in recent times, because the Tsar and other rulers were anxious to secure male heirs for their dynasties. The human ovum or egg, of which I show in a large drawing in Fig. 47, is a small round cell about v/inch in diameter or far less than the smallest pin head in size. If it does not meet with the spermatozoon in the ducts or in the uterus, it perishes and is discharged from the womb. But if it meets with a spermatozoon and combines with it, and this can be but with one spermatozoon of all the many millions injected by a vigorous male into the vagina during each coition, the ovum absorbs the head or nucleus of the spermatozoon or male cell and thereby becomes fertilized or impregnated. The illustration also shows the relative size of the ovum and the spermatozoon. The process of ovulation begins about the age of 12 or 14 years in our climate. This is called the age of puberty, and about this time the sexual organs mature, the hips broaden, and the pubic hair appears. Also, the breasts become enlarged and assume the beautiful shape that is presented in a beautiful woman. Ovulation continues for about 30 years, or with us to about the age of 45 years, after which the woman becomes Fig. 47. Human ovum and spermatozoa, reproduced from an old work. Fig. 48. Section of pregnant woman. The ancient Peruvians placed their dead in the position of a fetus for burial. A neuter, or practically sexless, although not incapable of sexual intercourse and sensual pleasure, for which, in fact, a liking is sometimes developed after the cessation of menstruation. This period of the cessation of menstruation is called the change of life or the menopause. If impregnation occurs, the ovum becomes attached to the interior walls of the uterus and develops into an embryo or child. As this embryo grows, the abdomen of the woman correspondingly enlarges and becomes round and full. Figs 46 and 48. The woman is pregnant or with child or enceinte. Pregnancy. (155) lasts about 9 months, or as the ancients stated it, 10 lunar months, during which time the anabolic sex bias of the woman enables her to elaborate nourishment enough for both herself and the growing child within her. Until at term, or at the end of the 9 months of gestation, the child is expelled by the contraction of the womb into independent existence. The anabolic surplus of the female mammal is now directed to her breasts and milk is produced. Fig. 51. The fullness of the mammary glands gives rise to discomfort, which is relieved by the infant sucking the milk from the breasts. The nipple is. Fig. 49. An ape mother and her young. Fig. 50. Love's secret. Mother and child. Statue of an erogenous zone, having a structure similar to the cavernous portion of the penis, capable of giving a pleasure similar, although weaker than that experienced by the clitoris during coition, and the desire to obtain relief from the engorgement of the breasts and to feel the pleasure caused by the erection of the nipple by the sucking of the infant is the physical basis of maternal instinct. The illustration shows the structure of a human breast gland. The lobules of cells secrete the milk, which is collected by the lactiferous ducts, which anastomose into larger and more dilatable ducts, which converge to the mamilla or nipple, where the mouths of these ducts are situated and from which the child can obtain the milk by sucking. The nipple is a mildly erogenous zone, and sucking it gives a pleasurable sensation, which is the physical basis of mother love. Fig. 51. There is a general belief that a woman will not conceive while she is nursing a child. Therefore, this process is continued as long as possible by many mothers. Probably the Papuan women have a similar idea. They keep little pigs as pets, which the women suckle at their breasts. The first articulate sound uttered by the infant of any na. Fig. 51. Section of a human mammary gland, showing the lactiferous ducts. Tion, by the child of any human mother, is the syllable ma. It may be repeated, thus ma, ma, and the mother, fondly holding the child to her breasts, fancies that the child is trying to call her name. Hence, in nearly all languages of earth, ma, or mama, means mother. Perhaps the next articulate sound will be ba, or pa, pa, and this is supposed to be the name of the father, except that in some nations the word mama means the father and the word papa the mother, as among the Maori. See the story of the god Indi and his wife Papa, on page 4. The most important part of the mother to the child is the source of its nourishment, the breasts. These are called, from the word mama, the mammary glands, and animals who have SFA and sex worship 157 such milk-producing glands are called mammalians or mammals. But the evolution of the female breast or of the mammary gland as a feature of the female animal dates back probably not more than about 25 million of years, though some scientists claim it to be not much over 3 million of years old. That is, the age of mammals is variously estimated to have begun from 3 million to 25 million years ago. The evolution of the breast was a momentous event. It marked a new epoch, for it ushered in a period when mother love, the care and education of the offspring by the mother, became a prominent feature of life and a factor in the development of intellectual traits. The evolution of the mammary gland was a great aid in the mental evolution of the animal and humankind. A vehendi offspring is able to shift for itself, either at birth or very soon thereafter. Its instincts will be sufficient for its requirements, and advancement is slow and uncertain. But when offspring is dependent for nourishment and care on its parents for a long time, it is taught many things that are not instinctive. When a cat plays with a captured mouse, it is not necessarily due to a cruel disposition. If the cat has kittens, she does this to teach them how to catch their own prey, mice, birds, etc. The human infant is dependent on its parents longer than any young of any species, first, by nursing at its mother's breast for a year or more, and then for years until at least the age of 12 to 20 years, for clothing, food, and education. The result is that the human offspring advances much farther in things that are learned by exercising the brain, by thinking, and less by instinct, than any other organism, with the result that there is mental and intellectual advancement from generation to generation. The male prominent on the front of the pubic parts of the man are his sexual organs, bold, self-assertive, and aggressive, as is the man himself. These organs are the penis, also called virile organ, from the Latin words for a man, and virilis, virile, manly, and the two testicles, the latter contained in a pendulous sac called the scrotum. In these testicles are produced the male cells or the spermatozoa. Owing to their prominence and sensitiveness, these organs are subject to injury. In fights, they offer a hold to an opponent which is dangerous to the one whose testicles or scrotum are thus seized. From this comes the expression, to have a man by the nuts, which means to have a man at a great disadvantage. These organs are often referred to as the privates, or private parts, or as in the Bible, the secrets. Deut. Romans 25:11-12. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and fig. 52. A spermatozoon enlarged, reproduction from an old print, taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall not pity her. In ancient Egypt, men of the poorer classes wore a kilt and girdle only, or went naked when at manual labor. The Jews were slaves in Egypt, and therefore poor, and they probably followed the example of the Egyptians as to dress. This made it easy, and almost natural, for a woman coming to the rescue of her husband in a brawl to put her husband's enemy to the greatest disadvantage she could, which was to seize him by his most sensitive and vulnerable parts. But we see from the above quotation that she was apt to suffer much for such loyalty to her husband. We more commonly call the testicles nuts or stones. Moses already gave them the latter name nearly 3,500 years ago. Sex and Sex Worship 159 Deut. Romans 23:1. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. The spermatozoon is an extremely small and very active cell having a head and a tail, which latter moves with an undulating motion similar to that of a tadpole, propelling the spermatozoon about in a lively manner. Many thousands, if not millions, of spermatozoa wriggle about in the semen introduced at each coition into the vagina. Here, if both parties to the sexual union are healthy, they meet with congenial surroundings, able to maintain life and good health for several days, and perhaps fig. 53. Structure of male sexual organs. Penis relaxed. Fig. 54. Male organ, showing erection. Diagrammatic. For weeks so that it is doubtful whether in a young married woman, before the novelty of the new relationship has palled, the vagina, uterus, and fallopian tubes are ever entirely free from spermatozoa, capable of performing their function. In Fig. 52, the illustration shows the shape of a spermatozoon, of course much enlarged. The corresponding male cells in plants are the antherozoids of cryptogams and the pollen cells of the higher, or flowering, glands. After the spermatozoa are produced in the testicles, they pass to the seminal vesicles, small reservoirs behind the bladder, where they are stored up for future use. Fig. 53. The bladder. Sex and sex worship is emptied through a tube called the urethra. The ejaculatory ducts are passages from the seminal vesicles to the membranous portion of the urethra. When the vesicles become filled with spermatozoa and seminal fluid, this fullness causes a sense of discomfort which prompts to the taking of measures for evacuation, and this sense of discomfort is the physical basis of sexual instinct in the male. The head and skin of the penis are the erogenous zone in man. Friction, handling, or irritation of any kind may produce an erection and emission which is accompanied by pleasant sensations, but the pleasantest sensation is that caused by the slight friction of the back and forward movement of the erect penis in the vagina during coition. Erection is essential to coition. It is due to the filling of the interstices in the cavernous or spongy portion of the penis with blood, under the influence of the erectile nerves which cause the contraction of a muscle near the base of the penis, which holds the blood in the penis, causing very rigid erection. You probably have heard the medical student's story of the young woman student in the class in these days of coeducation, who, when she was asked by the professor of surgery how she would amputate the penis, replied, "I'd make a circular incision through the soft parts, then retract the soft parts and saw through the bone." "But," said the professor, "there is no bone in the penis." "Oh, yes, there is. Every one I ever felt had a bone in it," replied the co-ed. If the exciting cause is long enough continued, as in coition, the semen passes from the seminal vesicles through the ejaculatory ducts to the urethra, where it becomes mixed with fluid from the prostatic and some other glands. When this accumulation of fluid is sufficiently great, a convulsive excitation expels it from the urethra. This excitation is called orgasm. The pleasurable feeling is caused by the passage of the semen through the ejaculatory ducts and its accumulation in the posterior part of the urethra. It increases in intensity and reaches its acme at emission, after which it quickly subsides, leaving a sense of comfortable lassitude. If this emission takes place during union in the usual position of coition, the woman on her back and the man on top, the position of the feminine pelvis is somewhat as in the diagram. Fig. 55. Just in front of the mouth of the womb is a small cul-de-sac of the vagina, and the penis reaches to this point so that the semen is ejected into almost immediate contact with the mouth of the womb. The pleasurable excitement of the clitoris extends to the entire nervous complex of the uterine organs, and eventuates in a sort of spasmodic insufflation by the uterus, by which means the semen, which when quite fresh is more or less viscid, somewhat more so than white of egg, or even like the chaliziform appendage to the yolk of the egg, is sucked up into the uterus with some force and is splashed all over the inner surface of the womb, where it soon liquefies, after which the spermatozoa commence their excursion up the fallopian tubes, by wiggling their vibratile tails. Fig. 55. Position of pelvic organs. Woman lying clown. Shows pocket in front of mouth of uterus for semen in coition. This insufflation by the uterus is the orgasm in woman, and constitutes the moment of intensus gratification to her in the sexual congress with her mate. Perfect love between man and woman depends on a compatibility of bodily pleasures as well as on spiritual love. Both must become excited in coition at the same time. If either is passive, with the genital muscles relaxed and the spirit cold, he or she can take no part in the duet of love. The duet remains a solo, and if either is habitually cold, and unresponsive. The symphony of love will be marred by the jangling and jarring sounds and discords of sweet bells out of tune. Whether coition will be a mutual pleasure or a one-sided enjoyment only depends on the man, for he can control, to a certain extent at least, the emission of the semen. If he simply thinks of his own pleasure and lets the semen go before he feels that his mate is sufficiently excited for an orgasm, the woman will be disappointed and more or less disgusted. But if he rightly times the emission, the woman and the man will both experience the pleasure which is referred to in Prov. v. 18:19. Rejoice with the wife of thy youth, be thou ravished always with her love. Virility, or the power to impregnate a woman, continues in man from puberty to about the age of 60 or 70 years, but in most men probably longer, as far as spermatozoa are concerned, provided he retains the vigor to have an erection which is necessary to bring the semen to the mouth of the uterus. If a man loses the ability of begetting a child, it is more frequently from inability to have erections than from absence of spermatozoa, although the latter condition sometimes occurs. Such a condition is called impotence or loss of virile power. This, however, is often more imaginary than real, as a result of being frightened by the lying advertisements of quacks who live on the credulity of the ignorant. One of the most common symptoms of loss of sexual power is, according to these advertisements, that one testicle, usually the left, hangs lower than the other. The frightened reader examines himself and finds that this dreadful symptom is present with him, and he goes to the quack for treatment, which usually comes high. In reality, it is a wise provision of nature that one testicle should hang a little lower than the other, so that they may glide out of each other's way when otherwise they might be bruised during jumping, wrestling, or physical exertions of any kind. The important bearing which this relative position of the testicles had on religion and religious symbolism will appear later. Masturbation, that portion of the nervous system which presides over and controls the process of erection, is called the erection center. Probably situated in the sacral plexus of nerves, but according to some authors, in the brain or in the pituitary gland. It is not. Sex and sex worship / directly under the influence of the will. The only strictly instinctive excitation of this center is caused by a fullness of the seminal vesicles and auxiliary glands, which, by reflex action, causes erotic ideas and desires in the waking condition or involuntary emissions during sleep. If awake, this fullness suggests to the male to seek a female companion or to masturbate. The resulting emission relieves the discomfort caused by the engorgement of the seminal vesicles. Probably the least harmful and most natural way to get relief is by masturbation. Fanatics on sex relations have agitated against the practice of masturbation, until probably every youth thinks this is a most heinous sin. I have seen it defined in some tracts as the sin against the Holy Ghost, which is supposed to be unforgivable. These fanatical writings have sent many people to insane asylums. I knew of one young man who believed that masturbation was a wicked sin, and I have seen him seize a knife with intent to kill himself because he could not break himself of the habit. He had been taught that to find relief with a woman, if he was not married to her, would damn him forever. He finally went to an insane asylum, where he was when I last heard of him, a hopeless lunatic. Now, as a matter of fact, there is nothing said in the Bible about masturbation, from a religious standpoint, therefore it is no sin. But masturbation is called by misrepresenting fanatics the sin of Onan, hence masturbation is also called onanism. We read in the Bible too, Romans 25, 5-9, if brethren dwell together, and one of them die and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her. And it shall be, that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak unto him. And if he stand to it, and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loosed. The Semitic people, to which the Jews belonged, had some peculiar customs in ancient times in regard to women or wives. A wife who had been procured by purchase by her husband, or secured from her father by a contract and a payment of any kind, became the slave of her husband, and at his death she could not marry again at her own will. As she was part of her husband's estate or property, she therefore became the property of her deceased husband's next of kin, who inherited the estate. While this remained the custom among other Semitic tribes, especially the Arabians, until the time of Mohammed, the Jews changed this, but they retained one feature of this custom, namely, that a widow left childless at her husband's death was entitled to have a child to inherit her husband's name and property. She had the right to demand from her husband's brother that he let her have enough of the family seed to raise offspring to her husband's memory. As just related in the passage from Deuteronomy. In some Polynesian islands a similar custom prevailed. A widow was taken by the brother of her deceased husband, or if there was no brother, some other relative took her, but not to secure an heir for his brother, but as a wife for himself. This custom was also prevalent in ancient Sparta and Athens. Possibly in all such cases there was an underlying memory or persistence of polyandric practices in primitive ancestry. Now we also read in the Bible Gen. Roman 38, 4 et sec, and Shishua, the wife of Judah, conceived again and bare a son, and called his name Onan. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. An interesting story in this connection is told in the Bible about Ruth and Boaz. Sex and Sex Worship 16. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that lie spilled at the seed on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, and he slew him also. We see from this that the sin of Onan was not what we now call onanism, but it was a refusal to beget a child with his sister-in-law in memory of his brother. Onan was willing to enjoy the beauty of Tamar, but when he felt the sensual gratification, he withdrew his penis and allowed the semen to fall on the ground, thus refusing her share of the pleasure and the chance to conceive. The story of Onan has no reference to masturbation, and I know of no passage in the Bible that even hints that this practice is a sin. It is a bad habit, and a man would do well to avoid it, but it is not to be worried over if he cannot refrain from it. To apply the story of Onan to the practice of masturbation is about as appropriate as the reproof of a minister who overheard a rather profane boy telling another boy to go to the devil. Taking the boy by the shoulder and looking him sternly in the eyes, he said in his most sanctimonious and impressive manner, My boy, do you not remember the commandment, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord, thy God, in vain? When we consider with what detail the Bible regulates such matters as menstruation, or with what women a man may indulge in coition, and what women are forbidden to him, and even regarding defecation see Deut. Roman 23, 10-14. It seems significant that nothing is said about masturbation. If this had been considered a reprehensible practice by Moses, perhaps, as Teleo Jews practiced polygamy and could have concubines besides, masturbation was not as common a practice as it is in monogamous communities. It was unnecessary because there was practically no limit to feminine conveniences to satisfy the sexual desires. Sin. Augustine defined a sin to be any thought, word or deed against the law of God. So that, in the absence of such a law, masturbation can not be a sin. If we eliminate the superstitious dread of sin, then masturbation is the most rational, the most effective, and the least harmful mode of gratifying sexual instinct, except coition with a wife. Misrepresenting masturbation to be a heinous sin and as very destructive to the nervous organization leads multitudes of young men to go to houses of prostitution, because coition is commonly regarded as less objectionable than masturbation. But coition with a prostitute involves risks to reputation, to social standing, and to health. That makes this indulgence much more dangerous than masturbation, so that many young men are afraid to go to a whore, and so they seduce innocent girls to avoid any risks to themselves. Or some young men go insane over their inability to abstain from masturbation. Warnings against masturbating may be well meant, but the pictured evils are vastly exaggerated, and the consequent harm done to young men and to girls is infinitely greater than any possible harm from indulgence and habit. Masturbation may occasionally do harm to a weak-minded subject, but the idiocy or nervous affections, loss of manhood, etc. are less frequently the result of excessive masturbation than excessive masturbation is the result of idiocy. Idiocy is not the result, but the cause of masturbation. Sexual instinct. It is of the utmost importance for an understanding of sexual practices and sexual vices and perversions, that we should have a full understanding of sexual instinct and sexual passion. Science, in the number for November 1892, said, all the voluntary activities of men and animals are reflex or intelligent, the one set originating in sensation, the other in perception. Instincts are not activities, but impulses to activity. They are due to the sensation being transmitted from their several local seats to the brain, where they present themselves as cravings, desires, appetites, imperatively calling for relief. They prompt to both kinds of activities, those which can be performed by a reflex action, and those which require the adoption of intelligent means. Voiding of the feces and urine is a type of the former, the providing off food of the latter. The more important instincts are the craving for food, the sexual instinct, and the maternal instinct. Instinct impels to action, but does not guide to its performance. Sex and sex worship 1G7. Let me repeat and emphasize this last sentence, as it states the nature of sexual instinct in unmistakable terms. Instinct impels to action, but does not guide to its performance. If reflex action will appease it, the animal has but to will. If intelligent measures are required, it is the function of the intellect to adopt them. The most important instincts originate in the local action of proper secretions, as the contents of the stomach or bladder, the gastric juice, the spermatoral or lactal secretions, etc. In Fig. 56, Daphnis and Chloe, from Fig. 57, Capuan women and their host at a painting of an ancient Persian love tire, just a string about the neck, story. Instinct is not a lower order of intelligence, nor a substitute for it. It is an impulse or spur, and may be called the schoolmaster or wet nurse of the intellect. One of the oldest and sweetest of love stories is the old Persian tale of Daphnis and Chloe, now better known as Paul and Virginia Fig. ff. This story tells of a youth and a maiden who grew up in idyllic simplicity and with no thought of carnal desire. In the most ancient times, as evidenced by this story, it was already recognized that the sexual impulse or instinct did not teach the method of gratification known as coition, and that this had to be learnt from teaching by others. Instinct is not as powerful in man as in other animals because there is not the same necessity for it, and in the clothed nations there is but little suggestion on which instinct could act, so that, even if at one time coition was suggested by instinct, the disuse of such a faculty for untold generations must have made it inoperative among clothed nations. In the unclothed savage nations the conditions are different, but even there, as we are told in the descriptions of these peoples, coition and the knowledge of sexual relationship are the result of teaching by others. In many savage nations, at the age of puberty, the boys are sent apart from the tribe for a time, during which they are instructed by priests or elder men. When they return to the tribe they are men, or warriors. In other words, they know the ways of men with a maiden. In some of the Polynesian tribes the boys are tattooed during this time. They are considered to be minor children until after they have been tattooed. In some tribes, as for instance in Arabia, boys go naked until they are near the age of puberty, while the girls are put into their first clothing when they are about 6 or 7 years of age. When the first menstrual flow is noticed in a girl, some tribes, as for instance, the Sawaris Polynesian, make this the occasion of a sort of family festival for the women, and the nature of this flow is explained to the girl. In ancient Greece and Coma, a girl at this period of her life was taken by the priestesses to the temples of Priapus, whose images were represented with rigid, erect penises, whence the term priapism, and the girl was instructed in the uses of the organ of Priapus, or even allowed or compelled to have connection with the god, after which she was no longer a girl but a woman. With us, as a general rule, no information on this subject is given to young people. They are left to gather what they may from evil companions, or from obscene pictures or erotic literature, of which there is no lack among the boys. Sexual instinct exerts but a small influence on our lives, and many persons, especially among the more guardedly reared girls, grow to maturity without any asterisk. A quaint story based on this idea is The Harvester, by Jean Stratton Porter. Sex and Sex Worship 01. Knowledge of the sexual relationship, and are even married without any anticipation of what the experiences of the bridal night will reveal to them. Hence there is often great curiosity engendered, which is not always contributive to best morality. Some young ladies were talking about marriage, and wondering why their married friends affected such an air of superior knowledge and experience, and they agreed that the first of them to be married should tell her experience to the others. Soon afterwards one of them became engaged, and in due time married, and she kept her promise by writing to her friends. 1b Job Roman 41, 16-17 and Job XL, 16-17. Asterisk if instinct was sufficient to suggest coition, everyone should know about this. To what extent habits ordinarily supposed to be strictly instinctive are really due to teaching is illustrated by the advice of Mr. J. F. Ferris, in his work on artificial hatching of poultry, that asterisk if the chicks do not readily eat when 24 hours old, 1 or 2 chickens somewhat older should be placed with them to teach them to eat. Of course, when hatched by a hen, the hen teaches them this. Ignorance of coition in grown men must necessarily be rare, yet I had experience in a case where a man had been married for over 5 years, and although he prayed every night that God might bless their home with a child, no baby arrived. Finally his wife prevailed on him to consult a physician, having first given me an insight into the true condition of affairs. When he came, a little questioning proved that his wife was still a virgin. He had never seen a woman naked, and did not know the significance of the anatomical difference between himself and his wife, and did not dream of any other way of getting babies than that God would send them, possibly by storks or angels. Feg. 58. I took him with me to the dissecting room and explained to him the anatomy and physiology of the parts and the modus operandi, and impressed on him that, in this matter at least, God helps those who help themselves. After several weeks he came back and said that he had not succeeded in coition, as every time when he had an erection, by Job Roman 41, 16-17, one is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another, they stick together, they cannot be sundered. Job XL, 16-17, Lo now, his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the navel of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar, the sinews of his stones are wrapped together. 170 Sex and Sex Worship. The time he and his wife had removed their clothing to a sufficient extent, his erection was gone. I advised him to take all the clothes off his wife and himself when they went to bed, let the light burn dimly, and to kiss his wife from head to foot, to do this every evening for a month, but not to attempt coition until after a month, so as not to risk humiliating his wife by a possible failure, and I advised him to read the 4th chapter of the Song of Solomon, or better, to memorize it and repeat it inwardly as he kissed his wife. Whether he did as I advised, I do not know, but there were several children. The point I wish to make is this, that if a knowledge of sex fig. 58. To its earthly home, from a painting by Kalba. Fig. 59. A childbirth, allegorically represented in Curfews and Bible, 1768 Yule union is not a matter of instinct, then unnatural and unusual practices are still less likely to originate spontaneously in this way, and especially not in the minds of the comparatively passive girls, and perverted practices such as the Bible refers to in Rom. I. 26:27, for even there women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward asterisk, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars, and she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. Rev. Roman 12:1 and 2. Sex and sex worship 171 another. Men with men working that which is unseemly are not to be explained or palliated by references to perverted instincts. The instincts are not perverted even when the practices are so. All sexual perversions are the results of perverted teachings. They are not the results of instinctive suggestions and cannot be excused as insanities. Some that are insane may be addicted to sexual perversions, but the practices are not proof of insanity, for they are indulged in all over the world as the results of suggestions and teachings. But we cannot enter into further details, as it is not the plan of this book to treat of sexual perversions. Sexual instinct is essentially of the same nature as the desire to urinate or defecate, being a sense of discomfort from distended seminal vesicles in the male or of congested or engorged ovaries in the female, just as the other impulses are caused by a full rectum or bladder. In men this discomfort is relieved spontaneously by involuntary emissions, and in women by the menstrual flow, these being the primary, normal, natural, and instinctive methods of appeasing the sexual instinct. All methods of relieving the distension of the seminal vesicles except involuntary emissions are unnatural in the sense that they are not instinctive, but the results of volition. Strictly speaking, a method like masturbation, which can be practiced by one individual alone, is more natural than a method like coition that demands the cooperation of another individual who may perhaps at the time be indifferent or even averse to the copulation. Every voluntary act to satisfy the sexual instinct or passion is an intellectual act, and it is sane if it accomplishes the result suggested by the sexual instinct and emission of the semen. All the arts of the debauch that achieve this result are rational and sane. The man who uses a woman, the masturbator, who uses his hand, the Turk, who uses his eunuch, the pederast, who uses a boy or man, the Arab, who uses his mare, the cowboy, who uses a heifer, and the libertine who pays a girl to suck his penis, all are equally sane, because the method in each case adopted depends upon the customs of the country, the opportunities presented, and the moral and ethical character of the man. The accumulation of semen in the seminal vesicles, with its attendant discomfort, is the physical basis of sexual instinct, but 172 Sex and sex worship. Any irritation in the pelvic region may be mistaken for fullness of the vesicles and may be considered to be sexual instinct, so that in many cases when a man congratulates himself on his powerful virility he may be merely constipated, or he wants to urinate, or has prostatic trouble. The early church fathers considered coition to be a sin and a fall from grace, and they taught that the unmarried would attain to greater glories in heaven, some of them saying that those of either sex who had indulged in coition, even though in wedlock, could not enter into heaven at all. This led to the establishment of religious celibate orders. To triumph over one's sexual desires was the greatest merit to be achieved, and some church fathers and female saints went so far to gain complete triumph that they had beautiful companions of the opposite sex lie with them and even sleep with them, because continence under such circumstances was supposed to deserve greater reward hereafter than if it had been maintained under less tempting conditions. The argument that coition was necessary to perpetuate the race was met with the theory that if Adam had not yielded to his passion for Eve, he would have effectually rebuked God and compelled him to invent some harmless mode of reproduction that would have dispensed with the cooperation of the sexes, and thus the world would have been peopled by innocent and passionless beings. Such was the doctrine taught by Justin, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine, and other church fathers. Such views are not extinct. I remember reading in the explanations of a catechism that it is a sin to bathe all over, because the sight of one's naked body gives rise to lascivious thoughts. There are some persons who are very easily affected to erotic thoughts. I passed one day in front of a theater when the audience was just being dismissed. When the doors were thrown open, passers-by could get a glimpse of the stage. With me was a very exemplary gentleman, a minister. When he saw this last scene of a Christmas pantomime fairy transformation scene, how he would enjoy seeing one again. He said to me, "Isn't that awful?" "What is awful?" said I. "Why, the way those girls show their legs." I told him that I had taken my wife and children to that performance the previous evening, and we had found it very beautiful, and that I had promised the children to take them again. "How can you do such a tiling?" "Why, I had an involuntary omission from the sight. It's scandalous." And Ho advised me to pray to God to let me have concupiscent thoughts so that I too might appreciate the immorality of such shows. I advised him to pray to God to clean a mess mind of such ideas, so that he could appreciate the beauty, purity, and wholesomeness of the human body. No clean-minded man, woman, or child should have lascivious thoughts on account of a fairy scene like that. But is it likely that women who have been brought up under such influence and under such religious teachings will make their husbands happy? Let me quote a few sentences from an essay on social purity by Lucinda B. Chandler, a would-be social reformer. Here is what she thought of marriage. When a backlash woman has made this agreement ***, she has made herself permanently a legal prostitute till death or divorce dissolves the contract. I demand the immediate and unconditional abolition of this vilest system that ever cursed the earth. Marriage is legalized prostitution. The term marriage is more offensive than the terms rape, murder, or prostitution, because it involves all of them, and all combined are worse than either alone. ******, the wife is the most degraded of all prostitutes ****, a forced prostitute. Popular prostitution, bad as it is not as bad as the forced prostitution of marriage. Excessive coition, in marriage or out of marriage, may of course be injurious, especially to the delicate nervous system of a woman, but it is not likely to be exacted from a wife who allows her husband a rational enjoyment of her charms in other ways. There can be no suggestion of prostitution in wedlock when sexual pleasure is mutual, and it is only the most extreme and rabid WCTUism that can speak of the wifely relationship as a condition of legalized prostitution. Marriage, as an institution, is one of the most sacred and chastest relationships on earth. The old feudal method of valuing a wife as one might a broodmare, according to the number of her offspring, is still upheld by orthodox ecclesiasticism, as shown in the opposition to birth control. It is cruelly exhaustive to the wife, and equally injurious to the quality of the offspring. For large families, especially among the poor, are the source of pauperism, ignorance, vice, crime, and disease. It must come to be understood that large families are as much an evidence of intemperance and even more reprehensible than drunkenness and other excesses, but it does not follow that there may be no sensual pleasures in wedlock, but rather, that if caution is not sufficient to prevent impregnation, that some of the Malthusian restraints on conception should be practiced, as being both more moral and more humane to the wife than too frequent and exhausting pregnancies. To have recourse to abortion is to commit murder. It should not be thought of. Temperance in coition is desirable for many reasons, but it is attainable only when the aesthetical enjoyment of a wife's beauty is such a matter-of-course affair that it ceases to have an erotically inflaming effect, for when a wife entertains the two prevalent notions in regard to nudity, such temperance is difficult to attain, for the less frequently the beauty of the wife's body is seen, the more erotically excitable and desirous is the nature of the man. It may be asked, how often may conjugal coition be practiced? This will depend on the mutual desires and consent of husband and wife, and with us is a private concern, but it has been the subject of legislation. In Athens, Solon decreed that a man must render this conjugal duty to the wife 3 times a month, and in Mohammedan lands the Quran directs the husband to gratify his wife at least once a week on pain of her having the right to demand divorce if he fails in this duty. The Bible does not state how often coition is to be exercised, but implies that it should not be long between times. Let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband, and likewise also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one another, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt ye not for your incontinency ichor. Romans 7:3. This puts it plainly on the basis of each mate trying to satisfy the desire of the other, and it is benevolence to grant the pleasure. In Aragania, a part of what is now Spain, at one time and at the instance of the Queen, a law was passed that no husband. Sex axi skx worship 17. Should have that right to demand coition from his wife of toner than 6 times in any one day. Leaving out of consideration the extreme views of 6 times a day, and the other extreme view of Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra about 275 AD, that once in 2 or 3 years for the succock of begetting offspring was enough, the best rule is probably somewhere between Martin Luther's view, twice in 1 week, and that of some modern writers, once in 2 weeks. The best interval depends on the vigor and health of the man and woman concerned, and, apart from that, on the pleasure and desire of the wife. In summer, no doubt, coition is more enervating than in winter, which was already recognized by the ancients who believed that coition was injurious in all months whose names contain no R, so that their coition season corresponded with our oyster season. Sexual passion as erotic ideas are instinctively caused by a stimulus coming from the erection center, so, obversely, this center may be irritated by erotic ideas produced in the brain. What we see or hear may cause us to have erotic desires, and this, reacting on the erection center, may cause erections. Lascivious thoughts, dreams, stories, pictures, etc. may have this effect. The disposition to become thus excited by mental impressions is under the control of the will to a great extent. We may encourage it and become libertines, or we may discourage it and remain continent men. This disposition is therefore not instinctive, but is a cultivated habit which constitutes sexual passion. I show here a diagram Fig. 60 to make clear the difference between sexual instinct and sexual passion. Instinct originates in the seminal vesicles. The impulse is transmitted to the erection centers in the sacral plexus of nerves and the similar center in the brain, and then by reflex action to the penis, causing sexual desire and erection. Passion originates in the brain. The impulse is transmitted to the penis and the erection center in the sacral plexus, causing erection. How sexual passion operates is shown in the Bible. Roman 2 Sam. Roman 11:2 et sec. And it came to pass in an evening tide, that David arose from off his bed, and walked upon the roof of the king's house, and from the roof he saw a 176 sex and sex worship woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon. And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her. Sexual passion is therefore a result of intellectual disposition, or cultivated habit. Which in some is allowed to grow, so that it practically controls the disposition of the man until he lets his mind dwell on erotic desires all the time. Even unintentional suggestions of nudity of a woman often have erotic effects on some minds, as when a society reporter said of a lady at a ball that she was magnificently attired in a diamond necklace, or, as occurred quite recently in a theatrical announcement, which result. Instinct. Passion. J. Fig. Go. The origin of sexual instinct is in the seminal vesicles, of lust or passion in the brain. Stated that a well-known actress would appear at a certain theater in a pair of silk stockings. 99 times out of 100, our acts to secure sexual pleasure are not in obedience to sexual instincts, but to secure the sensual pleasure that experience has taught us may be obtained thereby. In other words, instinct is replaced by a cultivated habit or passion, and the methods chosen are equally deliberately acquired and practiced. Passion is most frequently stimulated by memory pictures, that is, by creations of an erotic fancy running riot in lustful reveries or dreams. In many animals, the liberation of sex elements is passive and sex worship 177 not accompanied by pleasure. It is strictly of the same nature as defecation or urinating, and it concerns the individual alone. Fertilization is a random matter, and although sex exists, sex attraction and sexual passion do not. A female fish, for example, lays her eggs in the shallow waters near the shore, and a male deposits his semen in the same waters. And the accidents of wind and wave determine whether an egg is fertilized or not. A grade higher, true sexual union appears, but between any male and any available female. There may be pleasure in the act, but not enough to favor the establishment of passion. There is no pairing, no love in the higher sense. Union is promiscuous, as among cattle, horses, dogs, poultry, etc. As we ascend in the scale of intelligence, we find that the psychic elements in love gain in importance. While the appreciation of beauty may be an element in the pairing of even lower animals, such beauty alone does not seem to excite erotic desires in animals. It may decide the mating, but coition is still only in obedience to some other stimulus, especially the rutting odor. Passion due to centric memory pictures is essentially a human trait, although animals trained for stud purposes sometimes acquire an unnatural concupiscence. Rutting odor in animals: the female exhales a peculiar odor when she is physiologically ready for copulation with the male. This odor is called the rutting odor, and in most animals the male does not become sexually excited unless this odor is present. No doubt everyone is familiar with the behavior of dogs when there is a bitch in heat about, or they have seen the facial contortions of a bull when he smells the sexual organs of a cow to ascertain whether she is in heat. But even in quite low animals, as in butterflies and moths, the female has this kind of attractive odor. Entomologists sometimes place female moths in small cages so as to attract the male moths so they can catch them with their nets. There is a similar odor in the human female about the time of menstruation. But in mankind, at least in civilized communities, this odor has lost its importance because man has, to a great extent, lost his sense of smell. 178 Sex and sex worship. The influence of the rutting odor in a mare had a great influence on the history of the world. When Cyrus died, he left no son to inherit his kingdom, and the chiefs agreed among themselves that they would ride out to a certain hill to greet the rising sun, recognized as a deity among the Persians, and the one whose horse would neigh first in greeting to the sun should become king. The stable master of Darius heard of this agreement, and the evening before the chiefs were to ride out to the appointed place, he took his master's stallion, which Darius always rode, and led him to a mare in heat which he had previously taken to the place. There the stallion was allowed to serve the mare at his pleasure. Fig. 61. Next morning, when the chiefs rode out to the hill, the stout Fig. 61. Darius becomes king. From Welt Jamil de Gallery, Roman 18th century. Lion recognized the place and remembered the delights of the previous evening and neighed loudly as a call to the mare, which, however, was no longer there. But the other chiefs, as soon as Darius' horse greeted the rising sun by neighing, dismounted from their own horses and made their obeisances to him and acclaimed him their king. The story adds that soon thereafter a thunderstorm arose, and this was considered as an omen that God approved their choice, and perhaps it was a fair choice as Darius was the husband of a daughter of Cyrus. While the rutting odor is no longer of sexually excitant value to the clothed nations, it is possible that it retains some amount of attractiveness in unclothed nations, but as coition, even among the lowest people, is now a matter of cultivated habit and not of instinct, the odor of the female body is not of great importance. Sex and sex worship 17. As the excitant feature, Nevertheless, the odors of human beings are also of importance, for although men may not always be consciously aware of such an influence, yet the perfume of the woman is one of the many subtle influences which attract the attention and perhaps arouse the affections of the man for a particular woman. There is a theory that each human being is surrounded by an aura or thin cloud of personal emanations, which either attracts or repels, and there is no doubt that animals perceive this even more quickly and certainly than do men and women, who are not so dependent now upon the sense of smell as our primitive people. Humboldt in his Cosmos tells of a tribe of South American Indians who could track their game by the sense of smell, as our hunting dogs do. In the Middle Ages, and even in some cases to this day, physicians diagnosed the sickness of their patients by the sickbed odors. Even now, I believe, anyone who ever treated a case of smallpox or meningitis would be able to diagnose another case by its odor. The former importance of the sense of smell in mankind is shown by the fact that about 1/2 of humankind still greet each other by rubbing noses together, which caress is known as the salute by smelling. It is also indicated by the frequent references to the body odors which occur in the writings of the ancients, as for instance, in the Bible. It is therefore no more than natural that we should consider this sense in connection with sex. Social relations of men and women. It is sometimes stated that the institution of marriage, the relationship of husband and wife, is the original form of sexual relationship introduced by God when He created Adam, and then created a helpmate for him. But in reality, married relationship is a rather late institution, introduced when man had advanced far enough to appreciate the crudeness and coarseness of his evolutionary inheritance in this regard. We have already warned that mankind was the product of evolution from mammals and not from the higher apes, but as a collateral branch to these. Like our domestic animals, cattle, horses, goats, sheep, dogs, etc., who resulted by evolution from the same sources from which man sprang. When this evolution was taking place in regard to man's body, he inherited with his physical characteristics also many of the mental traits of his pre-human ancestors. It is a characteristic of most herbivorous mammals that they do not pair, as many birds and many carnivorous animals do, but that they live in a promiscuous relationship of the sexes, or that they go in droves or flocks of many females attached to one male. These two methods of sexual relationships were probably the primitive methods of men and women living together. Whenever civilized travelers have visited savage nations for the first time, they found in most cases the tribal organization not based on marriage, but that the men and women of the tribe lived together in promiscuous relationship which seemed to be subject to no regulation, but only to the immediate and temporary inclination of the individual man and woman. In other words, the family as it exists in civilized communities was unknown in most of the lower nations, and presumably also in primitive conditions of the higher nations. In such unregulated relationship, it is of course impossible to determine the paternal ancestry, and only the relation of the mother to the child is known. Under such conditions, it was impossible even for a woman to know with any degree of certainty who is the father. This led to tribal or horde organization, in which relationship and inheritance was traced through the mother only, and some authors think that, by analogy, the earliest deities were supposed to be living together in similar manner, and that this led to an exaltation of the mother over the unknown father, and that the first ideas of deities were of feminine deities, that motherhood was deified. This is probably true, and family relationship of gods and goddesses and of men and women was not known to primitive tribes who lived by hunting and fishing, and who had no permanent homes. In such people, women and children belonged to the tribe. They were community property. Herodotus tells us of a Scythian people who held their women as common property, that they might all be brothers. Sex and sex worship. 181 Suidas relates that the women in Attica abandoned themselves twice, and no man knew his father. An ancient Hindu work says that Svatakadu instituted marriage, and that before his time women were unconfirmed and roamed at their pleasure. The Chinese also believe that marriage was introduced by teaching. Fo Hai, a semi-mythical king of China, supposed to have been born of a virgin, put an end to promiscuous relations by introducing social order, marriage, writing, and music. Other nations had similar traditions about the introduction of married relationship. Aristotle and other ancient writers reported similar conditions elsewhere, and such customs exist in many places to this day. In many Polynesian islands, promiscuous intercourse between the sexes prevailed until the natives were converted by the missionaries. Orthy prevail to this day where they have not been converted. In fact, the effort to limit a man to one woman has been one of the greatest obstacles to the influence of the missionaries in some of these islands. In some of the islands, female virtue was highly prized, and Samoa was preeminent in this respect. A woman when about to be married had to undergo a special ordeal to prove her virginity, and a proof of her morality disgraced all her relatives. In other islands, great laxity of morals was the rule. In Hawaii, brothers with their wives and sisters with their husbands possessed each other in common, and in some of the islands, especially among the chiefs, brothers and sisters intermarried. On the other hand, in some quite low tribes, morality was high. In the Andaman Islands, the people go absolutely naked, except that women in quite recent times have commenced to wear aprons of grass behind, yet a fairly strict monogamy is the rule, and transgressions are the exception. They name their children before birth. All names are therefore of common gender, and there are only about 20 names, but the different names are usually qualified by adjectives. In Burma, monogamy is the rule, but husbands can rent or lease their wives to strangers for a stated period. This is not considered degrading to the woman, who is generally true to her temporary husband or master. In East India, in early times, the Aryan housewife shared with the husband the joys and the trials, as well as the privileges of worshipping the gods. She even took part in composing the hymns to the gods, and some of the finest of these were composed by prophetesses. The Mamam tribe in Africa, who are cannibals, have a genuine affection for their wives, such as does not exist in any other African tribe. If a man's wife is captured or stolen, those who hold her can get almost anything from the husband, such as ivory, etc., in exchange for her liberty. In ancient Germany, a youth married the girl of his choice. The husband presented the wife with arms which she could use in emergencies. They were monogamous, except that the princes or chiefs sometimes married the daughters of several chiefs for political reasons. This continued far into civilized times, in fact, to the days of Luther. About 750 AD, the Germans were very corrupt, and the sanctity of marriage was almost disregarded. About this time, the Saxons were still pagans and offered human sacrifices to their gods. They also married their sisters. Among the Soeoris, women occupied a high position and could even hold hereditary offices or positions in the tribe. The Eskimos are very filthy. Owing to the intense cold in winter, washing is out of the question. Mothers sometimes wash their children by licking them off with their tongues, like cows do their calves. They are monogamous, a man having but one wife, but the women especially are very low in their estimate of chastity, and their husbands and relatives practically ignore any moral lapses on the part of the wives. In parts of Alaska, among the Aleuts, the women go to meet incoming ships and earn money by associating with the sailors. This is considered by the husbands to be a perfectly proper and commendable way to contribute to the household maintenance. A curious story is told of the Lacedaemonians who in a war 3209 BC had sworn not to return to their native land until they had taken Messina. This took longer than they had anticipated, and at the end of 10 years they were still at war. Their wives then sent them word to return home and beget children with their wives and the daughters who had meanwhile grown up. So the Lacedaemonians sent a picked number of robust warriors to impregnate all women at home, as many of these were young. Women, or virgins, all the children born of this visit of the delegation were called Parthenios, or virgin children. In later days, the Greeks frequently invited especially beautiful young men to cohabit with their wives and daughters so as to have the latter bear beautiful children. This was considered eminently proper and did not injure the reputations of the women to any degree whatever. When Cook and his crew visited the Hawaiian Islands for the first time, they found promiscuous intercourse the rule. They joined in, but as some of the sailors had syphilis, this disease fig. 62. The family/the unit and foundation of silly/odd society soon became general, and this was the cause of a great deterioration in the native stock. Efforts have been frequently made even in highly civilized lands, to reintroduce this promiscuous relationship. But while it exists sub rosa in all lands, it has not met with official recognition. During the French Revolution, efforts were made to take the ownership of all women and girls from the king and from those to whom he had leased his rights in them, and to vest it in the state. The state was to lease the women to the men for breeding purposes and to be their maids. The ideas of canonical law being accepted. Fournier, a French socialist, proposed to reorganize society. He believed that the institution of marriage imposes unnatural restraints on human nature, which results in vice and misery, and that the full and free development of human nature, and the only way to happiness and virtue, depends on the unrestrained indulgence of human passion. He proposed that those who desired to cohabit should take out licenses, good for a certain limited time, which would permit them to do so. Such a system, under religious sanction, actually exists in modern Persia, where temporary marriages for a few hours or for a few days only can be arranged for by the mullah Mohammedan priest who receives a part of the money paid by the man to his temporary wife. This is, of course, merely prostitution, but it is camouflaged by religious setting and thereby saved from being a moral lapse. About 1830, Infantin proposed that the tyranny of marriage should be abolished in France, and that a system of free love take its place. In 1848, the idea was again brought forward in the legislative body in France, when it was demanded that a law should be passed declaring all women and children to be the property of the state, and providing regulations for leasing the women to the men for certain periods of time as household maids or housekeepers and for breeding purposes. To a certain extent, this effort to reintroduce promiscuous or primitive tribe and horde relationship was actually carried out in France during the Revolution. A premium was paid to the mothers of illegitimate children, who were called les enfants de la patrie. It was forbidden to make any inquiries in regard to the paternity of such children, but the seeking out the mothers of abandoned children was permitted. The tendency of men of the lower classes, when a revolution gives them temporary power, to revert to similar ideas, is shown by the following report. London, Oct. 26, 1918. Yushin. Maidens. Under the jurisdiction of certain provincial Bolshevik Soviets become the property of the state when they reach the age of 18 and are compelled to register at a government Bureau of Free Love, according to the official Gazette of the Vladimir Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, which recently published the Soviets' decree on the subject. Under the decree, a woman having registered has the right to choose from among men between 9 and 50 a cohabitant husband. The consent of the man. Sex and sex worship 185 chosen is necessary. The decree adds, the man chosen having the right to make any protest. A similar privilege of choosing from among the registered women is given every man between 19 and 50 without the consent of the women. This provision is described as in the interest of the state. Children born of such marriages are to become the property of the state. Stringent rules and penalties are laid down for the protection of girls under 18. In primitive tribes, the women were mainly slaves who were captured in predatory raids. They were considered the legitimate spoil of war belonging to the victors. They could be passed along from man to man or even from horde to horde. Even the Bible approved Ophai's method of getting wives, as we saw in the rules about taking captured women as wives CP 75, and the Quran permitted the same disposal of captives in war CP 79. The Bible says Gen. Romans 6, 1, 2. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. Judge. Roman 21:10 et seq. And the congregation sent thither 12,000 men, and commanded them, saying, Go and smite the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, with the women and children. And this is the thing that ye shall do, ye shall utterly destroy every male, and every woman that hath lain by man. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins that had known no man by lying with any male. And they brought them unto the camp to Shiloh ******, and they gave the children of Benjamin wives which they had saved alive of the Avomen of Jabesh Gilead. In many primitive people it was considered wrong to marry a relative, and as promiscuous intercourse prevented a man from knowing who of the women were his cousins or his sisters or his aunts, he could not marry within the tribe at all. He had to buy or steal wives from other tribes. Such tribes were called exegamic, or marrying outside of their own tribes. But this led to a form of marriage which is spoken of as marriage by theft or capture, and this in early days was probably the most usual way of obtaining wives. Exegamic tribes were very numerous. In Australia, no man may marry a woman of his mother's clan, no matter how unrelated such a woman may otherwise be to him. Among North American Indians, they may not marry within the same totem. Marriages are forbidden between persons of the same name or totem. The Romans kidnapped the Sabine women Fig. 63. And the Bible and Quran both allowed this custom. When large raids were made by whole tribes, all the captured women became slaves belonging to the tribe and could be used for general or promiscuous intercourse. But when women were obtained by personal raids of one man, then he claimed the woman as his own slave and kept Fig. 63. Rape of the Sabines, reproduction of statue. Her for his own use. And where this was the usual method of obtaining wives, it did away with a promiscuous relationship of the sexes. Men became jealous and guarded their own, attempted infringement on their rights to their own women, leading to a polygamous family life and a defending of their rights even to the extreme off-order of the infringer. The horde plan of commingling of the sexes was replaced by the herd system as found among deer, wild cattle, wild horses, seals, walruses, etc. One male with a number of females. Sex and sex worship 187, as this was apt to occur more frequently among people who had settled habitations, as among agricultural or pastoral people. AVC find this type of patriarchal family among them. One man, the oldest, was the patriarch of the family. He had several wives, but besides this he could take to himself his slaves or concubines. Polygamy was the rule in patriarchal families, as among the ancient Jews. It was not forbidden by the Old Testament. It was common among the Greeks, but less common among the Romans. In nearly all Mohammedan lands it is the customary practice, and prevails generally in Asia, Africa, Polynesia, and among the American Indians. While we generally understand polygamy to imply a plurality of wives, it strictly means a plurality of husbands as well. The term polygyny means the marriage of one man to several women at the same time. It would be the better term to use. But polygamy is so generally understood to mean this that it is hardly worthwhile to change to the use of the term polygyny, especially as polyandry is in common use to express the marriage of one woman to several men at the same time. The Mohammedans are permitted by the Quran to have 4 wives, the Sultan 7, but there is no limitation to the number of concubines that a man may have. Also, among the Mohammedans there are not so many forbidden degrees as among the Christians, which accounts largely for the rapid spread of Mohammedanism. Polygamy was only recently abolished among the Mormons of our own land by act of Congress, possibly still practiced to a certain extent, but not publicly paraded as formerly. Among these patriarchal families, the fate of the women was of course much better than in tribal or horde relationship, and the idea of family became a fixed institution. Among the Mohammedans, the wives and concubines are generally kept in seclusion in harems, and are guarded by castrated slaves or eunuchs. The chief, which is the kickslay or agassi, or the master of the maidens. Harem means something that is forbidden, but is generally supposed to mean the female contingent of a polygamous household. It really has a meaning something like in our public buildings for women only or for men only. It is like the gynesion of the ancient Greeks. Sex and sex worship. The apartments of the women, strictly forbidden to strangers, strictly private. Any child born in the harem is supposed to be the child of the master, because no other opportunity for impregnation is supposed to be possible. If a concubine or slave becomes a mother, the child is free and the mother cannot thereafter be sold. She in effect becomes a wife. Although if the man has 4 wives already, the concubine cannot be called a wife, but she has the rights of a wife. The harem fig. 64 is an Asiatic institution, but prevails throughout all Mohammedan lands. The wife is subordinate to the husband, practically his slave no matter how he obtained her. Asiatics wrote the Bible, hence these Asiatic ideas regarding women and wives were transferred to Christianity, but they were fig. 64. In a harem, from painting by Sacconi, ascribed to the fall, and to a curse which was supposed to have been pronounced on Eve by God. The wives of Mohammedans are often obtained, as with us, by betrothal, although all details are arranged by female relatives so that the man cannot meet or see his bride until after the marriage. His mother or sisters become acquainted with the women of their class in the public baths, where they see them naked fig. 65, and can report about them and their physical attractions. But they can buy concubines in the markets fig. 66, which, although now forbidden by law, are still in existence, and those who want to buy a slave have no difficulty in doing so. Mohammedans are forbidden to have images of any living object, just as sex and sex wish. IP 18. Among the ancient Jews, they cannot have statues or paintings of beautiful nymphs or goddesses, so they buy beautiful slave girls whom they keep as we keep statuary, etc. as something good to look at fig. 67. Of course, the owner can take any such slave or odalisque as sexual mate, but most of them are kept, usually naked or nearly so, to beautify the home. They are much subject to tuberculosis through insufficient clothing and confinement indoors. Georgia and Circassia furnished most of the female slaves for the Turkish harems, but in recent times thousands upon thousands of Armenian girls were sold to the same fate. Household servants are mostly blacks, clandestinely imported from Africa. Fig. G5. Oriental bath, from a painting by Jerome. The Parsis treat their women much better than do other Asiatic people. Women appear freely in public, and they have entire management of the household. Among the Persians, generally the father is reverenced in an extravagant manner, but the highest respect is paid to the mother whose word is law in the household. The grandmother also is almost worshipped. A Persian is very glad to have his wife's mother live with her, as a mother-in-law is considered to be the best guardian of a wife's virtue. Persians are polygamous in the house. The women wear a short chemise, which among the rich is a very thin gossamer fabric, a jacket open in front, a skirt reaching only to the middle of the thighs, and an abundance of armlets, bracelets and anklets to which many talismans are attached, in which Persians have much faith. They go barefoot. The costume therefore practically displays all the beauties of the body in the privacy of the home. But when they go out to visit friends, etc., they are so bundled up in shapeless garments that not even their husbands could recognize them. In the homes the little girls are dressed like boys. Male fig. 66. Slave sale, from painting fig. 67. An odalisque, from painting by Grerome. By Schindler. Clothes, and the little boys like girls' female clothes until they are about 10 years old, when they assume the costumes appropriate to their sex. This is done to avoid the evil eye, a sinister influence which is much dreaded. Among Persians the logical wives are considered to be the cousins on the father's side. Among the early Hebrews, monogamy was the general rule, although it was not very strict. Later on, polygamy and concubinage became prevalent to the extent that Solomon had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines at Kings Roman 11:3. When the father of the household died, his wives and sex and sex worship 191 concubines became the property of his heir. They went with the inheritance. Nor were unions between near relatives forbidden. Abraham had his half-sister from same father, but a different mother for wife, and in many lands full sisters could be taken for wives. Caligula, the tyrant of Rome, had sexual congress with all his sisters, one of whom, Drusilla, he made his official wife, the other two he drove away into misery. He also took any Roman matron or woman he desired, and sometimes invited other men to share them with him. At the amphitheater shows, if he did not have enough victims to throw before the wild animals, he had some of the spectators seized, their tongues cut out so they could not denounce him, and then they were thrown into the arena. He was finally killed by his own guards. Caracalla's mother, some say stepmother, fell in love with him and contrived, as if by accident, to be seen naked by him. When he saw her, he took her as his wife, and her name appears as his queen on numerous documents. Yet this was probably an extreme case. As a rule, it was considered improper for a man to cohabit with his mother, or even with any other of his father's wives. A sort of Solomonic judgment is related of Claudius. He was judge in a case in which a woman refused to acknowledge that a certain man was her son. Claudius ruled that she should marry him, which she refused to do, and finally admitted that she could not marry him as he was her son. In Greece, a man could marry his father's daughter by some other wife than his own mother, but not a uterine sister. But among the ancient Egyptians, a pharaoh usually, or at least often, married his full sister. Cleopatra, for instance, was married to her brother Ptolemy. In many lands in Africa, a man may have as many wives as he can afford to buy. But then there is no particular trouble about keeping them, for they need little or no clothing, and they do the work in the fields and in guarding the herds. Such is the custom in the Congo district. Among the Hottentots there is no purchasing of wives, but the consent of the parents is obtained by presents, etc., and the wife is not considered a slave. The most primitive relation of the sexes to each other is one of promiscuous intercourse. The lowest form of marriage is 192 sex and sex worship, where the men simply steal or purchase as many women as they want and make them their wives, but even this is already the beginning of family ties, and therefore the beginning of social advancement. I have already stated that man is polygamous by nature, and polygamy is therefore the prevailing type of sexual relationship throughout the world. It is the legally recognized relationship of the sexes among more than 2/3 of the inhabitants of the earth, and is practiced in some form or other by all nations on the globe. A strictly monogamic people does not exist, and strict monogamy in the individual man is as uncommon as strict celibacy, even among us. Polygamy was first forbidden by law in the early days of born, when women were so scarce that men had to steal them from their neighbors, and it was considered to be unfair for one man to appropriate several women for himself while others might not be able to obtain any. Forgetting the origin of the laws establishing monogamy, such laws were kept in force by states which, for just as cogent reasons, should allow polygamy in the interest of the excess of women over men who cannot otherwise find husbands. This is not a question of religion, for from both a religious and from a moral standpoint as much, or more, can be said in favor of polygamy as in favor of monogamy. It is really only a question of expediency in a politico-economic sense, whether monogamy or polygamy shall be the legally recognized form of marriage. I have no doubt that if it were not for the complications of property interests, and if men dared to publicly avow their convictions, a very large number of men and women would admit that legally recognized polygamy would be preferable to our present system of monogamy with prostitution or affinities. On the other hand, there are no doubt many advocates of monogamy who favor the present conditions largely from interested motives, because it affords them opportunities of enjoyment with young and pretty women without the satiety that would come even in legally recognized polygamy. When, of course, the possibilities for variety now existing would be exchanged to companionships for life. Monogamy is not a distinctly Christian practice, for it prevailed in many pre-Christian nations and is today practiced by some savage tribes, while on the other hand, polygamy was permitted by the Christian Church until about the time of Luther, and is not forbidden in the Bible. Monogamy means a marriage of one man to one woman. This is the common or legal form of marriage in civilized Christian lands, but it is also found in some very primitive kinds of people as well. The close relationship of a husband to wife in such a marriage is a stronger tie than that of any blood relationship. Gen. Roman 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Matt. Roman 9:4-6. Have ye not read that lie which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh? Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Also Mark X. 6-9. Fs. v. 31. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. This is a great mystery ***. Nevertheless, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself. And the wife see that she reverence her husband. The Kabbalah, a Jewish system of theosophy which claimed to have been written in the 1st century of our era, but which was said by some to have been written about the 13th or 14th century, claimed to contain certain mysteries which God had taught to Adam in paradise and which had been transmitted by oral tradition until they were reduced to writing. It is of course quite possible that the theories contained in the Kabbalah were ancient Jewish traditions which may possibly have come down to the time when they were reduced to writing, by oral transmission. If so, they were of equal antiquity and of equal importance as those which were written down by Ezra, and which are now known as the Books of Moses. In the Kabbalah it is taught that the highest and most mysterious God or power or whatever else we may choose to call it, was Ein Sof, pure thought, supremo will. This was not composed of matter, it was purely spiritual. From Ein Sof there were 10 emanations of spiritual beings. 194 Sex and sex worship. The Kabbalah stated that the Holy Ghost made all things male or female, because otherwise nothing could endure. It described the archetypal man Fig. 68, using many mystic references to gematria, to the peculiar numerical values of words and to the sex of the left and the right side, etc. For instance, wisdom was located in the forehead and was male while intelligence was located in the left side of the chest and was female. Wisdom, the father, and intelligence, the mother, produced a crown. Love was male and was in the right arm, justice was female and resided in the left arm, together they produce beauty residing in the bosom. Fig. 68. Archetypal man, from the Kabbalah, or breasts. Firmness was male and resided in the right thigh, and splendor was female and resided in the left thigh, and together they produced foundation or sex, or sexual organs. All the souls of the whole human race pre-existed in the world of emanations from God and are all destined to inhabit human bodies. Each soul, prior to its entering this world, consists of a male and a female potency, united into one spiritual being. When a soul descends on this earth, the two parts are separated and animate two different bodies. At the time of marriage, the Holy One God, blessed be He who knows all souls and spirits, unites them again as they were before, and they again constitute one body and one soul, forming as it were the right and left of the individual. The Kabbalah claimed that it explains all the hidden meanings of the Jewish scriptures. The passage just quoted explained the quotations from both the Old and the New Testaments, stated above, and explains also our saying that marriages are made or ordained in heaven, and it imparts a greater sanctity to the monogamous marriage by teaching that the souls of husband and wife were originally before the birth of either, a hermaphrodite spirit, both halves of which, after existing without bodies for some time, finally are guided together again by the Holy One who knows all souls. In connection with this theory of the Kabbalah may be mentioned the doctrine of the Mormons on polygamy. The Mormons are not a Christian sect, as some suppose. The chief god of the Mormons is Adam of Genesis fame, while Christ, Mohammed, Joseph Smith and Brigham Young are also at least partially divine. These divinities propagate souls who are destined to inhabit the bodies of human beings born in this world. They believe it to be the duty of every woman to give birth to as many children as possible, because all the souls who do not enter into children at birth will have no chance to go to heaven. But as there were many more women converted to Mormonism than men, and as it was practically a sin for a woman to neglect to become a mother, and as her reward in heaven was proportionate to her doing her duty in regard to having children, polygamy was introduced as a religious duty of this sect. Among Oriental slaveholding nations there is little true love, no mating in a noble sense. The woman is not courted nor asked for consent. She is a slave, and if her appearance and her price are satisfactory, the man buys her, and after that it is to her interest to study obedience to her master's desires and pleasures. In the human being, true mating based on mutual friendship is possible only when the woman is not a slave. When the woman's right to bestow her favors where she pleases is generally admitted, wooing or courtship, the psychic or ethical element in love, is enhanced, and the carnal features of love are purified by the emotional sympathies as well as by the intellectual bonds of affection. (196) Sex and sex worship. Love in the highest and purest sense, and marriage based on mutual love and consent, is possible only when the full equality of the woman with the man is recognized, and then even only when questions of pecuniary considerations like the prospective inheritance from the father of the bride or of receiving support and a home from the husband are but subordinate or secondary considerations. The highest form of love is founded on a mutual recognition of mental, moral, and social worth, as well as on a desire for the person or body, and is possible only when the whole personality is loved, not when merely the body is loved, which is carnal love or lust, nor when only the soul is loved, which is platonic love. When Max Nordau says that love in marriage is degraded into a mere sensuality without the slightest value for the community, he refers to marriage as it is ordained now by church and state, not to an ideal monogamic marriage. He fails to realize the purity of bodily pleasures and caresses between man and wife when sanctified by the mental and ethical elements of love. The carnal side of love is not mere sensuality. It is necessary to the perpetuation of the ethical and mental side of love, of which coition is merely the physical basis. Men and women should marry one another to live together in the joys of the body as well as in the communion of souls. But the spiritual element in the relation of the sexes should be paramount, for it implies companionship and elevation of the woman, while the predominance of the sensual element in love involves the subjection, degradation, and prostitution of the woman, even in wedlock. This is even more appreciated among some of the so-called savage nations than among ourselves, for among the Iroquois and Hurons young couples were obliged to live together without sexual intercourse for 1 year, after marriage, to prove that higher motives than the gratification of sensual pleasure had brought them together. Coition which is not practiced from motives of love for the individual woman is not love but lust. It is essentially of the nature of masturbation, and although often spoken of as love is qualified as ** carnal love. Except in the mechanism of its gratification, lustful love has little in common with true love, such as should actuate husband and wife, and in which ethical elements predominate that are entirely wanting in mere lustful love. And sex worship. 197 What is love? 'Tis not the kiss of a harlot lip, the bliss that doth perish even while we cherish the fleeting charm, and what so fleet as this? He is blessed in love alone who loves for years, and loves but one. We read in the 18th and 19th verses of the 5th chapter of Proverbs as follows: Rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her breast satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love. Following the methods of our theological friends, this text suggests the following thoughts. First, rejoice with thy wife. In this sense, it is a reproof to those ascetics who teach that sexual enjoyments are always evil and to be shunned. The text says, rejoice. Second, rejoice with thy wife. Let sexual pleasures be enjoyed in wedlock, not with strange women. The lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil, but her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps take hold on hell. Prov. v. 3-5. Third, rejoice with the wife of thy youth. This advice urges early marriages to avoid the sowing of wild oats during the best years of our lives and then bringing in impaired or exhausted vitality as our contribution towards the formation of our children. Fourth, let her breasts satisfy thee. The text opposes here the breasts as the emblems of the ethical purity of a woman's beauty of body to the vulva as the symbol of carnal or animal gratification. It means that we should find pleasure in the contemplation of a wife's beauty, rather than in the coarser and grosser sensual caress of coition. Fifth, be thou ravished, let all your senses be intoxicated with the bodily and mental pleasures that a wife can give. Sixth, be thou ravished always. Let the ethical or explanation of beauty in the Kabbalah, page 193, which counts for the breasts being the symbol of beauty in the biblical text under consideration. Mental element in your love for your wife, so fill the mind with pleasant thoughts as to exclude carnal desires for all other women. Seventh, be thou ravished always with her love. This makes it the duty of the wife so to use the beauty of her body as well as her mental charms that her husband may be satisfied with the love she gives him, so that he may never be tempted to seek elsewhere a love that she denies him. The wife's love, in its blending of sensual and psychic attractions, is the anchor that holds the husband to morality and continence. Love, thou hast every bliss in store, 'tis friendship, and 'tis something more. Each other every wish they give. Not to know love is not to live. Gray. Monogamy, based on the equality of the woman with the man, is the highest type of sexual relationship, but it is not possible under present church and state laws, because neither the state nor any Christian church recognizes the equality of the woman with the man. The ritual of the Church of England says, the woman's will, so God says, shall be subject to the man, and he shall be her master. That is, the woman shall not live a life according to her own will *****, and must neither begin nor complete anything without the man. Where he is she must be, and bend before him as her master, whom she shall fear and to whom she shall be subject and obedient. In Germany the Kaiser said, woman is for the church, the kitchen and for children. Die Frau ist für Kirche, Küche und Kinder. A Law Digest defines legal disability as the status of being an infant, a lunatic, or a married woman. In Scandinavia, for the last few years, a commission is at work to formulate better conditions for monogamic marriage. Divorce is to be by common consent, with a reversal of the individual property of man and wife to each, and an equitable division of property accumulated while the marriage lasted. I do not know what disposition is to be made of the children, but it is reasonable to presume that the present theory that they belong to the husband will be modified, and the woman's right in them will be recognized. When the churches are ready to abandon the Asiatical biblical doctrine of the inferiority and servitude of the wife, or woman, and when the laws of all countries are ready to recognize the equality of the woman as a human being, entitled to her own children and to her own earnings, then monogamic marriage and sexual pleasures based on mutual enjoyment and mutual desires will make marriage the ideal relationship. Poets have always represented it to be. All thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this moral frame, all are but ministers of love and feel his sacred flame. Coleridge, love. Max Nordau said that not one man out of 1,000 can truthfully say on his deathbed that he never in his life had connection with a woman not his wife. Society does not expect continence in a man. It is only expected that he keep his sexual digressions from notoriety. Sowing wild oats is tacitly tolerated, if it does not actually make the man more desirable or more interesting in society circles and among society women. The poet Browning wrote, men love so many women in their youth, and even in age they all love whom they please. And yet the best of men confide to friends that 'tis not beauty makes the lasting love. They spend a day with such, and tire the next. They like soul. Well, then, they like fantasy, novelty even. Let us confess the truth, horrible though it be. The world loves a spice of wickedness, says Longfellow. Natural instincts, cultivated passions, and social customs favor unfaithfulness on the part of the man, and a wise wife is conveniently blind and deaf to such a condition. Originally in Greece and Rome, it was held that a man could not commit adultery. This could be done only by the woman. The reason why the adultery of the husband is of less serious character than the adultery of the wife is of course obvious to everyone. It does not interfere with his ability to give full satisfaction to all desires of his wife. It brings no disturbing element into the family in the way of offspring. It is unlikely to incapacitate him from doing his work or to do his connubial duties. It casts no doubt on the parentage of the children. And it does not give much rise to scandal if the husband is discreet, for it is generally ignored in polite circles. And last, not least, to many wives it is a welcome relief from the amorous demonstrations of their husbands. Many women object to coition as a part of their duty to their husbands. Of course, husbands often resent such an attitude and either force their attentions on their wives or leave the wife and sue for divorce. But if there are children, then for the children's sake divorce should be avoided. Under such circumstances, a man is a more loving husband if he respects his wife's antipathy to sexual caresses, but goes quietly elsewhere to gratify himself, than is the man who enforces his legal rights in the courts. On the other hand, the unfaithfulness of the wife in comparison with that of the husband is morally a much more weighty offense. Public sentiment is such that when it becomes known, it dishonors the woman and excludes her from all respectable society. It dishonors her family, alienates her friends, throws doubt over the parentage of her children, and blights their lives with the memory of her infidelity. I am not discussing here whether this is just or as it should be. I am simply stating what are the conditions in modern society. Of one thing, however, there can be no doubt. The story of Jesus and the woman taken in adultery, John Roman 8, 3-11 teaches us that we should be more merciful in judging the woman who transgresses and who is generally more sinned against than sinning. Fig. 372. A curious form of marriage found in Tibet and some other Asiatic countries is polyandry, one woman having several husbands. I'd ask a question whether we should consider this a distinct type of marriage, or simply a relationship depending upon necessity. In Tibet, women are sold to be wives, and a rich man usually buys several women and practices polygamy. A man who is able to buy a woman for himself alone considers himself lucky in practicing. Sex and sex worship. 201 Monogamy. But when men are too poor to be able to buy a woman for individual possession, several club together and buy a wife in common, on the principle that half a loaf is better than no bread, and they practice polyandry. If women in Tibet were free to dispose of themselves, many would do as women do amongst us, not tie themselves to a few men but accommodate many. They would practice prostitution in place of polyandry. Still, polyandry is peculiar in this that the woman is usually the wife of several brothers. This form of marriage, however, has brought about a recognized superiority of the women, which in many cases amounts to almost a position of being a princess. She governs and rules the household. It has another great advantage. A number of men have their sexual appetites satisfied in a proper and legal manner, and yet the number of children in a household is not greater than in a monogamic household, because this is limited by the bearing capacity of the one woman. The household has a number of providers, and not an unreasonable number to be provided for, and therefore there is a condition of comfort, or even of wealth, which would not be possible if each man had a wife and a group of children to maintain. The children know the oldest of the brothers as father and all the others are uncles. And of course, inheritance goes by the mother. The practice is not confined to Tibet. The Todas of India are a tribe in which a woman marries all the brothers of a family. Their religion is a sort of Hinduism. They worship their dairy cattle. As to their cosmogony, they consider themselves autochthones, i.e. they believe that they originally grew out of the soil, like plants. Among the Navis of Malabar also a woman has several husbands, but these are seldom brothers. The woman lives with her mother or brother, or in some cases, she has a house, or she receives her husbands. This, of course, does not differ very much from prostitution among ourselves, except that the arrangement is lasting, all the husbands are attached to her, and provide for her for life. A passage in the Mahabharata, a Hindu work, tells how the 5 brothers Pandava married the fair Draupadi with eyes of lotus blue. This seems to indicate that romance is not entirely done away with in such unions. Caesar spoke of a similar condition existing in Britain, and sex and sex worship. Polybius says it prevailed in Sparta. It is practiced now by about 30 million of Asiatic people. We have already referred to a similar relationship in Hawaii, where brothers had all their wives in common and sisters had all their husbands in common. This seems to be like polyandry in some regards, but more on the principle of what is sauce for the goose is also sauce for the gander. A peculiar relationship of the sexes is concubinage. The origin of this arrangement was probably the sterility of the lawful wife. We read in the Bible Gen. Romans 16:1. * now Sarai, Abram's fig. 69. Presentation of Hagar, from painting by Steuben. Wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in to my maid, it may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. Fig. 69. Or again. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, she said to Jacob, Behold my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. Gen. I. 3-4. There are many references to concubines in the Old Testament. And sex worship. 203 men. David had 7 wives and 10 concubines. Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Rehoboam had 18 wives and 60 concubines, etc. In Mohammedan lands there is no limit to the number of concubines a man may possess. In European lands concubinage was general until quite recent times, and the position of the concubine was an honorable one. It also persists among the European nobility in the form of morganatic marriages, which are entered upon from love, and when later official marriages must be contracted for state reasons, these left-handed marriages are either discontinued or are maintained on the quiet along with the official family, thus constituting polygamy. In such morganatic marriages the title or rank is not inherited by the children, but no disgrace attaches to them or to the woman. The official marriages, for state reasons, of course furnish the heir apparent, the crown prince, or the children who can inherit the title. To make sure that there was no doubt about the heirs of a royal house, it was a requirement in medieval times that the ministers of state were called in to actually witness the birth of the children of a queen or empress, so that they could officially certify that they were possible heirs apparent. To be a queen or empress had its advantages, but in those days it also had its humiliations. A similar system is not uncommon among us, but the concubine is called the mistress, and her position is not considered an honorable one, although it is infinitely better than that of a prostitute. The practice is tacitly tolerated, but must not be publicly paraded. According to our laws, sterility or barrenness of the wife is a cause for divorce, but is it not cruel to a woman who, in everything but this her misfortune, may be a devoted wife, to break up a relationship which may be ideally happy in all the ethical and sensual relations of marriage? Does not the mental anguish of a Josine, for instance, whom Napoleon so ardently loved, but whom he divorced that he might secure an heir, appeal to us to permit a less cruel solution of such an unfortunate condition? There have been frequent suggestions that the recent World War may make it necessary for some countries to permit either some legal form of concubinage or polygamy to recoup itself in. 204 Sex and sex worship population. There is nothing of a religious character to prevent the passing of laws to this effect, as there is nothing in the Bible to forbid it. It would be against our prejudices, but state policy may demand some action of this kind, and it is a matter for human legislators to determine. A sin is a transgression against the laws of God. The laws of God do not forbid. Therefore concubinage or polygamy would not be sin. Besides, laws of God are not recognized by everybody. A vice is a transgression against the laws of nature or against oneself. These practices are not against any laws of nature, therefore there could be no objection on this account. A crime is a transgression against the laws of the land. Both concubinage and polygamy are crimes when they are forbidden by the laws, but they are legitimate practices in those lands whose laws approve of them. At present they are crimes with us, but they would not be if our laws were changed. We are apt to feel that our prejudices could decide such matters, but there has been so much agitation against an open and impartial discussion of these questions, that it is doubtful whether legislators would have the courage to discuss such questions at all. Prostitution, as universally existing, is but a survival of promiscuous cohabitation similar to that which existed in the earliest types of human tribe organization. History shows that it has always existed, and it is probable that it will always continue to exist. There will always be men who cannot marry, for economic reasons, but who have passions like other men. There will always be women who, rather than become the legal slave of one man, will prefer to be the mistress of many men. Suppression of prostitution will never be possible. Regulation is possible. In recent years, many educated people, college and university-bred men and women, rebelling against the unjust degradation imposed on the woman by entering legal wedded relations, have preferred to ignore the laws and to enter into free love unions to be based on mutual consent only, sometimes called common law marriages. Educated women often prefer such a union, because they do not become the slaves of the men, but remain mistresses of their own destinies. Any resulting children are their own, their earnings are their own, and they may choose what profession or calling they like. Lastly, such unions are based on sex and sex worship. 20. Rational modes of living and control over production is usually favored, so that an overproduction of children is avoided. Birth control is practiced. As long as the laws and the rules of the church or of religion are as they are, many people will prefer to live together in bonds that can be broken when love is gone. As long as love lasts, and it is more apt to last in such a union than in any other, free love is ideally happy. In our own land this is not a burning question, because our men tacitly ignore the laws and the church, and do not attempt to coerce or control their wives, but let them do as they please. But in lands where the full legal rights of the husband are insisted on, there have been serious threats on the part of the women to strike against the institution of marriage, and to agree to live in free love only. We have fought a world's war for democracy, for human rights. It will have been fought in vain if it does not bring about the freedom of woman from the disabilities now legally forced on her. She is a human being also. Celibacy originally, in Latin, the word virtus meant the attributes of a man, something like our word virility. It meant bravery or courage, which was esteemed as the highest type of virtue in a man among people of the warlike type of the ancient Romans. Gradually, however, this meaning of the word became less important, and another significance, expressing the purity or chastity of women, was substituted, so that now it is generally used as equivalent to castitas or chastity, a virtue which, curiously enough, is not a characteristic which is generally ascribed to men. Uprightness of living, high ideals of purpose, abstaining from vicious desires, especially in regard to sexual indulgences, a high in chivalrous regard for the purity of womanhood, a preference for virtue, for virtue's sake, abstaining from selfish gratification at the expense of innocent women, was inculcated as an essential characteristic of masculine nobility, of thought and action, even by pre-Christian ancients. The teachings of some of the old Greek and Roman philosophers such as Aristotle, Plato, and others were as noble as those of any modern writers, even though they were what we now call heathens. The North American tribe of Chippewa Indians have a secret society called Meda. The moral instructions in this lodge are given in songs. Their ancient religion is still taught, and here is one of their characteristic songs. Do not speak ill of the madam, my dear brethren, wherever you may be. Do not speak ill of a woman, my dear brethren. This seems high-principled for savages, for though many of these Indians are now civilized, their lodge, its teachings and its songs, are very ancient. Compare the teachings with the Japanese mode of life. p. 14. In the ages previous to Christianity, there were many who realized that the best interests of the state required orderly marriage relationship as contributing best towards happiness and the morality of the citizens. Sparta and other states imposed penalties on bachelors, and even in modern times it has frequently been proposed to impose taxes on bachelors, some states even suggesting such a measure to raise funds for assisting unmarried ladies who were in want. Among the Spartans, one disability imposed on bachelors was that they could not be admitted to the public athletic games, at which both young men and young women competed in athletic games in a state of entire nudity. On the other hand, there have been advantages proposed to the married, with a view to induce as great a desire to enter the married relationship as possible. And now, a goodly number of marriages and a goodly number of births are construed to mean a healthy condition off the affairs of state, so that from both civic and religious considerations marriages are encouraged as highly desirable. There have, however, at all times been people who have held different views. The ascetics taught that man has a spirit which is an emanation from God himself, the breath of God, and a body which was made of matter, which was therefore looked down upon and despised and condemned as evil. Such fanatics believed that anything that tended to produce a state of happiness must be evil, and they therefore tried to deprive people of everything that was pleasant, in order, as they thought, to make them morally better. This ascetic tendency was to be found in all ages and among all people of all the religions of earth. It reached its highest development in some Oriental nations, as among the fakirs of the Hindus, who inflict curious and painful injuries on themselves, such as closing a hand until the nails grow through the palm to the back, sitting or reclining on boards studded with pointed nails, sitting before hot fires, looking at the sun until they become blind, standing on one leg day and night or standing on a pillar for years, or indulging in other senseless and cruel penances which are supposed to make their souls more godlike. As Prescott expressed it, making earth a hell in order to gain heaven. The ascetics of all ages and countries thought that to refuse to enjoy the ordinary pleasures of life was a very meritorious act, and the credit given in heaven for such self-abnegation was supposed to be in direct proportion to the pleasure which was thus declined. We would perhaps not be far wrong if we considered such mental attitudes to be forms of insanity. To live on the coarsest and simplest of foods, to drink only water, to sleep on a litter of straw, to go without washing or combing or cutting of hair, to let the finger-nails grow, to wear the coarsest clothing, or to whip themselves with nettles, or with thongs into which small pointed wires had been interwoven, were all considered to be very meritorious acts in the eyes of God, and as sexual indulgence was one of the greatest of pleasures, abstention from it was necessarily one of the greatest virtues. Only a few years ago, in Denver, if I remember aright, a priest fainted while saying Mass, who was found to be wearing a coarse undershirt to the inside of which dozens of very small fishhooks had been sewed, which caught in his flesh and caused torture enough to make him faint. And this self-torture and mortification off flesh is usually undertaken in the hope that it will subdue carnal desire or the natural passion for intercourse with women. For instance, Origen 1. The early Christian church fathers mutilated himself by emasculating himself, so that he might escape temptation while teaching mixed classes of men and women. The Christian religion, St. Anthony is said never to have bathed himself, holding that bathing and the care for the body relaxed the body and made it more likely to succumb to carnal temptations. It is claimed for him that he never saw himself naked. Men of this type condemned the most ordinary refinements of life as unholy and wicked. St. Bonaventure narrates that at the end of the X century the sister of Balmenus Argulus scandalized all Venice by an odd and unusual form of luxury, which consisted in using a fork instead of her fingers when eating. And the chronicler Dandolo, full of horror at such depravity, adds that the unhappy woman was by a chastisement sent from heaven, attacked by a disease that caused her body to exhale, even before death, the odor of corruption. The Essenes were a Jewish sect which practiced very severe asceticism. They did not allow marriage or intercourse with women, but not because they thought this particularly wrong, but because they considered all women to be fickle and unreliable. One section of the Essenes permitted marriage, but strictly prohibited sexual intercourse except for the express purpose of the begetting of children. The necessity of the sexual act was recognized, but the pleasurable feature of it was to be avoided as much as possible. The early Christians were mostly poor and ignorant people. The faith made most converts among slaves. The disciples of the new faith were told to sell all they had and to give to the community. Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter the kingdom of heaven. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Romans 9:21-24. These early Christians believed that riches and the ties of family were hindrances to leading a good Christian life, and they were advised to forsake all such ties and follow Jesus. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. So likewise, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. Luke Romans 14:26-33. In other words, the early Christians had to forswear everything that their human nature held dear, and to subdue all human desires for family and friends and riches in order to be good Christians, and the means by which this was to be accomplished was solitude, poverty, celibacy, penances, and fasting. Jesus went even further. He said, There be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Romans 19:12. In other words, those who can take a hint, do so. St. Jerome Hieronymus lived in the latter half of the Roman 4th century, and acting on such advice by Jesus himself, he became one of the main promoters of celibate orders, both monasteries and nunneries. He organized associations of this kind, and found many enthusiastic disciples, and the Church has maintained them ever since. St. Jerome himself founded such an order of disciples composed of yeoman ladies and maidens who met together in the house of Marcella to study the Scriptures under his instruction. This movement, once introduced, spread widely. Those who entered the orders took vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, but chastity was construed to mean celibacy, which was not always conducive to true chastity or virtue, but often led to excesses of various kinds. For instance, Jean-Marie Guyon was born in 1648 of wealthy parents. She came into contact with fanatics of the kind just described, and soon became addicted to mystical thoughts, the results of brooding over certain passages in the Bible. In her 12th year she wore the name of Jesus inscribed or tattooed on her body, and commenced to practice many austerities. She made a vow that she would always subordinate her will to the will of God. When she was not quite 16 years old, her parents married her to M. Guyon, who probably did not find much happiness in this union, for she prayed almost uninterruptedly until in 1672, when she was 24 years old, she drew up a formal solemn marriage contract or act of consecration by which she became contracted to Jesus as his spouse, and she sealed this with her ring and signed it with her own hood. Such cases of fanaticism were not uncommon. One of the most common results of such organizations was to make the members very narrow and bigoted. Fanatics become intolerant of any other beliefs than their own, and they also think those who believe otherwise are willfully impious, and they seek to impose their views on them by force if necessary. For instance, Hypatia, was a celebrated mathematician and philosopher at Alexandria, born about 370 AD. In the conflicts between the various factions of Christians, when Cyril became patriarch in 412, she became an object of fear to the monks belonging to the church, on account of her caustic agitation against the doctrines of the church. The monks, together with a mob of fanatical followers, and possibly at the instigation of Cyril himself, seized her, tore the clothing from her, and hacked her naked body to pieces. Others became insane, or intolerantly fanatic, and in later times some of these orders became the bigoted promoters of the Inquisition and of its autos da fe, its tortures and its cruelties of many kinds. There were even in comparatively early times some who tried to stem this perverse tendency in the Christian church. Saints Augustine and Chrysostom taught the sanctity of the Christian family life, but multitudes preferred to follow the advice of St. Paul, "It is good for a man not to touch a woman I abhor." Romans 7:1, "For I would that all men were even as I myself." St. Paul was a bachelor. "I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I abhor." Romans 7:7-8. Through such teachings of the early church, celibacy, miscalled chastity, was exalted almost to it or the cardinal virtue, and it was even held that those who married could not enter into the kingdom of heaven. The Council of Gangra, in 363 AD, anathematized those who asserted that marriage was a sin, trying to stem this unnatural asceticism of the early church. Some of the monastic orders were great missionary bodies and did incalculable good in converting many heathen peoples, and popes and other ecclesiastical authorities exerted all their influence to correct any abuses that occasionally crept in. Even in heathen pre-Christian times there were priests who held such ascetic views. In some temples, even, it was the rule that the priest should be emasculated. Celibacy of the priesthood was common in Buddhist lands and was early adopted by the Catholic Church. In the primitive Christian church the bishops had to be married men. A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, etc. Item. Romans 3:2. These laws of the church were afterwards changed, not by any additional revelation. Sex Worship 211, but by the decrees of synod meetings. Until now the celibacy of the priesthood is a firmly established policy of the Catholic Church, in both the Greek and the Roman branches. The agitation of the question of celibacy versus married life gave rise to many aberrations of thought and action. Thus, the Adamites were a sect which existed about the Roman II century. They claimed to have regained the condition of Adam's innocence before the fall, and they lived in absolute sexual lawlessness. The sect died out soon, but it was resuscitated under the name of Picards in Bohemia, about 1300 AD, at which time they lived in a state of nudity and held all their wives in common. Such excesses led to the opposite extremes, of course, and there were many who swore off all sexual enjoyments, even going so far as to follow the advice of Jesus: "If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out *****, and if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell." The Skopje of Russia began about 1757 AD. They emasculated themselves and practiced flagellation. The order thrived in spite of much persecution from the authorities. In 1815 the prioress of a flagellant society introduced the practice among women, and girls and young women allowed themselves to be spayed, ovaries cut out, and to have their breasts cut off, so as to be less able to excite sexual desire in the men. The sect thrived, and while it is not accurately known how many have been mutilated, it has been stated that the sect numbers about 150,000 members. In males there are two methods: cutting out the testicles, or total extirpation of penis and scrotum. These are removed with cutting implements and the bleeding is checked with a rod-hot iron. This is called the baptism by fire. Occasionally the parts are removed by burning them off with a red-hot iron loop. In women the operations are varied: cutting off or burning off one or both nipples, amputating one or both breasts, cutting out the labia minora with the clitoris or the clitoris alone, or the extirpation as far as possible of the entire external, genitals, labia majora, labia minora, and clitoris. Also, the extirpation of the ovaries, spaying. In addition, various marks are branded on the body with hot irons, mainly crosses. Their Lord's Supper consists in cutting off the breasts of a young woman initiate and cutting the gland into small bits which are distributed among those present and eaten by them. They then place the newly initiated member on a throne and dance around her until they fall senseless in convulsions. Jesus said to his disciples, "There are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven." Sakemat, Romans 19:12. We have just learned something about a sect who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven, as they imagine. The eunuchs which were made of men are mainly castrated slaves. In Oriental lands, avho are much used as attendants and guardians of the women in the harems. The word is from the Greek eunochos, meaning one who guards the bed. God forbade the Jews to make eunuchs, but nearly all other nations have made them. The slave raiders in Africa make some. Although the industry is said to be mostly practiced in Coptic monasteries, boy slaves of about 6 to 10 years old are bought by the monks, and the operation is done by firmly grasping the penis and scrotum and pulling them away from the body. Then the whole appendages are cut off with a long sharp knife. The hemorrhage is stopped with a sponge at the end of a stick, the sponge having been dipped into boiling oil. A cloth with some soothing ointment or oil is placed over the parts, and the boy is kept immobile for a few days by standing him in a pit, with his hands tied behind him, and the pit filled in with sand to the boy's shoulders. About 1 out of 4 operated on survives. Therefore the fourth one must make up in price for the loss of the others, besides paying a profit on the business. These slaves are highly prized in the Orient. Among the ancients, in Greece and Rome for instance, these slaves were called hermaphrodites. They were especially valued as men whores and were used for pederastic coitus in anno. It is said that Philip of Macedonia carried with him on his war expeditions 800 eunuchs for the use of himself and his friends. In Europe, the castrating of boy slaves has been considered a crime for many centuries, except that in Rome castrates were used for the choirs in the Sistine Chapel. The making castrates to be soprani or castrati in this choir was regularly practiced, of course with all possible safeguards as to the life of the victim, until it was forbidden by Pope Leo XIII in the year 1880. It is also said that some of these castrati later on became some of the celebrated tenors of the operatic stage. Gratification of the senses. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest, for that is thy portion in this life. Eccle. Romans 9:9, said Solomon, and he gave us a glowing direction in his Song of Songs how to rejoice with a wife. Vulgar people think that sexual gratification consists merely or even mainly in coition, but this is placing a very low estimate on the tenderest and sweetest relationship in life. This is but the lowest element in the psychology of love, and while necessary to a complete union of the sexes, and necessary for the God-ordained purpose of love, procreation, the enjoyment produced by the gratification of other senses forms a nobler and more spiritual sexual companionship. Sexual pleasure, to be complete, demands that all the senses be gratified. Each sense is to contribute its share to the total pleasure. Be thou ravished, says the Bible. Sense of smell. Perfumery is the art of manipulating and combining odoriferous substances for the gratification of the sense of smell. When Solomon Prov. v. 18-19 said, "Rejoice with the wife of thy youth." Asterisk. Let her breasts satisfy, though at all times, and be thou ravish always with her love. He implied that she should please all MS senses and that he should be pleased with the odors of her body, as well as with all the other features that make a wife or woman attractive. Fig. 70. A woman's toilet is devoted to making herself attractive to men, both consciously and instinctively. This is aimed at by a refined woman. The Book of Judith in the Apocrypha X 3 FTSQ tell that Judith, when she determined to meet Holof, Ernst pulled off the sackcloth which she had on, and put off the garments of her widowhood, and washed her body all over with water, and anointed. We will not discuss here whether this song is merely erotic poetry or J.1 JR and trademark by Solomon, even if it is only a pastoral song. 01 Youthful and conjugal matter. Who wrote it? Herself with precious ointment, and braided the hair of her head, and put a tiara upon it, and put on her garments of gladness wherewith she was clad during the life of Manasseh, her husband. And she put sandals on her feet, and put about her bracelets and her chains and her rings, her ear-rings and all her ornaments, and decked herself bravely to allure the eyes of all men that should see her. The eternal feminine is still the same, wherever there is a woman, and in every nation and clime she still seeks to be pleasing to men. Fig. 71. The desire of a man for a woman may become excited by many charms of her body or her manner. No doubt the most important of these is her beauty. Fig. 70. Among Roses, from Painting by Duran. Beauty is but the bait, which, with delight, doth man ensnare for to enlarge his kind, said the poet Spenser, 300 years ago. In these modern times we must judge the beauty of a woman largely by her face, neck, shoulders, back and arms, which society permits to be shown quite freely, and by the gracefulness of her carriage. Quite recently a self-constituted body of censors deplored the relapse of our civilization to paganism, and they quoted the dress of our women as an example of such a relapse. There was not, within the last few hundred years, a time when the dress of women was so charming as it is at the present time, because it not only properly covers the body, but also discreetly displays the perfection of its proportions. The female body was made for the admiration and adoration of men, and its display in the ballroom or at the bathing beach, or in the art photos so much in vogue at present, is not only proper, but is conducive to a better morality than when it was hidden under clothing that did not allow anyone to judge of the perfection of the woman's form. The claim that civilization tends towards degeneracy is not true, for while some weak-minded men cannot stand the strain and become degenerate, yet the great mass of humankind has been uplifted and made better. It is with civilization as with our modes of lighting our cities. Fig. 71. The Kiss by Rodin. The more brilliant the illumination, the more dense the shadows by contrast. Yet only apparently so, for they look darker than they really are, because we just looked at the intenser light. In reality the shadows are far more light than when we use dimmer illumination or no lights at all. So the dark spots on our civilization appear gloomier, because in the main civilization has made life in general brighter and better. Modern customs and costumes are fairly liberal in allowing men to judge of the attractiveness of women. The thin sleeves. 216 Sex and sex worship, which show the arms, the low-cut dresses which display the bosoms, the short skirts which allow the feet and the legs to be seen, even up to the bend of the knees when women enter the streetcars, are so frequently to be seen that they hardly attract attention. The thin and almost diaphanous skirts are not quite so common, yet fairly often to be seen when women walk between us and the bright sun. But the swimming races in the rivers, the public bathing places, the pageants in the parks. Fig. 72. The illustrations in the supplements of our Sunday papers, bathing scenes in the movies, etc. The fashion plates in the magazines, the models in Fig. 72. Dancing at a pageant in Forest. Fig. 73. Distribution of nerves in the parks and Louis, 1918. Nose. The show windows of the stores, the advertisements of underwear, corsets, hosiery, etc., and the pictures of actresses all contribute to the fact that man no longer looks at a woman as fearfully and wonderfully made, for he has become almost as familiar with the construction of her wardrobe as if he had seen her put it on, piece after piece, beginning with nothing. While we are privileged to see the beauty of woman by her present modes of dressing, we are also influenced greatly by her efforts to make herself attractive in other ways, as for instance, by the perfume she uses. Oliver Wendell Holmes was not alone in expressing the Sex Worship 217 opinion that physical and intellectual qualities do not exert greater influence on sex affinity than that exerted through the olfactory organs. Cadet de Vaux, in review. Encyclopedic, considers the exhalations of the female the most important sexual attraction, and Shakespeare placed the attraction of odor on a level with that of sight. An artist can represent most of the attractive features of the woman, such as the glory of her hair, her wonderful complexion and texture of skin, the soulful eyes, the luscious lips, her voluptuous beauty of bosom and body, and the comely roundness and plumpness of her limbs. But one of the most delightful features, the odor of her body, cannot be represented in statuary, painting, or photography. The artist is therefore compelled to content himself with merely suggesting it in some way, as by accompanying the portrayal of woman with flowers, or by scenes of a woman's toilet or bath, suggesting both exquisite cleanliness and therefore also delicate body odors. All statuary or paintings of women bathing may be considered as attempts to suggest, if not to represent, the natural perfume of a woman's body. There is much that is mysterious about perfumes or odors, but it is certain that our sense of smell takes cognizance of invisible, impalpable and imponderable particles of matter that cause the odors. The illustration Fig. 73 shows the distribution of the nerves of smell in the lining membranes of the nose. The olfactory nerve is so intimately connected with the brain that Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, the celebrated physiologist, stated that it is not a nerve at all, but a part of the brain in intimate connection with the anterior lobes. The particles which act on these nerves are so small that science has not enabled us to see, measure or weigh them or even to estimate their size. They reach the sensitive nerves in the nose and induce in them a kind of vibration, which is called a perfume or aroma when it is pleasant, a scent when it is indifferent, or a stench when it is unpleasant, with, of course, a great many indifferent odors that are neither pleasant nor unpleasant. The sensitiveness of the nerves of smell may be realized from the fact that 1 part of sulfurated hydrogen gas in 1 million parts of air can be readily recognized by smell. The word perfume is derived from the Latin words perfumum, meaning by smoke, or by fumes. The very word perfumery is an evidence that our modern use of perfumery is but an evolution from the original use of incense and burnt offerings. The use of incense consists in the slow combustion of odoriferous substances by fire, so that the aromatic particles are driven off by a sort of distillation similar to sublimation. A Fig. 74. An offering to Minerva from a painting. Process that most people probably have seen in a church at some time or other. The use of incense dates back for thousands of years to the most remote antiquity. Perfume for the gods. In ancient Eam it was customary to make an offering of incense to the lares, the spirits of the ancestors, daily. Also, to make an offering to the penates, always two divinities who presided over the kitchen and the storerooms of food, this latter. Sex and Sex Worship 219 offering was a burnt offering of a small portion of the food prepared for the day, the offering being somewhat in the nature of our saying grace before eating. Burnt offerings were offered to the deities in very early times. It was supposed that the gods were delighted with certain odors, and these were produced by burning certain spices and resins on an altar. so that the smoke rising heavenward might carry with it the odor for the gods. Fig. 74. Or they were placed in thuribles, censers or vessels in which glowing charcoal is placed and then swung by the priest, so as to keep up enough draught to keep the charcoal glowing. The incense is then sprinkled on this coal. This is the method of using incense in our churches, just as it was used in ancient times in heathen temples. Homer taught that gods and kings are best disposed favorably through offerings or gifts. A prayer or request to a god was usually accompanied by some offering that savored a little of bribery, or when the request was made. A vow was also made to do certain things in case the prayer was granted. It was thought that gods experienced a physical pleasure from the offered sacrifice, whatever it was. Nearly all ancient people imagined their gods to reside in certain places that were holy to them. In Greece, for instance, Jupiter designated these places by throwing his bolts at them, striking them with lightning, and such places were fenced in and considered sacred to Jove. Or the gods were supposed to reside in certain stones called Bethel, or house of God in the Bible, or in a sacred tree or pole called a sliera, or in the Bible, grove. The offering of a sacrifice consisted in pouring libations of wine, or milk, or oil, or the blood of sacrificial animals over the holy places, the sacred stone, or on the ground about the sacred tree, and the carcass of the victim was either left on the ground, where it usually was consumed by wild animals, and the disappearance was ascribed to the gods, or the victim was buried near or under the sacred place. In ancient times such altars were made of unhewn stones, preferably a meteoric stone if it could be found. In the 20th chapter of Exodus, v. 25, God is represented as saying to Israel, "If thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it." 220 Sex and sex worship. Later on, it was believed that the gods were not able to use anything that was not purified and etherealized by burning it in fire by smoke or perfumum, and that the gods could appreciate an offering only by the sense of smell, of odors that ascended to them in heaven. The original idea was to offer food to the gods, and either the whole of the animal or only certain parts were burned on the altars. Thus, it is believed that in many sacrifices only the pelvis with the sexual parts, or perhaps only the one bone of the pelvis, the sacrum, with the attached sexual parts, was an offering to the gods, and that the name of the bone, the sacred bone, was derived from its use in burnt offerings. The parts of the sacrificial animal not offered as a burnt offering to the gods was eaten by the priests or the worshippers. Among some people only the blood was offered as a sacrifice, as among the Aztecs, or the fat and the thighs os sacrum, or the blood, fat and kidneys. God commanded the Jews Levit, Roman 2:13, "And every oblation of thy meat offering shalt thou season with salt. Neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant of thy God to be lacking from thy meat offerings. With all thine offerings thou shalt offer salt." Salt is also an ingredient of holy water in the church. The parts ordered to be offered to God were forbidden to the Jews to eat lev. Romans 7:26, lev. Romans 3:17. In India the sacrifice was accompanied by libations of wine, or soma. Certain animals could not be offered because they were unclean, others not, because they were sacred, as the cow to Isis in Egypt, or the goat to Athena in Greece. Among the Greeks the worship of Athena Fig. 75 was introduced by Aegide, or goat clan, and Athena was represented as dressed in an aegis or goat skin, like Zeus. Athena therefore was of the goat clan. See totemism p. 128. And as in all totem tribes who cannot eat their totem, be it animal or vegetable, so Athena could not eat her totem or a member of her own clan, that of the goat. To have offered goat sacrifices to her would have been equivalent to cannibalism. The book of Leviticus is full of directions of what animals to offer as sacrifices, as burnt offerings: cattle a male without a blemish, sheep or goats a male without a blemish, fowls, turtle doves or young pigeons, or fine flour, oil, frankincense, unleavened cakes, fruits, but leaven, yeast or honey were forbidden to be used as ingredients of offerings. But for peace offerings animals of the herds or flocks, either male or female without blemish, were permitted. Human sacrifices were common among Semitic nations, including the Jews. Thus, Abraham was commanded to offer his son Isaac, but when he was about to do so, an angel interfered and ordered him to substitute a ram. Ch. Roman 22, 1-13. A peculiar form of sacrifice consisted in cutting off the pre-fig. 75. Burning incense before Athena. Interior of the Parthenon restored. Use or foreskin of the penis. This was done by different nations, but it was especially enjoined on the Jews as a religious covenant with God. It was a sacrifice of a small part of the body that the balance might be saved for dire punishment was threatened against those who are not circumcised. Romans 17:1. It is interesting to know that what are now considered puerile vices are survivals of religious ceremonies of former days, olden times. For instance, the priest had to take the penis he circumcised in his mouth and suck it as a part of the ritual was forbidden in the days of Napoleon, because syphily they by the mucus patches on the lips of some of the operators. Originally, circumcision was probably a sacrifice to the power of procreation, which was supposed to reside in the penis, or to be symbolized by the penis. Orthodox Jews still practice circumcision as a religious rite, it having the place that baptism of the Christians holds. Also, the Bible tells us that Jephthah made a vow to the Lord. If thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, then it shall be, that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. Judges Roman 11:30 et seq. And when he came back, his daughter met him, and Jephthah did with her according to his vow which he had vowed. Writers have tried to explain away the hideousness of this story by saying that Jephthah dedicated her to the service of God, but there is no use to apologize for the statements in the Bible, I will offer it up for a burnt offering, and Jephthah did with her according to his vow, are statements too unequivocal to admit a doubt of his having slaughtered her and burnt her body as an offering to God Jehovah, provided we accept all that is in the Bible as truth. And stress is laid on the fact that she was a virgin, therefore an exceptionally acceptable sacrifice. During the idolatry of the Jews, they offered their children as burnt offerings to Molech, the deity of the Philistines. These children were offered like any other offerings, slaughtered, cut up and burnt. They were not burned alive. The latter practice, however, was prevalent at one time in Carthage, and every now and then in our own communities some religious fanatic imagines he has been commanded by the Lord to sacrifice one of his children, and either attempts to do so or succeeds in doing so. Only, instead of it being regarded as an act approved by God, as in Abraham's case, we now call such a person insane and lock him up. Among the Phoenicians, human sacrifices were offered on great occasions, and usually a firstborn and only son was chosen for the purpose. This was because an offering was supposed to be acceptable to a god in proportion as it was valued by the worshippers. It was thought that deities delighted in and demanded the costliest and holiest gifts, and this led to the dedication of virgins as gifts to temples of Astarte to become temple attendants. Sex and sex worship 223, or temple prostitutes. In the groves of this goddess, and sometimes virgins or matrons' wives were given to be sacrificial offerings. In later times, these human sacrifices were only figuratively carried out. For instance, women cut off and burnt their hair as an offering, instead of being themselves the sacrificial victims. In a similar manner in ancient Egypt, when the inundation of the Nile occurred, the Nile was a divinity. A maiden was thrown into the Nile as a sacrificial offering. Later on, when human sacrifices were no longer required, a waxen image of a fig. 76. Cain kills Abel, from Door's Bible Illustrations. Maiden was thrown into the flood. At present, the water is controlled by dams and locks. When it is to be allowed to flow out over the land, a pillar of mud is erected in front of the floodgate, which is called the Bride of the Nile and serves in place of the living human victim offered by the ancients. Cain killed Abel because the smoke of the hitter's offering ascended straighter to heaven than that of his own, or what was the same thing to Cain, because Abel's sacrifice was more acceptable to God than his own fig. 70. Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. Gen. Romans 4:3. Sex and sex worship. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel, and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. Gen. Romans 4:4-5. That God might not respect their offerings seems to have been much dreaded by the ancient Jews, for God threatens Lev. Romans 26:31. And I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries into desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. Among ancient people, the idea here stated seemed to be generally accepted that the gods preferred bloody sacrifices, because they delighted in the smell of blood, and since such offerings were acceptable in proportion as they were valuable to the worship fig. 77. Achilles sacrificing to the manes of patriarchs from the Fanqua tomb, near Viole. Furs, human offerings, the offerings of firstborn sons or of virgin daughters were the holiest. After all, the idea that the gods preferred virgins was perfectly natural. All mankind has a special regard for virgins. And if any of us were invited to a feast, such as a sacrifice was supposed to be for the gods, we would be like the gods in appreciating tender chickens. Among the cannibals of Central Africa, tender young women, properly fricasseed, are still considered a special treat and delicacy. Among the ancient Greeks at one time human offerings were not unusual. This fig, 77, represents Achilles sacrificing to the shade of his ancestor Patroclus at the siege of Troy after sculptures in an old Grecian tomb. Sex and sex worship. 225. Agamemnon had in some way offended the goddess Artemis, who demanded that he offer his daughter Iphigenia in expiation. When he was about to sacrifice Iphigenia, the goddess relented and ordered a hind to be substituted for Iphigenia, the same story as that of Abraham offering Isaac. But she took Iphigenia and made her a priestess in a temple of Artemis. According to some versions of this story, Iphigenia was actually sacrificed. Polyxena was a daughter of Priam, old Greek legends say. Priam was the last king of Troy, and Hecuba was the mother of Polyxena. She had been betrothed to Achilles, and after the fig, 78, the rape of Polyxena by Theti, now in Florence, Italy, destruction of Troy and the death of Achilles, the ghost of the latter appeared to the Greeks and demanded of them the sacrifice of Polyxena. The Greeks consented, and Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, seized and sacrificed Polyxena on his father's grave fig. 70a. Similar was the story of the maidens offered to the Minotaur. In early times the Greeks also made human sacrifices to Artemis the moon. In Rome sacrifices were offered to various deities, male animals to gods and female animals to goddesses. The Penates were the Roman gods of the storehouse of food, the larder or cupboard. The family hearth was their altar, on which, as already stated, a portion of the daily food was offered to them. They were always accompanied by the lares or ancestral gods, who remained as household deities. To them also offerings of food were made. The serving of food and drink to household spirits prevailed in Russia, Germany, Lapland, Servia, etc. In Russia, or rather in Siberia, this took a peculiar form. The Russians who had been banished to Siberia believed, or at least pretended to believe, that ancestral spirits visited them in their exile, and they set food outside of their windows every evening for them. In reality, Fig. 79, a Druidic human sacrifice, This food was intended for prisoners who had escaped from the mines and who dared not come in daytime to beg food, and to whom the people would not have dared to give food. The offerings for their ancestral visitors outside of their windows were occasionally accompanied by little gifts of money and were intended to help the unfortunates on their way to freedom. Young maidens, or virgins, were especially acceptable sacrifices to all gods and were offered by the ancient Druids fig. 79 as well as by the Greeks, and the custom extended to nearly all parts of the world. Until quite recently last century a virgin was sacrificed annually to Pele, the female demon deity of the volcano Kilauea. By being thrown from the edge of the crater into the seething lake of lava below. A hair-like substance is often found in Hawaii which is called Pele's hair. It is a sort of mineral or slag wool, made by lava being ejected from the volcano and blown by the wind into threads. Prescott tells us that the Aztecs, in the times of the conquest of Mexico, sacrificed annually many thousands of human victims to their bloodthirsty god of war, who delighted in the odor of fresh blood. This illustration fig. 80 is copied from an old painting in a temple of Mexico showing the method of making these human sacrifices. Several temple attendants, who were made more hideous by painting their bodies black, seized the victim and stretched him on his back over a convex altar stone, whereupon the priest fig. 80. Aztec sacrifice, from Kingsborough, Mexican Antiquities. Made an incision and quickly tore the heart from the body and held it up to the idol, so that Huitzilopochtli might smell the fragrance of the warm and palpitating heart and of the blood. The bodies were then thrown down among the worshippers and afterwards were roasted and eaten. We learn from the Bible that, of the Jewish offerings, some were completely burned, of others only a few parts were burned, and the remainder served as food for the temple attendants or could be carried back and eaten by the ones who had made the offerings. The blood in every case, however, was sprinkled over the altar as a grateful offering to the nostrils of Jehovah. And the 228 sex and sex worship Jews were forbidden to eat blood. Aromatic resins, or incense, and salt was added to the parts that were burned on the altars. The ancient Egyptians filled the carcasses of their burnt offerings with spices, raisins, etc. to render the odor, the only part that ascended to heaven, more acceptable to the gods. It also rendered the sacrificial animals, which were roasted, not burned, more acceptable to the priests and temple attendants whose perquisites they were, and who feasted on them. The Egyptians also burned only a small part for the gods, probably the sacrum with the sexual parts. The word kethereth, used by the ancient Jews for incense, meant savor of satisfaction. It was used as among the ancient Egyptians, from whom the Jews obtained many of their ideas during their captivity in Egypt. The modern use of consecrated candles, or of incense, in our churches, is but an innocent survival of former more bloody and cruel sacrifices. In the 35th verse of the 30th chapter of Exodus, in the Bible, incense is also called a confection made after the art of the apothecary, which modern scholars say should rather have been translated, a perfume or incense made after the art of the perfumer. This verse refers to the burnt offering incense of the ancient Jews, which seems to have had a twofold purpose. First, to render the actual burnt offering, that part of the sacrificial animal which was consumed by fire on the altar, more acceptable to the nostrils of God. Second, to render it less offensive to the worshippers in the temple. Incense was, and is, used among the Hindus in the same way and for the same purposes as among the ancient Jews. The Hindus formerly used frankincense, but now they generally use benzoin. In ancient Eoman temples the use of religious fumigations was common. It was probably continued from these pagan practices by the primitive Christians, although direct testimony to this effect is wanting, for we find no mention of its use among the Christians until about the 5th century of our era. At present there is no fixed rule for the making of incense for church purposes. It is, however, recommended that, whenever possible, frankincense olibanum shall constitute more than one. Sex and sex worship 229 half of the mixture. It is especially recommended that no inferior substance, if used at all, shall preponderate. In Rome, olibanum is used alone. In other places benzoin, storax, aloes, cascarilla, cinnamon, cloves or musk, or a combination of several of these are added to the olibanum. In the Russian branch of the Greek Catholic Church, the incense consists mainly of benzoin, as among the Hindus, and in the Armenian branch of the Greek Catholic Church, incense is usually a mixture of myrrh and cinnamon. An inscription in the Valley of Hammamet records that Hanu was sent by the pharaoh Sankara about 2500 BC or 1000 years before Moses by the route of the Red Sea southward to Punt, modern Somaliland, on the eastern coast of Africa, to bring back odoriferous gums to be used in the temples for incense and for embalming the dead. An inscription in the temple at Deir el-Bahri shows the bringing of goods for Queen Hatshepsut, who had determined to import incense trees into Egypt, to attempt to raise their own incense for use in the temples. The native products obtained from the Prince of Punt included aromatic woods, spices, incense trees, other rare plants, gold, etc. for the Temple of Thebes. The record states that an expedition was sent by Queen Hatshepsut about 1600 BC to bring incense trees from Punt to be planted in the gardens connected with this temple with the intention of producing incense. In Stones of Venice, Ruskin speaks of the close air loaded with a sweet and peculiar odor associated only with religious services, as pervading the interior of the churches. The influence of incense in producing a devotional frame of mind has perhaps been experienced by most of us. This mental disposition is to a great extent due to the inhalation of volatilized terebinthine constituents of the incense, which produces an obscure yet perceptibly stimulant effect on the erection center. Were the effect stronger, it would excite distinct erotic emotions with erection, but as it is, it only produces religiously devotional emotions, arguing, however, the close relationship of our sexual and our religious passions. Under the Emperor Constantino, the burning of incense as a sacrifice was considered to be proof of paganism, and was made a crime punishable with death. Perfume for humans. So far we have spoken of incense or perfume for religious uses, but from very early times it was also used in Egypt and India for secular purposes to perfume the home, the clothing, and the bodies of persons. In other words, it was used for the same purposes as our modern perfumes. The Hottentot women rub their bodies with butter, soot, and buchu leaves. The Hawaiian women decorate themselves with fig. 81. A Message to Cleopatra, from a painting by Miss Cummins. Wreaths and garlands of odorous flowers. Cleopatra fig. 81 is identified by both ancient and modern writers with the utmost luxury in the use of perfumery and flowers, and our modern women delight in receiving gifts of flowers and rare perfumes. Dr. Septimus Peace, one of the most famous, if not the most famous of French perfumers, arranged the chief odors used in perfumery in analogy to the musical scale, both bass and treble, thus assigning its real place to each simple odor and laying down rules for the proper combination of odors to form harmonies or blends, for some odors conflict with others, producing discords. According to the theories of peace, when a combination of sex and sex worship 231 odors is desired, they must be such as to form a true harmony. This system was called by Peace the Odephone, or the science of perfume harmony. As an example, fig. 82 shows a proper combination, a bouquet in the subdominant of C. Musk or similar substances as ambergris, castor or civet are in perfume. What ton ka bean masque tube camphor pose rose jonquil fig. 82. Subdominant chord of C, after Peace S odophone. Orange blossom. F AUX6 TCCC 11 TD asterisk 1 I/YM. I geranium sandal. Fig. 83. Common chord of C, after Peace S odophone. Southern tuberose. Violet sweet pea fig. 84. Dominant 7th chord of C, after Peace S odophone. The pedal notes are in organ playing, adding to the volume and sonorousness of the chord, although themselves used only in subdued quantities. They impart persistence to more delicate odors, even when used so sparingly as to be themselves almost imperceptible to the average nose. 232. Sex and sex worship. Another pleasing combination is a bouquet in the common chord of C fig. 83. A bouquet in the dominant 7th chord of C is shown in fig. 84. This musical scale of the odors may be more or less subject to correction, or to differences of opinion between experts, but it serves as an illustration of the variety of odors, and it suggests that a skilled perfumer may be as much an artist with sense as the musician is an artist with sounds or the painter with colors, and that it is only the mastermind that produces the finest of odorous harmonies. When I was a boy, I bought a novel entitled Cold. The scene was laid in Africa, most of which at that time was unexplored and unknown territory, and for that reason a welcome region for the romancer. In this book is described a concert which Fig, 85, an Egyptian at his meal, from plastic models shown at Louisiana Purchase Exposition St. Louis, 1904, issued harmonies and chords of odors, blown out upon the audience as the valves of the organ rear opened and closed by playing on a keyboard, much as sounds issue from the pipes of an ordinary organ when air is blown through the sounding tubes. Taste is closely related to smell. In food we have flavor, a compound sensation of both smell and taste. We refer to the flavor of wine as the bouquet of the wine. A group from the Anthropological Exhibit of Egypt Fig. 85. At the International Exhibition at St. Louis, 1904, represented a rich Egyptian being entertained with music and dancing by girls trained in these arts, while he is at dinner. The group was modeled after furniture, masks, and drawings found in Egyptian tombs of 2500 BC. Lucullus, 75 BC, was renowned for the luxury of his entertainments. The most expensive viands, the rarest and costliest wines, fountains of perfumed water, incense, beautiful slave dancing girls and musicians, all contributed to the splendor of his feasts. Our modern cabaret entertainments are but weak imitations of these Roman prototypes. Fig. 86. The feminine, as a feature of feasts, sometimes took on peculiar forms. Thus, formerly, and sometimes now, at Russian wedding feasts the slippers of the bride are used as loving cups. They Fig. 86. Feast of Lucullus at Tusculum, from a painting by Boulanger, are filled with wine, and the guests pass them around and drink from them, until they become so soggy that they will no longer hold wine. Perfumes are made in various forms. Perfumes proper. The fluid preparations intended for the handkerchief or for spraying on the clothing. Scented soaps: for the bath. And so-called waters: cologne, water, Florida, water, etc. Intended mainly to perfume the water. Use for washing or for the bath. Occasionally fastidious and wealthy women perfume their baths with the petals of roses or violets. Skin and hair preparations: cold creams for facial mask. 234. Sex and sex worship: sage, skin foods, hair oils, pomades, invigorators, tonics, and shampoos for the hair. Perfume toilet powders: starch, orris root, talcum, chalk, etc. Tooth powders and toothpastes, usually also medicated, to cleanse, disinfect, and preserve the teeth. Sometimes medicated soaps are used. Kachu, to perfume the breath, usually small pellets made of cardamom, cinnamon, benzoin, and other aromatics, often silver-coated. Perfume sachets, mixtures of powdered vetiver, lavender flowers, sawdust of sandalwood, etc., to which vanilla, musk, tonka bean or coumarin, or sometimes more delicately odorous substances, as violets, are added. Perfume jars, small jars filled with the petals of odorous flowers, packed with salt to prevent decay. Smelling salts, pungent substances, as carbonate of ammonium or glacial acetic acid, are sometimes rendered more pleasant by the addition of perfumes. Pastils or fumigating pastils, cones made of odorous substances or incense, with a small percentage of nitrate of potassium or sodium to cause them to smolder and burn slowly when ignited. The Chinese joss sticks are frequently used in our houses. These are used by the Chinese like incense in their temples. All of these substances are used to render the odors of our homes, more particularly the persons and the rooms of our women, agreeable to us. Unlike animals, mankind has cultivated sexual pleasures as luxuries rather than for reproduction. Sexual passion in the man is now a habit artificially fostered. until man is practically always ready for the sexual act, without any of the stimuli that are necessary for animals. The human male is always ready semper paratus. He is stimulated by sight rather than by odor. Yet it is related of a recent sultan of Turkey that he was fond of going in the bathing pool with his odalisques, and after the bath he ordered them to dance until they were in perspiration. He then ordered the one whose perspiration odor appealed most strongly to him to go to bed with him for the night. It is unnecessary here to consider either the methods of sex and sex worship J35 pairing perfumery or the materials that are used, except to say that some of the most important ingredients, such as musk, castor, civet, etc., are obtained from glands connected with the sexual organs of animals, while even many of the attars or volatile oils from flowers have important bearing on the sexual functions of plants. It is not likely to have been mere accidental coincidence that nearly all our most lasting perfumes contain either musk, civet, or castor, all of which are substances obtained from glands connected with the sexual organs of animals. As already explained in the remarks on Dr. Peace's Odopgione, these substances render delicate and evanescent odors more lasting or permanent, and one or the other of these substances is therefore apt to be in every perfume. However, ambergris, from the intestines of whales, benzoin, and violet root, the root of Florentine orris, also have similar properties, so that one of these may be substituted for the substances from the genitals of animals, or they may be added. Nor should it be overlooked that there may be personal idiosyncrasies respecting perfumes, just as there are in other matters of taste, as in music, for example, but it is held by expert perfumers that personal preference is not the only guide, nor indeed always a safe guide, in the choice of one's perfumes. A brunette, for instance, may be very fond of violet, and therefore may desire to use violet perfume, but the fact is that our bodies exhale or emit certain acids, and the acid given off by a brunette is in direct conflict with the violet odor, so that in a short time she will counteract or kill the violet extract on her clothing or person. A perfume in which rose predominates is more fitted for the brunette. Nor may we neglect the effects of the various odors on the emotions of mankind. It is said that the odor of magnolia produces accommodative disposition, while a spirit of placid and saintly devotion will mark the person who habitually uses violet. The odor of cloves is credited with inciting to suspicion and slander, probably on account of its general use as an interact condiment. It is claimed that a frivolous and irreverent spirit can be changed to that of a meditative thinker by the habitual use of bergamot. We have learned from biographies of Schiller that he could not write unless he had apples on his writing desk. Vervain, develops the artistic temperament. Ambergris is recommended as a divine essence upon which poetic genius thrives. White rose begets a love of languorous indolence, and the famous patchouli will, sooner or later, cause the moral downfall of its devotees. The essence of verbena is blamed for exciting to the use of strong drink, while the odor of the common or garden pink develops a meek and pious spirit. The red rose, like spring, will cause the fancy to turn, not lightly, but rapturously, to thoughts of love. The majority of our artists and poets praise the beauty of the light-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned and violet-scented woman as their highest ideal of feminine loveliness. The blonde who uses rose or oriental odors transgresses against her own best interests and sins against nature. She should use violet or some of the odors akin to violet, such as lilac, acacia, apple blossom, etc., so that she and the perfume she uses may be in full accord, each enhancing the sweetness of the other. There must be personal harmony between the perfume and the user, or the odor of the perfume is destroyed or rendered disagreeable by being contaminated by discordant body odors, and there results a discord which is generally recognizable though but few may understand its nature. The clean and healthy human body, fresh from the bath fig, 87 emits an agreeable odor, which, in the woman, because she uses no liquors, tobacco, or strongly spiced foods, resembles the delicate fragrance of perfumery. These body odors are most characteristic about the bosom and the axillas, and in the darker colored races of men, and especially among Negroes, are often so strong as to be disagreeable to white people. Prof. Jaeger, a German scientist, ascribed the characteristic odors of the head, axillas and pubes to the hair, but it is probable that the hair odors are not as delicate nor as delightful as those of the skin itself, especially the skin of the breasts and bosom. But it is very possible that the odor of the hair, especially that about the pubes, may be more aphrodisiacally exciting. Prof. Jaeger's hard-off theory. The value of the perfume of shoulders, arms, bosom and axillas is so much appreciated in recent years that these parts of a woman's body are practically left bare in ball costumes, and as the axilla itself is frequently shown in modern dance postures, safety razors are publicly advertised for ladies' use to keep the axillas smooth-shaved, white and attractive, to intoxicate their partners. Novelists are well aware of this, and passages like the following from The Prisoner by Alice Brown are common. Once within, beside her perfumed presence, yet Esther used no vulgar helps to provoke the senses. He forgot that he must be safe and took her in his arms. He had been so certain of his stability that he forgot to resist himself, and Esther did not help him. She clung to him, and the perfume mounted to his brain. What was Fig? 87. An artist's model. Not even. He knew a cunning of the toilet, only the whole warm breath of her. Every reader of the Bible is no doubt aware of the prominence given to the odors of the various parts of the bride's body in the Song of Songs, where they are compared to the fragrance of grapes, wine, apples, pomegranates, myrrh, frankincense, and sweet spices. The Bible contains many references to perfume as of sexual importance, as when Ruth anointed herself to be attractive to Boaz, or when the bride in Solomon's song says of her lover, "Who is it that cometh perfume with myrrh, frankin." 238 Sex and sex worship scents and all the powders of the merchants. And especially does the Bible emphasize the importance of the perfume of a bride. See Song of Songs. We have already learned how Judith prepared herself to captivate Holof urns. She washed herself all over with water, and anointed herself with precious ointment. In biblical times, perfumed oils and precious or perfumed ointments appear to have been the main forms for using perfumery for the enhancement of bodily attractiveness. Fig. 88. Fig. 88. Oriental bath, from a painting by Bet. We read in the book of Esther, in the Bible, that King Ahasuerus, being displeased with his queen Vashti, sent her away and sought a new queen. Esther Roman 2:17. Let there be fair young virgins sought for the king, and let the maiden that pleaseth the king be queen instead of Vashti. ******. So it came to pass that many maidens were gathered together. Now, when every maiden's turn was come to go in unto King Ahasuerus, after she had been 12 months according to the manner of the women, for so were the days of their purification accomplished, to it, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with sweet odors and sex and sex worship with other things for the purifying of the women. Then thus came every maiden unto the king *****. In the evening she went, and on the morrow she returned to the custody of Shoshaz, the king's chamberlain, who kept the concubines. So Esther was taken unto King Ahasuerus. And the king loved Esther above all the other women. So that he made her queen instead of Vashti. The preparation of a bride for the nuptials by bathing and perfuming is probably universal, but amongst ourselves it is not a public function, but a private matter, except that intimate girlfriends are allowed to see the garments of the trousseau. Among Hottentots and some African tribes where the unmarried women go naked, the bride is perfumed by rubbing the entire body with the bruised leaves of buchu or other odorous plants. In some tribes on islands of the Pacific, the process of perfuming the bride is a public festival. Patchouli and other fragrant leaves and flowers are boiled during a whole night, while bonfires burn and general festivities take place. In the morning, a large tub or trough is taken to the public square of the village and is filled with the odorous decoction. The bride, naked, is then brought by her women friends and placed in this bali to soak during the whole day, while general feasting is indulged in until in the evening, when she is conducted to the home of her future husband. In India, the bride is prepared for marriage by being fed for some days on cakes made by rolling a piece of benzoin in lumps of dough and frying in melted butter, similar to our donuts. As the Hindu religion is a form of sex worship and they use benzoin as incense in their temples, this feeding the bride on these perfumed cakes may have a religious significance. Among the ancient Egyptians, wealthy women, when naked or nearly so, for their costly veil-like draperies, were a protection against gnats and flies rather than protective clothing. Poor women and slave women wore coarse and opaque cotton garments, and slave girls trained as dancers and musicians wore nothing at all. This fig, 89, is from an ancient Egyptian painting and shows Nefertari's, the beautiful consort of Oms, whose garments could not have obscure her physical charms, including her bodily odors, but inscriptions of her time, about 1500 BC, inform us that women of that period perfumed their sexual parts to add to their attractiveness. A similar custom still prevails in some of the tribes of Oceanica, and it is probably practiced by a certain class of women everywhere, even amongst us. Many of the ancients were fond of strong-smelling ointments or perfumes, just as are their descendants, the modern Oriental people. The aim of the ancients was to find some perfume so fully in accord with their bodies that the odor might seem as a real emanation from their own bodies. But unlike moderns, they did fig. 89. Nefertari's, from El Egypt, published by order of Napoleon. Not seek to accomplish this by mixing different simples to make a blend, as we do today, but by applying different, but harmonious scents to different parts of their bodies. Lucian, an ancient writer, tells us that the Athenians used different perfumes for different parts of their bodies, **** Egyptian essences for the hands and feet, Phoenician perfumes for the cheeks and bosom, marjoram for the hair, and spirit of wild thyme for the thighs. And who does not recall in this connection the story of Mary and sex worship 241, anointing the feet of Jesus with very costly ointment of spikenard and wiping his feet with her hair, John Roman 12:3. That I speak mainly of women in connection with perfumery is due first to the fact that women use most of it, second, because men have studied the subject more closely in its relation to women, and lastly, also perhaps on the principle of the old nursery rhyme, snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails are the things the boys are made of, sugar and spice and all that is nice are the things the girls are made of. The most beautiful object in the world, it will be allowed, is a beautiful woman, said Macaulay, and it is but natural that we should mentally associate her with everything that is pleasing to our senses, sweet perfumes, fragrant flowers, poetry and music, and everything else that we delight in. Women fascinate men with many charms, and the use of perfumery is not the least potent of these. Large volumes have been written on this subject, but we can only stop to consider a few of the most elementary facts. We love to associate women with the fragrance of flowers. We like to see them wear flowers. Most women use perfumes in the art of loving. Shakespeare referred to this when he said of Cleopatra, "She was so perfumed that the winds were lovesick." We read in the Song of Songs, "How fair art thou, my sister, my spouse! How much better is thy love than wine, and the smell of thy ointments than all spices!" Thy lips, 0, my spouse, drop as the honeycomb, and milk and honey are under thy tongue, and the smell of thy garments is like the smell of Lebanon. We may divide women into two classes, those who use perfumeries and those who do not. Fig. 90. The hitter are apt to be of a prosaic turn of mind and with but little sympathy for all the higher aspirations of the refined and educated women of today. Some women abstain from the use of perfumery from a religious objection to all dainty enhancements of bodily attractiveness because they believe that such things lead to sensuality and are therefore vanity and sin. Others are content with any course. 242. Sex and sex worship scents, as citronella or bergamot for the hair, cinnamon for the handkerchief, wintergreen and sassafras for flavors, garlic or sage for cooking, and perhaps a sprig of peppermint or rosemary on Sundays to carry to church. Such women exert no powerful or lasting fascination for men, and if they are married, their husbands may be tempted to go outside of their own homes to find gratification elsewhere with daintier women. Odor may be considered as a secondary sexual characteristic, in general harmony with pigmentation and hair coloring. The wise Fig. 90. She does not use perfumery. Woman will not underestimate its importance, but will make it subservient to her worldly interests. Heisman says, the hair has a whole gamut of odors, audacious and fatiguing in the brunette and black woman, sharp and fierce in the red, and like sugared wine in blondes. Prof. A. Galopin writes of the sweet, health-giving character of the odors of the beloved woman. Lagau says that the odors of the armpits, whether in a country lass or a society belle, are all the more seductive as they filter through the garments. Casanova remarks that he always found the odor of the woman he loved sweet as an intimate balsamic and voluptuous. Sex and sex worship 24. J. Emanation, and Casanova had exceptional experience and knew what he spoke about. Herrick, one of the older English poets, displayed a special interest in the sexual attractiveness of odors and wrote lyrics to Julia's breath, Julia's sweat, and Julia unlacing herself. He declared that hands and bosom and thighs and legs are all richly perfumed and most kissable. In the Hebrew Song of Songs there are 24 references to the odors of the woman as being sexually attractive. In the Kama Sutra of Vajrayana, the Hindu writer speaks of the perspiration of the perfect woman as smelling of musk, while that of the vulgar woman smells of fish. Kipling says of Lallan, she is a member of the most ancient profession in the world. In the West, people say rude things about Lallan's profession and write lectures about it and distribute the lectures to young people in order that morality may be preserved. She has been variously compared to the moon, the Dil Sagar Lake, a spotted quail, a gazelle, the sun on the desert of Kutch, the dawn, the stars and the young bamboo. These comparisons imply that she is beautiful, exceedingly. To describe Lallan would need, as the poet Walidad said, 1,000 pens of gold and ink scented with musk. Hindu writers refer to the sexual odor of the perfect woman during coition as not unlike that of a newly burst bud of henna flowers, or like an opening bud of the moonflower, or as patchouli leaves, which have spermatic odors, and the aphrodisiac odor of many plants is attributed to capric and caprylic acids, to which vaginal and seminal odors owe their peculiar characteristics. Persian literature refers to woman's hair as a crown of musk, and the ancient Irish sagas spoke of the pleasure of women in the presence of their lovers' odors. On the other hand, men who use perfumery have always been considered effeminate. Zeno, a Greek who lived about 350 BC, meeting a man who was all over ointments and perfumery, said, "Who is this who smells like a woman?" The basis of all modern perfumes is largely derived from glands connected with the sexual parts of animals. Even the oil glands in flowers furnish their attars because they are necessary to the fertilization of the ovum. The natural Odors of the human body vary from strong musk like exhalations in some women to fainter violet-like odors in other women. It is claimed by many writers that strong, musk-like perspiration is associated with strong emotions and passions, and that women who exhale it are apt to love ardently and to become jealous easily. They cause similar emotions in men and rouse in the latter such violent passions that they often lead to vice and crime. This type of women is most frequently found in southern climes, where the flowers are more odorous, colors more intense, fruits more highly flavored, spices hotter, bodily exhalations more pronounced and passions fiercer. That these odors are really aphrodisiac or sexually exciting is proved by the behavior of cats, who are excited by the intimate wearing apparel, such as chemises of women of this type as they would be by Valerian. Even to men the odors of such women are oppressive and sexually excitant, having the same effect as that of the close and hot air of a ballroom, where bare bosoms, shoulders, arms and axillas, stimulated by the exercise of dancing, saturate the air with the exhalations of women in their most seductive moods. Women of this type furnish many of that class of whom King Solomon wrote, "There met him a woman with the attire of an harlot, and she caught him and kissed him and said unto him, Behold, I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until morning." Prov. Romans 7:10. Such was Laulan, of whom Kipling wrote, "Her eyes are black, and her hair is black, and her eyebrows are black as leeches. Her mouth is tiny and says witty things. Her hands are tiny, her feet are tiny and have trodden on the naked hearts of many men." But as Wali Dad sings, Laulan is Laulan, and when you have said that, you have only come to the beginning of knowledge. Women of this type, probably impelled by a consciousness of the penetrating character of their own bodily odors, use strong perfumes, and when they belong to that most ancient of guilds which enables women to turn caresses into riches, they drench their clothing and their bodies with patchouli, jockey club, or even with pure essence of musk. I have seen a member of Laulan's calling come into a drugstore and buy half an ounce of perfume which she poured down into her bosom to saturate her body and her underwear with its fragrance, and there are such women who inject perfumery sub. Sex and sex worship 245 cutaneously that their skins may exhale fragrant odors for many days afterwards. Poisonous. Weeds often have heavy narcotic odors, and it is said that the cobra, the deadliest of all venomous serpents, betrays its presence by a sickening odor which warns man and beast of danger. So these women warn men by the oppressiveness of the perfumes they use, and it is well to heed the warning, for men who allow themselves to become infatuated with such women are often brought to disgrace and ruin, even to murder and suicide. Of course, not all girls or women who use strong perfumes are wicked or inclined to be so. Many of them use strong perfumes from no personal necessity, for either their own bodily odors are not penetrating, or they can keep them in moderation with baths. Some few use them because they suffer from diseases accompanied by disagreeable odors, as in cancer. Some others, because they have a defective sense of smell and are really not aware that they use more than ordinarily strong scents, but a large number use loud perfumes from the same thoughtlessness that leads them to wear loud dress or to indulge in loud behavior, to attract attention. The latter may not be wickedly inclined, but they play a dangerous game, for loudness of any kind tempts some men to take liberties in word or deed that, even if resented, mortify and humiliate, and if not resented, may lead to shame and ruin. Fig. 91. Then there is the violet-scented girl, more frequently found among the daughters of the north, where flowers are less odorous, but more sweet, colors less intense, fruits and spices milder flavored, bodily exhalations less strong, and passions more easily controlled. It is of such a girl that Longfellow wrote, "Blue were her eyes as the fairy flax, her cheeks like the dawn of day, and her bosom white like the hawthorn bud that opes in the month of May." Conscious of the purity and sweetness of her own body. Fig. 92. The violet-scented girl neither needs nor uses strong perfumes. She pours A little lavender in her bath. Or places. A sachet of violet. Or vetiver among the lingerie. In her chiffonier. Or per sex and sex worship. Perhaps she sprays a drop of heliotrope or lilac over her dress and handkerchief. When you call on her, as she enters the room, the perfume of her presence reminds you of the air coming over fields of new-mown hay, or of breezes laden with the fragrance of the eglantine, of mignonette, or sweet violets, and she looks so sweet that you can almost imagine the frou-frou of her gowns to be the humming of bees gathering honey. She arouses no passions that lead to ruin, but the mind is calmed with a feeling akin to that which we experience when we enter a church, for we feel instinctively that fig. 91. Innocence in danger. Playing with an arrow or, figuratively, a lingam, from a painting by Voilemont. Tig. 92. The bather, reproduction made from a painting. We are in the presence of something better and purer than we ourselves are. Her presence and her fragrance rouse in our hearts all the emotions that tend to make us better men, and we feel, as we perhaps never felt before, the truth of the words of the poet. Blessed through love are the gods. Through love their bliss to ourselves is given. Heavenlier through love is the heaven above, and love makes the earth a heaven. Sex and sex worship. You may fall in love with such a woman. It would perhaps be a wonder if you did not, and you may ask her to become your wife. And if she marries you, she will prove an inspiration that will spur you on to live a useful and honored life. Fig. 93. But if she remains only a friend, or promises to be a sister to you, or even if she passes out of your life altogether, you will be a better and purer man for having known her, and having inhaled the fragrance of her presence. And if you never marry, but pass your life solitary and alone, without a wife to double your joys and divide your sorrows. Per Fig. 93. At last alone, from a painting by Tofano. Fig. 94. Spring, from painting by P. A. Caught. Haps in some moments of reverie, your memory will turn back on some such girl, and as you think of the might have been, you will perhaps feel with the poet Tennyson, the smell of violets in the green poured back into my empty soul and frame, that times when I remembered to have been joyful and free from blame. The ancients believe that when they inhale any odor, a portion of the object from which that odor emanated became a part of themselves. Odors are exhalations of real particles of matter. And who knows but what the ancients were right, and that when we inhale the fragrance of the violet-scented girl, a part of her innocence and purity may enter into our souls and become a part of our own being, to inspire in us a desire to lead a life as clean and as pure as her own. Sense of hearing. The sense of hearing is subordinate in importance, yet a sweet voice is a pleasant thing to most men. The gushing and Fig. 95. Eve, from painting by Grandcham. Gurgling laugh of a pretty woman is the most entrancing music in nature, and possibly all men agree with Shakespeare when he says, her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low, an excellent thing in woman. The man's voice changes from a boyish treble to a masculine bass about the age of puberty, and it is not as dulcet as the voice of the woman, but the influence of the man's voice over woman is not so much in the sound of the voice as in the words spoken. Sex and sex worship. 249 women are susceptible to flattery and fall victims to the seducer, usually in response to his wooing words, but mainly to the modern ideas which deny her a knowledge of sexual facts, so that she is too innocent and inexperienced to be on her guard. If a girl is seduced, it is generally the fault of the mother in not informing her daughter properly, so she would be worldly wise enough to avoid harm. It was Eve, not Adam, who listened to the beguiling words of the serpent. It was for this reason that, as Ruskin tells us, The serpent in paradise was for many centuries represented with the head of a man, as in this illustration Eve, by Grandchamp Fig. 95. Fig. 96. Love's Dream from a painting by Mortons. Sense of taste. The sense of taste runs in a minor key through the universal song of love, yet it gives it some of its most tender chords. Kiss is called the salute by tasting, and it is known to about 1/2 of mankind. Fig. 96. The kiss Leah's boon, likened to creation, made out of nothing, but very good. Originally, the kiss pointed to an idea of commingling of souls, the breath being considered the life of the person, as expressed in the Bible, where God blows his breath into Adam to give him life. The Japanese do not permit kissing except a caress between husband and wife, it being considered so distinctly sexual that even parents do not kiss their children, nor are brothers. And 250. Sex and sex worship. Sisters permitted to kiss each other. It is slanderous, however, when it is claimed that women have an instinctive feeling that a kiss is a sexual caress, and that they kiss one another in obedience to the golden rule, doing unto each other as they would that men should do unto them. The lover or husband does not restrict his kisses to the lips or cheeks of his beloved one, but finds even greater pleasure in kissing other parts of her body, as the bosom, etc. Irised content. I kiss your eyes, I kiss your hair in my delight, I kiss your hand and say good night. Joaquin Miller. And his kiss. What ecstatic feeling! Like two flames that lovingly entwine, like the harp's soft tones together stealing into one sweet harmony divine, soul and soul embraced, commingled, blended, lips and cheeks with trembling passion burned heaven and earth, in pristine chaos ended round the blissful lovers madly twined. Schiller. It is a curious fact that there are traces of the importance of the flavor of the woman still persisting. This is not the place to consider love charms. It will suffice to mention only 3 which are still in vogue in primitive communities of Europe. In some parts of France, mothers carefully preserve the afterbirth placenta and membranes of their daughters. When the latter are grown to marriageable age, this afterbirth is powdered, and a small pinch of it is secretly placed in the food or drink offered to desirable young men, in the belief that this will stimulate their desire and passion for the girl. In the Middle Ages, and probably occasionally at the present time, a girl would bake a love cake to be given to the lover whom she desired to secure as a husband. To bake this cake, the girl had to be naked. She touched the dough to her breasts, axillas, genitals, etc. so that it might absorb some of her sweat, which and sex worship. 251 was supposed to convert the cake into a most powerful love charm. Or she took the bloody napkins which she wore while menstruating and burnt them to ashes, of which she mixed some with the dough for the cake. Some authors connect the pleasure by taste, as symbolized by the kiss, or as actually carried out in sucking or biting the woman during sexual frenzy, with the protoplasmic hunger of lower organisms. It is curious that we should have such endearing expressions as sweet enough to eat or so pretty, I'd like to eat you. And that in the caresses of babies by their mothers' playful pretenses of being or eating should be so universal. The eating or tasting of human bodies is still a habit in certain parts of the world. It is called anthropophagy. In the caves of the troglodytes, human bones were found which had been roasted and cracked for their marrow, but so rarely that we are not justified in considering this to have been a habit among primitive men. In the main, mankind has felt a horror at eating its own kind, going even so far that savages could not eat their own totems, animals, or plants from whom they imagined themselves descended and to which they were therefore related. Cannibalism was a religious rite in some nations, as among the Aztecs, who ate the human sacrificial victims, whose hearts had been offered to Huitzilopochtli. In the islands of the Pacific, cannibalism was probably due to necessity or famine. In years of bad crops, starvation threatened all, and therefore the older and weaker were killed and eaten to save the rest. Cannibalism probably occurred everywhere when famines prevailed. In Leviticus ch. Roman 26:29 we read of God's threat against Israel, of dire punishments including want and famine, and ye shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. This is said to be still done among the Fuegians, although not always. From necessity. In Hawaii it was formerly practiced as a religious rite, for when a great chief or warrior died, the other chiefs ate his heart and liver so that his valor would pass into them and thus be preserved to the people. In the Fiji Islands, cannibalism was part of their religion. It was believed that the souls of the dead were eaten by the gods, and the bodies were eaten by the worshippers. In Australia it is practiced in exultation over slain enemies, because it is believed the valor of the slain in battle will enter the eaters. But sometimes it is a solemn funeral rite and they intend to show great respect for their loved dead by eating them. In all times the adherents of persecuted religions have been accused of all kinds of evil deeds. So in the time of the persecutions of the Christians in Rome, under Nero, Tiberius, Caligula, etc., the Christians were accused of being atheists, that they were licentious, ate human flesh, etc. Athenagoras was a Christian apologist Roman 2nd century AD, who wrote a defense in which he refutes these accusations, and he in turn bitterly attacked the wickedness of the Romans. But human flesh is considered proper and good food by millions upon millions of the inhabitants of our earth to this day. In all parts of Africa Negro slavery continues and slave raids occur at all times. Formerly these slaves were exported to America, but since dealing in slaves has been declared piracy, and those who are captured with slaves on their ships are hanged, the export to America ceased, even before slavery itself was abolished in America. Some are still exported across the Bed Sea to Asia, but the trade has now been deflected to Central Africa. The surplus of slaves who are not needed anywhere as servants are now taken to Inner Africa, where they are butchered as cattle are with us and their flesh is used as food. The live slaves are exchanged for ivory, gold, rubber, etc., and a profitable trade is carried on in this way by some Arabian dealers and raiders. Formerly human flesh was considered a delicacy in Fiji, in Sumatra among the Batas, in Inner Papua among the Monbatu of Africa, etc. The Monbatu in Africa dry the bodies of those slain in the raids for future use, and they drive the captives like a herd of sheep, to be slaughtered later, as they need them for food. It is more than probable that human sacrifices would not have been in vogue if human flesh had not been appreciated as good food. It is unlikely that a feast of human flesh should have been offered to the gods if the offerers had not esteemed it a delicacy. Stories of cannibalism on shipwrecked vessels, etc., are not uncommon. Of three sense of touch closely allied to the kiss is the pleasure felt in caressing the body of a beloved one with the hands. The embrace is essentially an effort to touch as much as possible of another fig. 97. At one time, and it finds its intensest gratification in the sexual embrace of man and woman. The skin of a woman is softer to the touch than silk or velvet, more exquisitely beautiful to the eye, and capable of conveying more delicious sensations to the hand of a man than any other substance in the world. The Shulamite bride, in Solomon's Song, Fig. 97. A man and a woman, by binding, said of her lover, his left hand should be under my head and his right hand should embrace me. Cant, Roman 8:3. Sense of sight, the sense by which we chiefly discover beauty in material objects and through which we experience the highest form of enjoyment, is sense of sight. The characteristics taken cognizance of this sense are color, form, and motion. There can of course be no abstract standard of beauty as regards color, since preference in this regard depends on individual or race tastes. The white skins of our women, which we consider so beautiful, are not so much admired by the men of other races who generally prefer sex and sex worship the beauty of their own women, even when, to our tastes, they are positively ugly. Thus among the women of Borneo but few are fairly well formed. The majority are ugly. In addition to this handicap of nature, they think they beautify themselves, and perhaps they do in the eyes of their men, by staining their faces blue with indigo, their front teeth black, and the canine teeth red. We are told that the men of Borneo may take as many wives as they want, but that they rarely take more than 3. After reading about them, many Fig. 98. A beautiful blonde girl of us will wonder why they should want any, or why there are not more wild men of Borneo. White men, being better educated and more cosmopolitan in their tastes, can appreciate the beauty of color as well as a form of women of other races. For instance, it is well known that many superbly proportioned women are to be found among Ethiopian and Abyssinian tribes, whose beauty is enhanced rather than diminished by their glossy brown-black skins, which make them look like magnificent bronze figures of goddesses. We can appreciate the beauty of these dusky Venuses. We may admire the warm, sensuous tints of the quadroon or octoroon. Sex worship. Some of us may prefer the healthy glow of the brunette daughters of the South, but there is no doubt that the majority of our writers and artists laud the blonde beauty of the light-haired, blue-eyed, and white-skinned northern women as their highest ideal of female loveliness. Fig. 98. Of all material qualities, that which is most generally and most naturally productive of the emotions of beauty is form. The most beautiful object in the world, it will be allowed, is a beautiful woman, said Macaulay, and the purest delight we can experience is that of seeing beautiful women. And this delight in seeing God's most beautiful creation is natural and chaste. Beauty was lent to nature as the type of heaven's unspeakable and holy joy, where all perfection makes the sum of bliss. Hail! The Bible itself teaches us how to enjoy such beauty. Behold, thou art fair, my beloved, yea pleasant. Thy teeth are like a flock of sheep that are even shorn, which come up from the washing. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes that are twins, which feed among the lilies. How fair and how pleasant art thou, O love, for delights. Song of Songs. Space will not permit us to dwell long on the beauties of the human face. If we draw a horizontal line to divide the face into 2 equal halves, we notice that the lower and more animal the type, the lower will such a line drop towards the chin, and the higher the type, the nearer will such a line approach toward the eyes or forehead. We see a typical illustration of the animal type of face in man: coarse, angular, large-jawed, large-mouthed, and brutal, and with this line passing through or just above the bulb of the nose and the head of the Pithecanthropus p. 2g. While in the intellectual type we see an oval, small-mouthed, round-chinned face with this line passing through or near the eyes. The highest type of feminine face is a perfect oval, the mouth delicately small, and this lino passing through the eyes. Fig. 09. Even in the highest type of male face, some of the animal features are retained, for the face is not as perfect an oval, a suggestion of angularity about the jaws, giving an appearance of greater strength and more expression, while the mouth is larger and somewhat coarser, and the horizontal line passes just below the eyes. The highest type of head and face is that of woman, who, in her most perfect form, represents the highest achievements of creative evolution. What is female beauty but an air divine through which the mind's all gentle graces shine? Young. The hair has always been held to be one of the loveliest charms of woman. The Bible says, "If a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her ichor." Romans 11:15. Fig. 99. Types of faces of highly civilized individuals. The most sense-beguiling witchery of woman is when she lets her long hair hang loose, flowing over her naked body. Fair tresses man's imperial race ensnare, and beauty draws us with a single hair. Pope. Long hair seems to be a feminine feature, not merely because fashion requires it, but because nature so ordains. And in proportionist hair of the head is plentiful, the small hair known as lanugo down is scant on the body. In the man this down frequently is developed into large coarse hair, but then usually the hair of the head is scant and the man becomes bald early. And when a man retains a full head of hair to past middle age, his body is usually hairless like a woman's body. The body of the woman is usually soft, smooth and hairless except in the axillas and about the pubes. 257. If we Draw a line to touch the outer points on a woman's shoulder, hip, and ankle. Such a line will be a curve fig. Km. Nature abhors angularity in a woman, and her body presents the most enchanting combinations of curves and lines of beauty. Every part is rounded and dimple, and the entire surface, both in its lines and in its texture, seems to have been made to give pleasure to the aesthetical eye and hand of man. If we draw two such lines, one on each side of the woman's body, they will form an ellipse fig. 101. The whole form of the fig. 100. Curves in a woman's body. Fig. 101. Elliptic form of woman. Woman, thus suggesting a figure which, as we shall learn a little farther on, is symbolical of woman in a most sacred sense. This width and fullness of the female hips is considered a peculiarly attractive charm, and the constriction of the waist in tight lacing is a feminine trick to emphasize the beauty of this feature. The body of a well-formed woman from the waist to the knees is almost a perfect oval, and it is surprising how small the upper part of the body appears in comparison. Women consciously or unconsciously assume attitudes which display this fullness of the hips, and such postures have been immortalized by artists ever since the ancient Greeks first sculptured naked female loveliness in bronze or marble. Fig. 102. For the same reason that men admire full hips, they also admire large nates, and whether this is instinctive or the result of ages of inheritance of such admiration or not, it is yet of positive benefit to the race. Fig. 103. Who would not prefer the girl on the left to the one on the right, and other things being equal, prefer to marry such a one, even without consciously realizing that the ample pelvis, indicated by the generous proportions of her hips and buttocks, means sensual gratification. Easy. Fig. 102. Amor and Hebe feeding doves of Venus, from a painting by Cez. Fig. 103. Comparison of hips of women. The girl on the right has contracted pelvis, childbirth, and a long and healthy life, while the narrow-hipped girl has a contracted pelvis, indicating difficult labors with possible death in childbed or an invalid existence ever after the first confinement. The full development of the hips and buttocks affords a better protection against changes in temperature in winter to a womb in which a child is developing. Therefore, it means a better developed and healthier child as well. Some men become sexually excited and have erotic desires and often involuntary erections and emissions when they see a and sex worship. 259. Large-hipped woman walking with that peculiar gait known as wobbling. Such men would be in continual misery if they were sent among the Hottentots as missionaries, because Hottentot women have buttocks developed to a monstrous size as compared with their Caucasian sisters. Dimples, which are such charming features of the female face and body, are said to be imprints of angels' kisses, and they remain invitations for men to kiss. The woman who has a pretty dimple is usually well aware of its value, and you'll seldom find a maiden whom the angels kissed at birth, but that the dimples in her cheek she makes to play at hide and seek for every cent they're worth. Probably the prettiest dimples are the two in a woman's back, immortalized in many a statue of naked goddess and naked nymph. The loveliest object in the world is the bosom of a beautiful woman. It is to be noted that, for aesthetic reasons, to make a young woman attractive in the eyes of the man and attract a mate for her, the breasts of the human female are the only breasts that are developed before they are intended for use. But then, the human male is also the only male to whom the female breast can convey aesthetic pleasure, either by sight or touch. This is, no doubt, in consequence of the selective preference of men for plump-bosomed women for wives. The vulgar and uneducated often consider an enormous accumulation of fat about the breastlands to make a beautiful breast. But the lovers of the truly beautiful know that plump, firm, even if small, breasts, low down on the bosom, without a fold underneath, and with their delicate pink nipples pointing straight forward, are the classically beautiful breasts of the antique Greek statues. The bosom of woman, that ivory throne of love, exhausts the possibilities of form, beauty, and material objects. In the Arabian Nights tales, it is said of Elsbudger, but her bosom, bless be the gods, is a living seduction. It bears twin breasts of the purity of ivory, rounded, and that may be held within the 5 fingers of the hand. 260 Sex and Sex Worship. The bride in Solomon's song exclaimed, "My breasts are like towers. Then was I in his sight as one that found favor. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved one unto me. He shall lie all night betwixt my breasts." Swedenborg says that in the inmost heaven all go naked, and that if a man is good on this earth, the breasts of his wife will be restored to their virgin beauty, and will then remain things of beauty and of joy forever. Truly a much more alluring description of heavenly bliss than the usual one of playing on harps forever, especially to one who is not fond of music. Unfortunately, the beauty of the female breast is an ephemeral charm. As the flower expands its petals to attract the pollen-laden bee, that it may fertilize its ova, which done, the petals wither and die, so the breast, having served its aesthetic mission of attracting the male, offers its virgin beauty as a sacrifice to utility, for after it has once served to nurse a child, it usually becomes more or less pendulous, nodulated or flabby, and the delicate pink areola of virginity is replaced by a darker colored and often quite large and ugly zone. Such hanging breasts are particularly ugly in the inferior races of mankind, as is often seen in North American Indian squaws. Among some people in Africa, the breasts are manipulated or pulled down until they hang very low, the gland being contained in a pendulous sac. The women carry their children slung on their backs, and when a child is restless, the mother simply hands it one of her breasts over her shoulder to nurse it, without interfering with her work. Even among the ancient Egyptians, such flabby breasts were used to represent hideousness. Fig. 104. Tauert, the feminine counterpart of Seth, the Egyptian spirit of evil, was figured with ugly breasts, as is shown in the illustration. One of the most hideous figures I remember to have come across in art is this figure of Death summoning a queen from the deep dance of Basil. Fig. 105. The hanging breasts, the ugly pendulous folds of the belly, and the emaciated frame present admirable old hag, as such ugly specimens of womankind are often called. Mankind always abhorred old and ugly women, and to this day they are called hags and witches. The Patagonians kill. Sex and Sex Worship. 261 Their women with a club, when they grow old, but Christian people, less merciful, burned no less than 4 millions of witches at the stake in obedience to a superstition that had its origin in the dislike for ugliness in women. The last witch hanged in America was Bridget Bishop, at Salem, Mass. in June 1692, but little more than 225 years ago. A woman's abdomen, how beautiful its charming roundness and softness, and its ivory whiteness! Thy navel is like a round goblet which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with lilies, said the lover in Solomon's song to his bride. Cant. Romans 7:2. And is there anything that appeals to a husband for more? Fig. 104. Tauert, from Temple at Car. Fig. 105. Death to the Queen, from Ak, an evil demon, the death dance of Basil. Tender and solicitous regard than a wife's abdomen full of the promise of future childish laughter and frolic in the home. The circumference of a woman's waist should be a little more than 2/3 of her height, so that a woman 5 feet high should have a waist a trifle more than 24 inches around, while a woman of the average height of 5 feet, 4 inches should have a waist at least 26 inches in circumference. By a curious adaptation of nature, the average length of a man's arm is equal to the average circumference of a woman's waist, or also about 26 inches. The difference between an idealist and a naturalist has been thus denned. The idealist looks into the eyes of a woman to measure their depth. A naturalist looks at the hips of a woman to measure their breadth. When choosing a wife, it behooves a man to be first a naturalist and only afterwards an idealist. An ample waist and pelvis means easy childbirth, good health, and probably long and happy life, while a narrow or contracted pelvis indicates difficult labors with possible death during the first confinement or an invalid existence ever afterwards. The well-formed woman is endowed, as Chaucer expressed it in the quaint English of 500 years ago, with buttocks broad and breasts round and high. That is, she is the woman obviously best built to bear children and to suckle them. How beautiful are thy feet, 0, prince's daughter! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels, wrote Solomon. Hesiod, one of the writers of the Greek sacred books, was fond of referring to the trim ankles of the goddesses. He tells of 3,000 daughters of Oceanus and Thetis, tapering-ankled ocean nymphs. Another favorite adjective for goddesses was fair-ankled. The legs and feet of women are particularly attractive to men. When Dolly Dimple asked Charlie as she tied her shoestrings, "Why is a woman's leg like bad weather?" and then added, when Charlie gave up, because men would like to see it clear up. She described a mental trait that has characterized men since women first began to hide the beauty of their legs and petticoats. There is a sympathy between extremes, opposites attract, and many a man's head has been turned by a woman's pretty foot. A windy day is thus regarded by the women. The devil sends the wicked wind that swirls our skirts knee-high, but God is just, and he sends the dust that blows in the bad man's eye. And a rainy day is judged from the men's standpoint. There's magic in a pretty foot, and well the ladies know it, and she who has a pretty one is pretty sure to show it. Artists rave over pretty feet, sculptors delight to model them. Sex and sex worship 263, and poets have sung their praises. Even Tennyson speaks of ladies' feet as sunny gems on the English green. Her feet beneath her petticoat like little mice stole in and out as if they feared the light, but, oh, she dances such a way. No sun upon an Easter day is half so fine a sight. Sir John Suckling. Whether we individually prefer the tall girl or the small girl, the fair or the brunette, the delicate or the robust, the spare or corpulent, the pensive or the frivolous, the demure or the saucy, the reserved or the gushing woman, there is one thing on which all virile, manly men agree, that the naked woman is the crowning jewel of creation. And the artists and poets of all times, and the men of all nations and of all climes pay homage at her shrine, and agree that to portray her in her various moods and attitudes is the highest form of art. The third characteristic of beauty is motion. In all times the best display of the charms of women was considered to be when they accompanied the display of form with the motions of the dance. Motion, as an element of works of art, is best seen in the dance, especially on the modern stage as danced by Isadora Duncan, Gertrude Hoffmann, Maud Allan, and many others. Terpsichore, one of the 9 Greek muses, the muse of the dance, is generally represented nude, because artists and the lovers of the beautiful know that the highest perfection of the dance requires nude or nearly nude women. Originally dances were ceremonials of a religious significance, and most heathen temples even now have slave girls or attendants who perform the sacred dances. When Hesiod wrote the Greek Bible, he told of his inspiration. Begin we to sing with the Heliconian muses, who with delicate feet dance about the violet-hued fount and altars of the mighty son of Cronos Zeus, and likewise having bathed their soft skins ***** are wont to institute on the top of Helican choral dances ****. The religious dances of nearly all ancient and of many mod. 264 Sex and sex worship people were originally attempts to imitate and exalt sexual delights, because all primitive religions were forms of the worship of sex. Such are, for instance, the Alme dances, the Nach dances and similar Oriental dances, which were introduced to the notice of American audiences through the various World's Fairs held in this country in recent years and which are popularly known as Kauchi dances. In ancient Egypt, and in fact in all the adjacent lands, the musicians were women trained in the art. They went naked from childhood on, so that nakedness in public did not embarrass them. Many of the Psalms of David are inscribed or dedicated Fig. 106. Dance du Ventre, from a painting by Bet. To the chief musician, who, in all probability, was the leader of the chorus of musicians and singers and like them, a naked woman or girl. Dances, also, were executed mainly by naked girls. The dances were similar to those performed by Farida, an Egyptian dancer at the Egyptian Theater, Chicago World's Fair, which was a marvelously beautiful presentation of sexual orgasm. not at all even hinted at by the many vulgar imitators who now perform such dances at stag parties in many clubs. The Ame plural Awelum dancers are generally also accomplished singers. In fact, from ancient times until now, Egyptian musicians usually danced while they played or sang. In Sex and Sex Worship 265 modern times the Ames or Awelum perform without being naked, and they should not be mistaken for the lower grade Gawazis singular Ghazier who are strolling bands of dancing girls, who dance erotic dances and practice, as a sideline, prostitution, when they are desired by a man. The better class Egyptian people consider their dances improper. Fig. 107. Most people have national dances, often having a religious symbolic meaning. Probably no people ever had cleaner and more beautiful dances than the ancient Greeks, and moderns have. Fig. 107. Egyptian Ghazier dance, from a painting. Fig. 108. A Ghazier dancer, from a painting by Jerome. Imitated and reintroduced the ancient Greek dances to the delight of millions of spectators. Isadora Duncan was one of the first and most successful of modern Greek dancers. She adopted a number of children whom she brought up, like the ancient dancers, in a condition of nature. Her idea was that they should act naturally in the nearly naked dances she taught them. Orgies were certain rites in the worship of Dionysus in ancient Greece. These rites were participated in only by women who met in certain holy places in the woods, nearly naked or 266 Sex and Sex Worship dressed only in fawn skins, their hair hanging loose over their shoulders. They brandished the thesis or scepter sacred to Dionysus, a staff with a figure of a bunch of grapes or a pine cone at the end, beat cymbals and danced. They danced until they worked themselves into a state of frenzy, even to mad excitement and convulsions. Then at night they killed a sacrificial bull by tearing him to pieces with their teeth, after which they devoured the raw flesh. In early Greek times the sacrificial victim was a man, not a bull. In either case, an important feature of these orgies was the adoration of the phallus, or penis, of the victim, or of the image of this organ which was used as an altar figure representing the procreative god. The celebrants of these orgies were called Maenads or Bacchantes. The Corybantes were dancers who officiated at the temples of the goddess Cybele in Phrygia. Her priests castrated themselves, and some of the younger ones joined in the orgiastic dances, with the blood still dripping from their mutilated phalluses. All Greek dances probably to a certain extent had a phallic or sexual significance. They pictured the relationship of the sexes. When danced as by the Maenads, it produced excitement approaching convulsions. In camp meetings, especially among Negroes, the walking around, the clapping of hands, the jumping and shouting, results in similar ecstasies as in the religious dances in honor of Bacchus or Cybele. It may approach to madness. The ancient Jews danced religious dances. PSCX Licks 2, 3. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. This exhortation to praise the Creator with dance, meant to dance the erotic or sexual dances common to all Oriental people. Even David danced, Romans 2 Sam, Romans 6, 14, and David danced before the Lord with all his might. And Michal, Saul's daughter, looked through a window, and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him. Salome, the daughter of Herodias, danced a dance similar to the Cauchi, the ages-old dance of the Orient, but when Herod's birthday was kept, the daughter of Herodias danced before them, and pleased Herod. Romans 14, 6. At the present, Sex and Sex Worship 267 times such dances are common in various parts of the world. Fig. 109. In Madagascar, for instance, when the men are away on a war expedition, the women spend much of their time in dancing, for they believe that their dancing will inspire their men with courage. North American Indians have their war and other ceremonial dances. The Zunis have their snake dance. The national dance of the Canchadales is one of the wildest dances known. It is danced by men and women, and they dance until every muscle quivers. Here also, the dance is phallic, and there is a deliberate effort to show its sexual significance by making the dance a rude representation of sexual passion, which is called obscene by European observers. And, of course, all who have seen the kinkin danced can form some idea of the wild phallic dances of other people. The whirling dervishes of the Turks perform a similar wild dance, which often eventuates in convulsions, or in madness, during which they stab themselves until the loss of blood makes them fall in a faint. Even in the early Christian churches, the members of the choir danced religious dances while they sang. Some of the early church fathers said that the angels always dance. St. Augustine discouraged this, and said, Melius est foder quam salter, it is better to dig cultivate the soil than to dance. Not knowing the reason for the condemnation of these religious dances of the early church, later preachers and churches applied this to all dances, also to those of a purely social, innocent and harmless kind, and condemned dancing as a social pastime as a sin. Our social dances are of an entirely different character, and there is little or no harm in them. They are a pleasant method for young people to become acquainted and to enjoy themselves, and the ecclesiastical thunderbolts hurled at them by some fanatical preachers are much of the nature of Don Quixote's charge against the vanes of the windmill. They are the sour attempts of bigoted killjoys to reform the world to their way of thinking. It reminds of a clever saying by a recent author. Curious thing about reformers. They don't seem to get such a lot of pleasure out of their labors unless the ones they reform resist and suffer, and show a proper sense of their degradation. I bet a lot. 268 Sex and sex worship of reformers would quit tomorrow if they knew their work wasn't going to bother people any. In the painting by Gamier, entitled Borgia s a Muse, Borgia amusing himself is shown a form of entertainment once almost universal, dancing by naked girls. Browning, the popular poet, appreciated the luxury of having naked girls about, as is apparent from this quotation from one of his poems. You found he ate his supper in a room blazing with lights, 4 dishes on the wall, and 20 naked girls to change his plate. Fag. 109. The customary attire of a sallo or couchy dancer on the modern stage. In most countries, before Christianity had introduced its ignoble conceptions in regard to nudity of body, the dance was executed by naked girls. This was the case in Greece and Rome. Caracalla was fond of giving lavish entertainments on the island of Capri, at which the dancers were beautiful Spanish dancing girls. To show his utter disregard for expense, he had these slaves thrown over the cliffs into the sea after the applause that greeted their dance ceased. More economical-minded entertain. Ers put their slaves up at auction, and realized handsome profits from the excitement produced by their dancing. In Persia, Turkey, Egypt, India, Burma, and other Oriental countries, dancing girls are either naked or only very lightly clad. The warm-blooded inhabitants of southern Europe are fond of dancing, and the Spanish dances are recognized as most beautiful Totha's Day. In rural Spain there is a popular dance, during which the performers throw off one garment after another until they dance in a state of nudity. Both sexes indulge in this dance, but as far as I could learn it is not accompanied by erotic demonstrations among the spectators, only the beauty of the dancers and the gracefulness of the motions being taken cognizance of. Professional dancers of our own times are as nearly naked as conventional rules will allow. Fig. 109. And our ballets and Amazonian marches, our dances at the public pageants in our parks, display the female form as much as possible without any part actually being naked, because they are still covered with flesh-colored tights. No one can have any true conception of the suppleness and beauty of the human body who has not seen naked girls swaying and undulating in the rhythmic movements of the dance, but the dances should be clean like the sailor's hornpipe or the Highland fling, and not of the vulgar couchy type. Art and ethics. The degree of culture of an individual or a community can fairly be judged by their views in regard to the nude in art. Up to about 40 years ago, St. Louis was but an overgrown village, with all the narrow prejudices of a rural community. To the St. Louisans of those days, the gods and goddesses of ancient Greece and Rome were shamelessly naked, and when works of the nude in art were brought to St. Louis fairs or exhibitions, they were either excluded from the art galleries, or they caused a storm of indignant protest in the daily papers from a shocked and puritanical public. Then came a series of world fairs: Philadelphia, New Orleans, Chicago, Buffalo, Omaha, St. Louis, etc., which were visited by millions of Americans whose views in regard to art were broadened and chastened thereby. Fig. 110. American cities ceased to be provincial and became cosmopolitan. The pretty naked nymph on Union Avenue in St. Louis, familiarly known as Carrie Kingsbury, ceased to arouse ad fig. 110. Triumph of Apollo. A festival. Hall, Louisiana Purchase Exposition St. Louis, 1904. Theg. 111. The Naked Truth by Juan Schneider, located in Reservoir Park, St. Louis. Theg. 112. Conventional Egyptian art from temple at Karnak, Egypt. Verse comment, and she was less and less frequently garbed overnight in a flannel costume. And then came the naked truth. In Reservoir Park Fig. 111. While the naked truth is not beautiful, she has the supreme merit that she is candidly naked, and she has made St. Louisans familiar with and tolerant of representations of the nude in art as an element of urban decoration. Among the ancient Egyptians, the mode of representing the human body was prescribed by their religion, and while rich women went about naked or clad only in a veil-like garment, the figures of the gods and goddesses were rendered in a conventional stiff position, also clothed in a clinging garment that fully displayed the figure, as in this sculpture from the Temple of Karnak, Egypt Fig. 112. But art became art in the fullest sense only when the human body was represented for the sake of giving pleasure, and this mode of representing the human body began in Greece. Greek art took an upward tendency in development when Bucephalus and Athenes lived about 540 BC. In the island of Chios. They were Greek sculptors, but they produced only draped figures because art had not advanced to the delineation of nude figures. Even the three Graces, now always nude, were at that time draped. Here is shown one of the early, or archaic, Greek works of art. The Haircutter of Tanagra Fig. 113. At Tanagra, a lot of terracotta figurines were found which represented various subjects not connected with temple or tomb art, i.e. art which represented homely episodes for amusement and pleasure merely. When this development in art had been reached, art began to be art in the modern sense of the word. It was a long and tedious way from the crude art of primitive men, as found in the earliest art of the cave dwellers, or even from the figurines of Tanagra or Nampa, to the statues of Greece in the height of its culture and art. Ruskin said, "Not a single antique statue excels the Venus of Milo's Fig. 114, and she has nothing notable except dignity and simplicity. This is generally conceded to be the best example of high art, the most majestic representation of woman's form. High art consists neither in altering nor in improving nature, but in seeking throughout nature for whatever things are pure, in displaying to the utmost of the artist's powers such loveliness as sees in them, and in directing the thoughts of others to them by winning art and gentle emphasis. This statue belongs to the Louvre, in Paris. To an artist's true and highly trained instinct, the human body is the loveliest of all objects. *****. The ancient Greeks drew the body from pure delight in it, and with the knowledge of it living. The Venus of Milo and the Laocoon Fig. 115 have the forms their designers truly liked to see in men and women. *****. The Greeks learned to know the body from the living body. Their treatment of the body is faithful, modest, and natural. The Fig. 113. The Haircutter of Tana Fig. 114. Venus of Milo. Antique, Graal. Archaic Greek art. At the Louvre, Paris. Laocoon group belongs to the Museum of the Vatican, home. 1 * Michelangelo and Raphael learned to know the human body essentially from the corpse, and had no delight in it, but great pride in showing that they knew all its mechanism. They drew the body from knowledge of it dead. In the Sistine Chapel of the Vatican, the Pope's private chapel, where popes are elected and the ceremony of installation into their exalted office takes place, there is the most celebrated Sex and Sex Worship 273 work representing the nude in art in the whole world. It is the Last Judgment by Michelangelo Fig. 116. This work was ordered by Pope Julius I and continued under Pope Leo X. Fig. 115. Laocoon Group. Antique, at the Vatican, Rome. Fig. 116. Last Judgment, by Michelangelo, at the Sistine Chapel, Vatican, Rome. Adrian V. Clement Roman 7 and finished under Pope Paul Roman 3. Michelangelo worked at it for 15 years. The accentuation by Michelangelo of anatomical details that cannot be seen in the living subject covered with integument has been the basis of reproach to the art of this great artist, but there seems to be a reasonable excuse for this style of drawing. Michelangelo was accustomed to draw figures of gigantic size to be viewed from great distances, as, for instance, the figures against the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. If drawn natural, the details would have been practically lost at that distance, and the figures would have appeared flat and lifeless. The artist therefore exaggerated the details, just as the ancient artist did who modeled the Farnese Hercules. But working in this manner for 15 years, it was difficult to avoid the style, even when the work of art was destined for a nearer view, and hence we see it also in Fig. 117. Moses, by Michelangelo. Tomb of Pope Julius Roman II, Rome. Moses, which is a prominent feature of the tomb of Julius Roman II in Rome, standing on a level with the beholder. Fig. 117. Not all modern artists, however, indulged in a vain display of anatomical knowledge. Correggio and Tintoretto and others represented the human form with all the grace and purity of the ancient Greeks. Female beauty can be found more perfect than that of the male, and artists paint and carve it fearlessly, with all right and natural qualities. A beautiful woman is the simplest of lovely veracities, and the representation of this highest type of beauty is also the most complex of human arts. In a book entitled Tracts for Young People by the Cav. Furness, of Cork, Ireland, there was a story told of a female saint who imagined that she had been permitted by God to make a personal inspection of hell, and she told of seeing a young girl encased in a close-fitting suit of boiler iron and lying in a fire which made her suit red-hot, so that her blood boiled and sizzled and hissed as the steam from it escaped from her ears and nostrils, and she was condemned to lie there forever and ever by a God of infinite love and compassion, because she had seen herself naked in the bath. What a difference between the ravings of such ignorant and insane fanatics who believe such. Fig. 118. Love, by Evelyn B. Lawman. Fig. 119. Springtime of Low V. by Kimsch. Vagaries and the educated popes who employed Michelangelo to paint the frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, or the Bible, which tells us that Adam and Eve were both naked and were not ashamed. Opponents of the nude in art claim that the pleasure we experience in seeing such works of art is due to our sexual natures, and say this as if it proved beyond doubt that such works of art must be evil. Fig. 118. Suppose we admit that our delight in seeing the nude in art is due to sex and our sexual natures, yet we are taught that nearly all progress, physical, intellectual, and 276 sex and sex worship ethical, during evolution, was largely due, directly or indirectly, to sex and sex emotions. Sexual emotions and desires are neither base nor wrong. We read in the Bible, "So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he them. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold it was very good. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed." And why should we be ashamed of our sex? The one great thing that makes us God-like, that enables us also to become creators. Milton, in Paradise Lost, calls this nakedness of our first parents, that first naked glory. In saying that nudity is always and necessarily evil, and that reference to sex is base, the views of some of the early church fathers are perpetuated, for they claimed that God made a great mistake when he created mankind male and female. Justin, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine and other church fathers regretted that Adam yielded to his passionate desire for Eve, and held that if Adam had abstained from sexual pleasure with Eve, he would have effectually rebuked God, and would have compelled him to invent some harmless mode of reproduction that would not have required the cooperation of the sexes, and thus the world would have been peopled with passionless and innocent beings. Most of us will agree with God, when he declared that what he had made was very good, and we will therefore admit that the sexual emotions are due to an impulse implanted in human hearts by the Creator for the benefit and pleasure of mankind. Fig. 119. Addison Rowe. When love's well-timed, 'tis not a fault to love. The strong, the brave, the virtuous and the wise sink in the soft captivity together. And Solomon wrote, "Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest, for that is thy share in this life and in the labor that thou takest under the sun." Eccle. Roman 9:9. If nudity were more frequently seen in our daily lives, it would lose whatever it may now have of suggestiveness. Nudity, to the extent that it suggests erotic thoughts, does so in consequence of perverted teachings that have been transmitted through many generations. One, the shame of human loveliness which sees evil in its portrayal. Isoldrathan Comstockism and WCTUism. Paul Roman 4. Paul the Prude saw shame and indecency in Michelangelo's great fresco of the Last Judgment, where others saw only reverence for beauty. The naked body is in itself no more impure in nature, or in a work of art, than it is on the walls of the Pope's private chapel, the Sistine Chapel, to the soul that rightly thinks. We should inculcate in our youths a profound reverence for the human form divine, so long as art endures, so long as there are souls to rebel against the ugly and impure. To welcome what fig? 120. Adam and Eve. Sealing in church at Hildesheim, Germany. Is lovely and pure with eager hearts. Earth will not lack sons and daughters who will refuse to cover beauty with rags of shame, to whom a beautiful body will be sacred as a temple of God. The Edict of Jerusalem in the Roman 4th century decreed that all persons must be naked when they are being baptized, a rule which still prevails in the Russian branch of the Greek Church. Fig. 121. This fig. 122 is a painting of the baptism of Christ by Verrocchio. If nearly 100 millions of Christians find nudity an essential condition for one of their holiest sacraments, then, surely, nudity cannot be as bad as many other Christians pretend it to be. 278. Sex and sex worship. Jesus is also represented naked on the cross, in paintings of the Resurrection, etc., and millions of crucifixes with the naked Jesus are venerated throughout the world. And in the Pope's Fig. 121. Episode in Life of St. Firmin by Gamir. Fig. 122. Baptism of Christ by Verrocchio 1, in Academy, Florence, Italy. Fig. 123. Christ, from the Last Judgment, Michelangelo, Vatican, Rome. Own chapel. Jesus is shown naked when he comes to judge the dead and the living on the Last Judgment Day. Fig. 123. If people can look upon the naked form of a Jesus, or even of a Magdalene, without feeling lascivious emotions, they could do the same with any other naked figure, decently presented, if they had been properly taught to consider it pure. During the Middle Ages, nearly every church had a statue or a painting of a naked Adam and Eve, probably to inculcate the essential purity and holiness of the human body. The celebrated altarpiece by the Van Eycks, the Adoration of the Lamb, had an Adam and an Eve, both naked, one on the RigHT panel and the other on the left. The Eve, here shown Fig. 124, still exists in the Cathedral at Schleswig, Germany, and on the seal. Fig. 124. Eve from High Altar. Fig. 125. Adam and Eve from of Cathedral in Schleswig, Germany, the Death Dance of Basel. The text, made in AD 1520, explains why pictures of this kind were so common in medieval days. Ing of the church at Hildesheim, Germany. Fig. 120, may be seen in Adam and Eve, in a fresco painting, both naked. A celebrated edition of the Bible, the Kurfürstenbibel, contains an engraving of Adam and Eve. Those who have studied the subject know that the nude, presented purely for the sake of beauty, as most of it is represented, demoralizes nobody's mind. It is the straining to conceal the beautiful nude and to suppress it which injures. It is the evil imagination which suggests the thought of impropriety. Unfortunately, Macaulay's saying that a nice man is one who has nasty thoughts is only too true, and some of these 280 sex and sex worship. Nice men are the chief causes of the harm done by some kinds of the nude in art. The propriety of the nude in art depends largely on the mental attitude and the degree of education of the observer, rather than upon the representations of the nude themselves. The propriety or impropriety of such art is mainly subjective, not objective. A beautiful statue or painting carries no bad suggestion, except as the evil thought is always present in some minds. perfect familiarity with nudes destroys that imagination, which does so much harm. The disastrous effects of wrong education about the nude in art and the nude in nature is seen in women who have been brought up with too puritanical views. Many a marriage is wrecked because the wives do not realize the full difference between the lovers who courted them and the husbands who married them and who are entitled to see them naked. To too many women, the husband remains merely a man in this regard. One recall a number of such tragedies. For instance, one of a sober, industrious man who, after marriage, began to drink heavily and stay out late at night. He excused himself by the fact that his wife excluded him from her bedroom. The final outcome was a divorce and the death of the husband from dissipation and tuberculosis. This represents the chitin fig. 126. The house dress of women in classic Greece. Occasionally this dress was even simpler, as in Athens, where the women were called phenomeриdes, or the bare-thighed, because this garment, open on one side, reached only to the upper part of the thighs. And Aelian said of Melita, the wife of Phocion, that she showed herself clothed in her chastity, that was all her ornament. And we agree after a lapse of 20 centuries, that loveliness needs not the aid of ornament, but is, when unadorned, adorned the most. Exposure of the body to sight was not considered to be improper in Greece or Rome until after the beginning of the Christian era. Fig. 127. St. Chrysostom said of the Roman ladies, they did not hesitate or blush to appear perfectly naked in the presence of the public at the theaters. And as decency is merely conforming to custom or fashion, we cannot say that Greek or. This audiobook was created by the MentalChemist for personal study and education, copyright 2025.